Hello, everyone. Welcome to our fifth episode of recapping all the Survivor seasons. Because it's the fifth season, we of course are talking about a very fun season that everybody loves, Survivor Thailand. My name is Rams. I did Survivor Rankdown 3, and I'm joined by three very wonderful guests. Will y'all introduce yourselves?
We'll keep it ABC order as usual. I'm Funky from Rankdown 9. Always happy to be here. I'm a fan of Survivor Thailand, an actual fan of Survivor Thailand, and I'm excited to shed some light onto a season that is not always beloved. And I'm joined by some wonderful people, big as your ass.
I'm Kyle. I'm probably the biggest fan of Survivor Thailand. And I'm excited to get in a really big fight with Rams when Brian comes up, I guess. I think that'll be the main thing. It's going to get really ugly. So get hype.
and y'all know me. I'm Mike from Rankdown 6. I usually host these. Tonight I've been too busy watching David Lynch movies and eating Wingstop to prepare this in advance. So I'm here, but Rams is our Bradley Cooper for the night.
And I made the PowerPoint, so I'm kind of the Bradley Cooper in a movie where he makes stuff, I guess.
This thing on?
Bradley Cooper in my show. I'm on. That's why I grew up. I wanted to be Bradley Cooper in my show. That was my dream. That was my dream.
It's like really in the beginning of Goodfellas. Ever since I could remember,
I'll have to tell my fifth grade teacher that I succeeded.
Yeah, you're wearing the nose prosthetic too right now.
I am.
Yeah,
I really got a character for it.
I thought that was weird.
About 2 hours in, I am going. There will be just a few minutes of me conducting like a live orchestra. That'll be fun. That'll be about 10 minutes. Enjoy that part. It'll be in the middle when we talk about.
Hey.
It'll be in the middle when we.
Hey! This isn't the Top Jeans podcast.
Yeah, I'll be
like, all right.
Well, let's get into it.
Let's get with some Survivor Thailand.
Survivor Thailand.
Oh, brother.
People's Choice Award winner, Survivor Thailand.
All right.
Yeah.
So, we'll start by talking about the general kind of discussion, for lack of a better term, discussion around Thailand. So, I'll start off by mentioning that Thailand was for most people considered to be pretty universally considered the worst season, at least of the first 7, pretty much forever. And I would say it still is among most of the fan base. The casuals who we remember Thailand really don't like it. And even most of the super fans who do remember Thailand aren't particularly high on it. It was like the first, quote, bad season of Survivor. If that was how it was kind of treated at the time, like I said, it's still treated now. However, there has been kind of a renaissance, a Thailand-essence, if you will, within certain communities, particularly this one, as you can tell by the fact that we have two legitimate pro-Thailand people on this podcast.
Yeah, Thailand.
I'm mostly
Thailand's my third favorite season.
Yeah, but
I think I'll say at this point, I feel like Amazon would be the one with the least like big fans. Where Thailand is more divisive, I feel like everyone kind of thinks Amazon's like pretty good, but I never hear anyone who loves it,
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like Thailand has, there are some people who legitimately like Thailand. I would still say that the general opinion on it is leaning negative. Although maybe because I'm biased, because spoiler, I am definitely the most anti-Thailand of any of the four of us. And so. But, I see some points, we'll get into it. There are parts of the season I like, but it was very, like I said, very disliked upon airing, both by the fan base and also really by production. Production kind of openly hated Thailand. It probably still openly hates Thailand.
One of we'll get into that for sure.
We'll get into that. But, yeah, so like I said, Thailand very unpopular. Who wants to talk about why Thailand was so poorly received?
I think he's standing there in the orange shirt all the way on the right is why Thailand was poorly received.
I don't think that's the only reason, though.
There's a few reasons, but I do think it's
the blue tank next to orange shirt
with
that's also a big reason.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think there's a few reasons we can get on. First of all, I do want to say with Survivor Thailand, this is still like golden era Survivor, like peak viewership. Like this is the quote unquote bad season, but it still was like watched and it was still popular on TV. Like it got high ratings. It won the People's Choice Award that year for best reality television show, which is kind of interesting because I think you are correct that most of the viewer base thought it was the weakest of the first 5 seasons. I don't know if that necessarily translated to everyone thinking it was terrible, but like there always had to be a bad one. And I think at one point Survivor Africa was kind of considered the bad season. And Thailand kind of takes that role and kind of just sticks. I think that reputation has more so stuck with it than any other season. But there's a great point. There's many reasons why I think this season is so negatively received. First of all, something I don't think everyone necessarily thinks about, but it is a significantly older season. Just cast wise, and people that get deep into the season are older than usual, and
I was gonna bring that up.
I
doesn't always play well on TV.
A lot of
Southerners.
Southerners, like there's
The
intention.
youngest person in the final 6 is Brian.
And he's
he's
like
like
34, I think. He's in his mid-30s.
Yeah,
I think he's like 37.
he's a married father, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of the younger people kind of go relatively early, but we can talk about this more when it comes to themes. But there's definite intention to Thailand's cast in terms of it being, as I said, it's a bit older than most seasons from around its time, especially compared to something like Amazon, literally the next season, which I'm sure was casted partially in response to how Thailand played out and also how Thailand was received. But it's definitely an older cast, and also as Cal was touching on it, this is a very Southern heavy cast. There's like I think it's pretty clearly deliberate, like that this is kind of, they're aiming for like a specific group of people, and they got a lot of, got a lot of Southerners here.
It's very interesting. I think they, at least in those first few handfuls of seasons, they really tried to have distinct groups of people that were different from the last cast. Sometimes people were cast like in response to maybe one or another, but this is a very Southern season. Just looking at the cast, it feels like it's 3/4 of them. That might be overstating it, but you have like 4 or 5 people from Texas. You have Clay and John, the 2 first castaways from Louisiana. You have
Carolina.
Yeah, Tanya is on here.
Looking through it, like Ken is obviously from New York. I believe
Sheehan, New York.
Gandia, I believe, is from, or Gandia obviously is from Denver.
The
Denver Diva.
The Denver Diva. Rob, I believe, is listed as like Scottsdale, Arizona, which is not Southern.
You are correct.
Southwest. Shout out to Scottsdale, Arizona.
I'm sorry.
Always shout.
I'm looking at the like stretched out Aaron on the general thing, and it's like distractingly like creepy. It's freaking me out.
Yeah,
that's
and
hilarious.
Because I'm like looking at Aaron, I'm forgetting where she's from, but I think she's also Southern, I believe.
Oh God,
Aaron is Austin, Texas, but I do think she's like a transplant.
There was
from Rhode Island
at the time on like the Survivor website for where the winner was going to be from, and the options were Texas, the South, California, and somewhere else. I think those were the 4 options, which is awesome. Great.
Yeah, and like realistically, I think the median American watching television, isn't as gravitated towards older and Southern. That's just you kind of have 2 niches there that came into play, where the older castaways dominated, and the cast is mostly Southern anyways. So you kind of have that double whammy.
None of them are like Colby Southern,
like the charming, good old Southern boy,
Texas boy Colby,
Colby, or even like JT would pretty much perfect on Token Jeans. Like, who's the good old charming Southern boy here?
Jed, and they vote him off as the first
Jed.
member.
Jed, I
hell yeah.
of
guess.
Sukjai.
The closest good old Southern boy we have is Jake. Like,
Yeah,
And he's like 70 years old, yeah.
Jake is like 62 and looks fantastic. I will say,
Yeah.
Jake looks
He's
And,
fucking awesome. I'm sure we'll get to Jake in a
Mhm.
while, but Jake is
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, Jake.
We all
yeah.
love Jake.
As recording this podcast, he is the oldest Survivor castaway that's still with us.
Jake is sick.
Yeah.
Jake is
So
awesome.
yeah, Jake is awesome. So yeah,
He,
that
like-
was a big reason.
Jake like just did Talking with T-Bird, right?
Yeah,
He did.
I
Yeah,
think it was
that's
fairly
a
recent.
cool episode. So yeah, definitely check that out. It's really sweet getting to hear from Jake, especially all these years later, and his wife's helping him out with the computer and all that. It's
Love that.
it's a fun listen. It's really sweet.
It's like,
But back to the general just reception of Thailand. Another, and we've talked about this for the last few podcasts now, but 9/11 is still very fresh in people's minds, as
Famous.
shown by
Yeah.
the actual cast of this
I
season.
was gonna say,
So
one
that
person's
comes
passed
into play
because
too.
of 9/11.
Yeah.
We'll start talking about 9/11 around like Heroes, Healers, Hustlers. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be
maybe,
like
maybe
that.
not that. But like
If we
literally
get there.
during the schoolyard pick for what it was the schoolyard pick, right? But
Yeah.
Yes, where Jake and Jan,
Referring
as
it
the elders, chose the tribes.
and then Ken is like, I'm a police officer from New York City, and they just give him a standing
They all
ovation right
clap
there.
for him. They literally all clap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the time we were at in America, and I think a lot of media was aimed to be kind of positive at the time and pretty like happy as kind of a response. And Thailand is a season where it is the opposite of that. And
yeah, that's another. Because they'd had darker seasons. I think Borneo's a darker season. I think Africa and Marquesas have moments being darker seasons. But I don't think people wanted a season as dark as Thailand gets.
yeah, and it ends dark too. There is
you don't
no
get the
sunshine
happy
over that
ending
rainbow.
that is not, Grandma
Mhm.
Jan doesn't pull it out at the end.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And something else that we haven't talked about, which I would argue is more, I don't want to say more of a recent thing, because this did make people uncomfortable at the time, but it was more positively received in the sense of it was water cooler conversation. And a lot of people were interested by it, but like, events like Grindgate. And
Yeah, that's gonna be something we
is-
touch on.
yeah, that-
I think.
Grindgate, there was a lot of accusations of racism that we'll get into throughout the season, and a lot of just really ugly stuff. Plus, you have your winner, your main character, who throughout the whole airing of the show, new things are coming to light about this guy, and like his former past as a porn star. And as also while the season was airing, he and his wife go through a domestic dispute where she came home to like Brian drunk one day when he was supposed to be taking care of the kid, and she attacks him, and he got a restraining order for a while. So there was negative press with its winner also, and a lot of people, I think, kind of viewed the winner as like a very important aspect of a season.
Yeah.
And Brian Heidik is one where there's a lot of ammunition on why you would not like this person.
How soon after the season was the dog incident?
That was like years later.
Yeah, I was about to ask that. Like, was it like right after? I was actually wondering. If it was
Nah.
during, but no. Okay.
I will say, I always feel like bringing this up. The dog did survive. I've always heard people say he killed the dog, and I just want to make people know the dog didn't die. The dog lived. Happy ending.
Yeah, those are the
The
two.
dog's still alive now, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The
Not
dog is
lying.
actually on the next season of Survivor.
Funky
Um,
actually.
Oh my
owns the
God.
dog now.
Oh my God, the dog is Mr. Beast. Holy shit! Getting shot by Brian Heidik was the inciting incident to become a capitalist monster.
All right.
Yeah.
And to Brian's defense, he also claims that he thought the dog was a coyote, And
Yeah, that was
there-
like attacking his chickens or something. Yeah.
yeah, it was attacking, I think, his ducks. Like I
I
think
wanna
he just had some
take a-
ducks like slaughtered by coyotes earlier. And as someone who lives in a place where there are coyotes, I do kind of get it from that aspect. Next time I guess turn the lights on first. And also, why the craziest part is he had a bow and arrow.
I was gonna
doing
say
it.
he
Yeah,
didn't
that's
shoot with a
what's-
gun. He
It's
shot with
crazy.
a bow and arrow, which is like
Yeah.
that's weird. Who has a bow and arrow just at the ready to shoot something?
Iceman.
Nice, man.
Yeah.
Cool Hand Luke.
No,
That's
the
why they call
one
him Cool
thing I
Hand
want to
Luke.
say real quick, I think a lot of these we open with a disclaimer like, oh, just because we say that we dislike these people on the show doesn't mean they're bad people. I also want to, that of course. I also want to say, just because we like these people on the show doesn't mean they're good people.
Yeah, this is
For
a
100%
need a
co-sign
boss.
right
I'm
here.
going to say I enjoy on TV. I enjoy his Survivor characters. I don't think they're very good people based on the actions that they take on the show. I just wanted to say that really quick.
We can.
Good point. I co-sign that. There's a lot of people on this season I like quite a bit who I think are good casting choices and who provide interesting television, provide interesting conflict. But yeah, no, it's they're pieces of shit. I think that's a big
Ted
part
Rogers
of this
Jr.
season.
Ted Rogers
Yeah.
Jr.
about
is
Ted.
like. We'll get to Ted.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So we've gone through general now. Let's talk about the story of Survivor Thailand, which fantastic picture choice, Kyle. Like,
Ryan.
the guy did not.
The story of
The
this
loyal soldier.
season, the story of this season is the bad guys win.
Yeah,
It's-
sometimes it doesn't always work out.
Uh-huh.
You don't always
Yeah.
get the happy ending you want. That's what the story of Thailand is.
My question is like,
It's almost like
what would be the happy ending of Thailand? Is Jen winning a happy ending? Like, I think by the point of
Yeah.
once the Sook Jai, once like Jake leaves and it's a final five, there's no good ending. There's no happy ending. It's just kind of dreary from the
Jan
moment
is
Jake gets
awesome. So Jan's
I think-
awesome. So it'd be a happy ending if she won.
I think Jen and
Happiest ending
Helen,
would be-
both of them, I think you're supposed to be rooting for Helen. I think
Yeah,
that's what the direction is.
I do think so. I do I agree that I think they purposely build up like the death of Sukjai to be like the saddest thing ever. And it is in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's that Aaron.
I don't know if they build it up that way if Helen wins. I don't know if they build that way up if Jan wins.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's this season in a lot of ways I've described it as kind of the logical conclusion of Survivor in the sense that I think this is like the first time we have a final two that is not out there for the grander experience, not out there to find themselves. They're constantly saying that this is a game, the famous Brian thing that he says in episode 1, this is a game. I'm gonna get to enjoy getting to know everyone and all that, but this is ultimately a business trip and I'm here to win $1 million. And yeah, that's
what he does.
That's kind of what it is. Yeah, that's what he does, and he echoes that in the finale where he says, "This is a business trip, and my attire for this business trip is a beard and swimsuit."
People try to tell you he's bad.
Man, we'll get into plenty of Brian, but yeah, I think that's the biggest takeaway of Survivor is, there's, especially at the time, there were so many discussions on, is Survivor an ethical, like even ethical to put people through? And we get this season where so many people sell out their own ethics. And
that's like
and
the
put
main sport, people doing stuff that they think is a little over the line and they probably wouldn't do in real life to try to win.
Yep.
And the one who ends up winning is the one who doesn't have any ethics to begin with.
Yeah.
Doesn't even pretend to have ethics at all, and comes out on top.
Yeah, it's chilling. Yeah, someone, and that was always the big thing Mark Burnett and co would always say, these people that go on Survivor, they go through so many psychological testing. They go through tons of rounds of interviews. We know who we're putting out there, and they will, succumb to the elements, succumb to the game, succumb to the ethical dilemma of the whole thing. And this is maybe the first time we get someone who doesn't sweat it, and it is quite chilling.
Yeah, we'll talk about more about Brian specifically later, but I agree that the broader story of Thailand is just kind of this, not necessarily loss of innocence, because the loss of innocence happens in more cases when Gabe is voted out. As the episode shows, but it's really the nail in the coffin of this idea that it's like, oh yeah, good people, Survivor's a meritocracy, like good people win, because with the fact that the final four or that the final five of Thailand is that Chuigon group that all participates in the grind gate situation, really just shows like, oh no, yeah, morals just, there is really no morality that, like, morality is not going to save you in this show, and
It is
really just
not going to save you. That is a great quote.
And so
Yeah.
So
deserve got nothing to do with it.
Deserve got nothing to do with it.
Yep.
And I think that's kind of the idea of Thailand. And the show never really comes back from that idea. No matter how much newer seasons will try to say, it's like, oh yeah, Survivor's a purely positive thing, blah, blah, blah. I do think Thailand is interesting in this aspect. And like I said, I'm the most anti-Thailand person here, but I do think it is interesting from story and thematic standpoint for that reason.
Yes. And something I should have touched on in that general section, but something I hope that listeners will come away from on this podcast is, at the very least, I consider Thailand a work of art, in the sense that I think actual, real, purposeful effort was put into this show when it comes to the editing, when it comes to the production design, the score, the challenges. At the very least, it is a piece of art. It's not algorithmic. It's not cookie cutter like I would say about future seasons. Whether it's a piece of art you like or not, that's totally fair. But at the very least, this is made by, an auteur,
I think the big thing I want to bring up before anything else out of the way now is the final immunity challenge. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the final immunity challenge. Is one of the best. I mean, it's probably the best other than like Palau and Borneo, if I had to pick.
Yeah.
It's so cinematic. They're in the cave.
Just the candles, and they have to go in there, and the sweat just dripping off everybody's face immediately. I think they say it's like 110 in there or something ridiculous like that. I'm excited to talk more about that once we get.
All right, should we go?
The music is some of my favorite in the franchise too.
Oh yeah, I'll say location, very cool location as well. Weirdly enough, I'm gonna say that Cambodia somehow does it better. But like in terms of like this part of the world, it's cool. There's a lot of cool stuff. The art direction is really fantastic throughout the season. There's a lot of just kind of cool decisions. Thailand is, like I said, just a good location. It's cool stuff.
Yeah.
All right,
there's no monkey on Cambodia that steals the noodles.
Yeah.
So good point.
All right, shall we move on?
Rolling Freddy isn't on there too.
Shall we move on to the next part?
Yeah,
sure.
All right, next part is the themes. So we've already touched about on this a bit, but the theming of Survivor Thailand, because as Mikey said, I think there are some very deliberate themes to this. I'm just going to start with one, which is just kind of the prevalence of, older people within the season. And that starts from the very first episode, from the first few minutes, where for the first time in the history of the show, the tribes are not pre-selected. Instead, they just have the oldest man, Jake, and the oldest woman, Jan, pick their own tribes. And that kind of just, touched on the theme of like the importance of being the oldest and just kind of the respect that comes with that. And I do think that's a big part of the season. Like I said, it's introduced right from the get-go.
It's so ballsy too. Like production was so deliberate in those other seasons of putting certain people on certain tribes that it still kind of amazes me that they were willing to let their whole show lie on the shoulders of Jake and Jan's selections.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also think another big thing is the men versus women thing. Obviously, it's more a part of the next season, Amazon, but they tease it a lot in the first 10 or so minutes of the season. From what I've heard, it's part of the marketing. I haven't seen trailers for Thailand really because it aired in 2002.
Yeah.
But it was
was a thing people thought could happen because they didn't reveal the tribes like they normally did in all the marketing and beforehand. That was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then later on in the season, it's a lot of it is egged on by Brian to be like the men and the women are pitted against each other, especially on Chewy.
Yeah, Chewy is, but so, like on Tsukjai, it's not really a thing, but on Chewy Gone, it's a major thing.
Yeah. To get back to the old versus the young, it's also, of course, inevitably how it happens. Jake chooses the younger athletic people, so he has everyone there that's young. No one that either than Jake on his tribe has kids. While Jan, goes for the more mature group, and that just gives the season such an immediate identity. The fact that the tribes are immediately divided by everyone on that one tribe is a parent other than Tanya, and they're all older. And then we immediately get to it. They get put in the boats, and Chewy realizes it's not a race. They turn their boat around because they know it's backwards. Sukjai just fucking goes for it, and then that kind of ends up being, a major part of the season where the more methodological, I butchered that word, but that group that's taking the time thinking about it, that's more deliberate in their actions, ends up, going and beating just pure brute strength that, acts before they think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree. And we have future seasons which are literally divided, old versus young. We have Nicaragua, we have Panama, we have Malays or Shinniks, which are literally divided based on age. And yet, nowhere do I think that theming is more relevant than on Thailand, where it just kind of is completely by accident. It is amazing how the first time the tribes divide themselves, as y'all have said, there is such a clear contrast in terms of this, like how these two tribes do work, how these two tribes just function. And so I think,
I always have wondered if Mark Burnett pissed himself and said, "Oh my God, Jan just ruined the season." I've always been curious what the reaction from behind the scenes was. Is that's day one. This is within the first hour of filming the fucking show. Jan is, and a lot of people will say that Thailand is bad because it's a very predictable season. But let me tell y'all now, no one in the world thought Chewy was going to win Survivor Thailand.
Yeah, you tell me after the first two episodes, you thought the final 5 would be all Chewy. That's, come on.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
That is not something people were like, man, dang, that Brian guy has it worked out.
Rob,
it was
Jed,
if you thought fucking Jan would even make the merge,
yeah, no, it's definitely Clay, a retrospective thing.
I think
Clay comes second, guys.
Brian's win is pretty predictable around when they actually merge, but even then, that's pretty deep into the season.
Yeah.
Another great theming element that they introduced from the beginning also is Jeff Probst leaves the last decision that the Jake and Jan have to make is, where do you want camp? Sunrise versus sunset. And Jake chooses sunset, the purple, which their water supply is closer, but they have to build their own shelter. While Jan gets sunrise, so she gets orange, Chewy, and they have a natural cave for their shelter, but their water is a couple miles away. And that also gives this very unique visual distinction between the camps. and immediately just sets up. I don't know if it has any grander meaning, but I do really appreciate just like the artsiness of it. And another way to immediately distinguish between the two tribes is they have very distinct camps.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if I'm living on that
And one has a
Chewy Gon
monkey.
beach and I have to, if I'm living on that Chewy Gon beach and I got to do all that to get water, I'd quit, bro.
Yeah, it is pretty insane they have to do all that work. But yeah, I mean, I am normally not someone who cares about camps even a little bit. Like, there's some like people who know the new era beaches who like know like which tribes have been on which beach. I have no idea. I could not tell you which tribe, like which beach Luvu was on compared to like Lulu. I have no idea. But with Thailand, I am a fake Survivor fan. It's true.
Yeah, you really should know which.
I really should. I really should have all the perma Fiji beaches memorized at this point. What type of Survivor fan am I? But I can very easily picture those Thailand camps for the reason that Funky mentioned, which they're very distinct in terms of their advantages and disadvantages. Like that, the cave, Chewy-Gon's cave is frankly one of the most iconic camps, or definitely one of the most memorable camps in the history of the show. I don't think that's an exaggeration. Like, it's a very memorable like set piece.
Yeah,
and it's deliberate. It's deliberate.
Yeah, they don't know that they should walk further to piss, so they piss in the cave.
I cannot believe they were doing that. That's ridiculous.
Playing dead,
even
bro.
animals, animals know not to piss where they lay. He's like, "Hi, honey, I'm home. I'm gonna go ahead and take a piss right here."
Ken is so funny. We're gonna talk a lot about how awesome Ken is. He's my favorite.
Yeah, spoiler.
Yeah, or another.
My number one is Ken.
Then the cave, I also love it because it gives them such a visual place to talk about. Like Gandia says, "Oh, there's so much love in this cave," and you have Brian saying that he thinks he has cabin fever or maybe cave fever, and that he's going stir cavey.
Yeah, so
it's awesome guys.
Brian's jokes are so fucking bad, bro. But
Brian's
that's like
making jokes or something.
It's like magical, but none of them are funny at all.
We'll get into some Brian highlights down the line, but oh my god,
at parts they almost come around to being funny.
Yeah,
the Hurley and Freddy one is like amazing.
He has to say it like twice before Ted gets it. He's like, "Oh, okay." Ah, man.
So, all right,
they should put him on Winners of War.
They should have.
All right, should we move on to the next slide?
All right, yeah, we can go on to this next one.
All right,
let's do it.
It's a fun one. The secrets, lores, and conspiracies of Survivor Thailand, and there are a lot of them. There are, as with a lot.
This is debunking. I'm going to debunk something right now.
Okay.
Thailand was not the second season that they filmed, but so bad that they delayed it to season 5.
That was literally made up by a person on Reddit. I believe it was Popsicle Incorporated.
The first thing that happens is acknowledging 9/11. How would it have been filmed before 9/11? It's ridiculous. That always pisses me off. The first thing they do is they acknowledge that 9/11 happened. I do not.
No, the
I think
origin
it is
of
very
that is a
silly
Reddit user. I think
I
believe it's Popsicle Incorporated on Reddit who originated that just as a joke. People took it and ran with it. Some people now say it, and like I said, I really hope I'm not miscrediting Popsicle Incorporated.
They say it at face value.
Like they take it at face value. He made it very clearly as a shitpost. As Kyle said, it's not.
Yeah,
it can't be true.
He did, and he'll even. I don't know if he still does, but he used to go back and respond to people that like were trying to say that as like a real conspiracy, a real rumor, and he was like, "Guys, I said that as like a complete fucking joke. That makes no sense if you think about it for like more than 2 seconds."
Yeah,
like that confirms my theory that no one's actually watched Thailand.
I do think that Thailand might be released mid-season by like the general fan base. Like, I think
it kind of gets stuck in this negative feedback loop in the sense that people hear it's bad, so they just don't watch it. And I still think a lot of the big.
It's worth a shot.
Yeah,
think
I
there's stuff
think if
to
you
like
like Survivor, it's worth a shot. And
Absolutely.
as especially as more and more Survivor seasons become more and more similar and more algorithmic in a sense. Go back to something like Survivor Thailand. I think its strengths shine now. The fact that I'm used to watching Survivor that is very samey every season.
Yeah, if you think New Era is too kumbaya and friendly, check this one out. Not a lot
If
of
you like
friends.
the movie Send Help, the movie Send Help has Survivor 47 featured in it. But those two main characters, Rachel McAdams and Dylan O'Brien, they get stuck on an island in Thailand. And I was like, oh, they did that on Survivor. And that was pretty good there.
Yeah.
Rachel
Shout out to
McAdams,
Keyshawn.
known Brian Heidik fan.
Sean, bro.
Rachel McAdams did shout out Brian Heidik in Mean Girls. There's a reference if you watch the movie.
Did she?
No.
I was gonna say, like,
Another fake conspiracy,
that was
right
I was
here.
gonna say because that is plausible. That's it was like what 03. Mean Girls 03. It's technically possible. It would have made sense.
Oh yeah,
kind of at
would
the
that
time.
line up like as
Kyle,
the
you
most
should've just-
recent
Kyle,
season?
Kyle,
I
you
thought
should've
Mean Girls
just-
was like 2010.
At least as the time of filming, probably.
Kyle, you should have just let me believe that.
Yeah, I should have
would've
went
ran
for it.
with that. No, Rachel McAdams. Who knows? Maybe Rachel McAdams makes a Jen Maraska reference. That's certainly possible. Spoiler for Survivor Amazon, by the way.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
What?
I'm talking about the best joke
Back
about.
to some other secrets, lores, and conspiracies. Another one, the abundance of things that seem to happen to Chewigon that almost feel like production was trying to make sure Chewigon did not win this season. You
My
had
conspiracy has
the
always been that production just let the boat loose.
yeah, like that's not the most unbelievable thing ever. And I love that they lost the boat. I think that's hilarious. I think the aftermath of that's funny. I think the way Ted responds to it and how upset Helen is about it and
Man,
Clay's confessionals. Oh, and Brian, like Ted goes up to Brian, right? And is like, old Betsy's gone. And Brian's like, what? And Ted's like, old Betsy's gone. And Brian's like, which one's her? Brian, no. This man does not know his tribe members.
Man, Burnett really saw fucking Jed Hildebrand lose the net, and he was like, "Fuck, we have to,
we have to even up the odds."
Yeah.
Oh, funny enough, now that you mentioned Jed losing the net, a story I've heard is that Jed and Rob were looking for the nets, and one of the producers following them had like dropped their nicotine gum in the water when they were looking for the net and was like, okay, we need to go back. And y'all have to go back to shore now. We're too deep. And at least that's what Jed claims, like that they made them head back because, you know, we get the great shot of them zooming in on the net right when Jed turns around.
That's awesome.
But yeah, you know, the Chewigon losing the boat, but I think the most interesting things are we have the fake merge, which, you know, maybe I don't think that's impossible that was planned in advance. But that next round after the fake merge, where like the immunity challenge is like, you know, go breathe underwater through this small tube, and the cumulative scores will determine the winner. That's like, no, this was an individual immunity challenge that y'all MacGyvered into a tribal immunity challenge.
Yeah, it has the same vibe as the Gabon Final 9, like Final 10, whenever Marcus goes, that pre-merge immunity challenge. And it's like, yeah, right. Come on.
Yeah, where it's very obviously designed to be individual immunity. If I put on my conspiratorial hat, it's like, okay, they knew Xi'an was not jiving well with Penny and with Aaron, and she was likely to flip. And Chewigon successfully get Xi'an to flip. There's a lot of really good scenes of Clay and Ted and Brian successfully, you know, getting her to schmooze over. And then, okay, they didn't merge. oh, Chuigan wins the challenge. Let's give, Sukjai one more chance to get even. Oh, they didn't get even. And now there's only 8 castaways left. So, like, you got to fucking start the individual portion of the game sometime.
And now Jan is going to the final 3, baby.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It's so funny to me that Ken is technically the
It is.
of
I think-
Thailand. It's very weird.
Yeah,
it's like, Ken, the 8th placer, is the merge boot.
Is he the highest placing person ever being merge boot? 8 is the latest they've ever merged.
Yeah, it's the latest
is.
merge. I think Thailand is the only season that merged at 8, and then there are a few that merge at 9. Although I will say every single 9-person merge also has some weird conspiracy stuff surrounding it.
Yeah. Yeah, when it's not at 10, there's usually some weird stuff. Yeah,
Cook
All Stars. Yeah, Cook Islands.
All Stars, Cook Islands, and Bones.
Yeah, those are the big ones. Samoa merging at 12 is also kind of a conspiracy theory because they never merged that early.
Whenever the format is in Borneo, I assume it's some kind of rigging for whoever my least favorite is. That's usually what I...
Yeah, it's my personal belief that production I'm personally of the belief that production pushed Scoop It into the fire just because they didn't want Jeff R.
Oh, that was Tina Wesson.
Yeah.
Tina pushed Scoop It in the fire because she knew what would happen. And she was like, I gotta stop him.
Yeah, she's a hero.
I know, yeah. I've always said Tina.
She was like, man, this Mike guy, he's gonna
bad vibe.
He's not gonna have some good things on his his computer.
Apparently today's the 10-year anniversary of that being announced to the Survivor fan base as a whole, by the way. 10 years ago today was that. And no person the person broke it. Survivor 45 castaway Brandon Donlin. Yeah.
No, you know what? I think we need to talk about some Thailand secrets, lores, and conspiracies.
We're really just completely off track at this point, or we could just get to the rankings.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get into some more of the big ones. Of course, there's quite a few that get hinted at that final tribal council. Which maybe we'll talk more about it once we get to those characters. But I guess we'll start with Ken's jury question, where he asked Brian, hey, once we merged, you said that Ted has to be the first one to go from your tribe, and you gave a very specific reason why he had to be the first one. Would you mind sharing it with the classroom, Mr. Heidik? And Brian, pretends to be stupid and then makes up some answer like, oh, Ted had to be first because he wasn't gelling well with the tribe, and we had to get rid of him for that reason. And Ken is like, no, that is not what you told me. And the rumors forever have been that Brian, in an attempt to banter and bond with, New York City police officer Ken, assumed that Ken must be instinctively racist because he's a police officer, and said they need to get rid of Ted because I've heard just because he's black. I've heard that because they can't have 2 black winners in a row. I don't know exactly, and I don't think Ken has ever officially stated what was told. It's between him and God now, but that was the pretty big one. I've on a funner note, I've also heard before that Ken recognized Brian from porn.
Speaking of lore, Brian, his wife Cece, who you'll remember because Clay was more excited to see her than Brian at the family visit.
She's fit for the bikini.
Porn actress, and Brian is in some of those videos as well.
Yeah, and apparently he was recognized due to his tattoo.
It's pretty.
Is what I've heard. Yeah, it's
pretty distinct.
Imagine being the guy that recognizes Brian Heidik, though, just while you're normally watching Thailand.
I recognize that guy from something.
Hey, I know that guy. I saw his. Hey, I know that guy. I saw his penis.
In all fairness, I don't think Brian ever showed penis, so In the comments, if any of y'all know that if Brian ever
Yeah,
shot a penis, please
If
comment.
you've seen Brian's penis, comment on the video. Drop a like.
If you made it this far in the podcast, if you made it this far into a podcast about Survivor Thailand, comment I saw Brian Heidik's penis.
If you made it this
Pretty
far
sure
into the
you've only seen his
podcast,
ass,
Google
but
Brian
sure.
Heidick's penis. If you're an adult.
Yes.
If you're an adult, obviously.
Yeah. Number 2 speech that has a lot of secrets, lures, and conspiracies is Ted's speech, where he
this one might even debatably be worse.
where Ted asks Clay, what does racism look like to you? And at least how it seems on the show, Clay, because I think Clay interprets it as Ted implying that Clay is a racist. And, Clay said, I don't recall any racist thing I ever said out here to you. No. And, he does the, which was a very popular line back then. I know now it's been fairly criticized, but I don't care if you're black, brown, yellow, red, blue, orange, purple, he gives one of those answers, which was a very popular answer at the time. And
for a man born in the 1950s in the South, it could have been worse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That might have been a progressive answer for Clay's generation. I have to say.
Same way Boston Rob was the least homophobic person in all of Boston. Clay was probably the least racist person in his entire hometown. So,
yes. But the story on this one goes, and there's a lot of none of this is really confirmed. The confirmed part is that at Ponderosa after the game, Ted asked Helen if he ever heard Clay say the N-word, and Helen says yes. But no one can recall exactly when that happened, and there's been a lot of speculation that that was a part of Brian's slandering of Clay to help him help Brian win a jury vote over Clay at the end. And as we see throughout the season, like stuff like Grindgate, Brian is like a master of playing that game of telephone. So I don't think it's like impossible. I don't think it's also impossible that Clay said some racist shit out there. I don't think that's like
I think
that's totally possible.
For most people, you say,
it could be both.
This guy made up that another guy said the N-word. I would not believe you. But Brian Heidik is that type of person.
Yes, as we'll see from some stuff later in the season that he's willing to stretch the truth or slightly alter a message to
just be like, hey, sure. Clay said the N-word.
As long as it gets two people mad at each other and he's not one of them, I think he's willing to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why he's probably the best Survivor player of all time.
Yeah,
he doesn't really have.
It's
many things he isn't willing to do.
It is just as possible that Clay said something dicey or kind of racist, and Brian used that as an opportunity to exploit the situation. Who knows? But also into this is Ted's original jury speech that Mark Burnett talked him out of and told him, hey, we cannot air this on TV. Ted was just going to straight up ask Clay if he has used the N-word. I don't know if Ted was going to drop the N-word himself. I don't know if he was going to refer to it as the N-word, but that was the original jury speech, which would have been fucking insane.
Crazy.
It would have been crazy. Yeah. Like, I wish Burnett would have let it happen. But like, I get it. You are on network television. that is a hard sell. And they're probably only allowed so many censors an episode.
I'm pretty sure that jury speech would be not the most offensive use of that word on network television. Chevy Chase.
Yeah.
If Chevy Chase can say it, I think Ted can say it. And
I don't think Chevy Chase can say it.
Chevy Chase cannot say it. He cannot say it. But he did say it uncensored on network television. If that can happen, Ted can probably say it censored on network television.
Yeah, so that's always been that's always been a big stain on the season too, in a sense, is it ends so ugly with those two very ugly accusations where, you can, as a viewer, you are expected to read in between the lines on those. And it paints both finalists very nastily. But as Clay says in in the finale, like, hey, you had to vote for one of us. And I find situations like that kind of grossly compelling. It kind of reminds me of Dr. Sean in season 1 saying, this is a competition of who's the least objectionable. And I think when Ted votes for Brian, I think he says, this is the lesser of two evils. You messed up, B. So yeah, those are the two main.
Brian, like, you sold me your friendship, but that was just a lemon.
Yes, you sold me your understanding of cultural diversity. Is something Ted also tells Brian, which also might paint some.
That is one of the best jury speeches ever. That one,
it's a 10 out of 10 jury speech. Like, even though like we got
speech. Not even the best jury speech of the final tribal, but it was terrific.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, so yeah, that was a pretty wild one. I'm trying to think of some more fun conspiracy theories.
Those are the main ones.
Nothing fun about Thailand. We're gonna have a downer ass podcast.
Yeah. Another kind of thing to mention right now, I think that'd be good to mention, is the castaways' reception to watching the show and seeing Brian in those confessionals and in a different lights. And a lot of them immediately had buyer's remorse. Like now, everything's pretty smoothed over. But, watch that reunion. Helen says, oh, nope, I should have voted for Clay. And that was
like a Big Brother 3 situation where they saw all the confessionals. I think Clay is a unanimous Survivor winner.
Yes. Yeah.
So
a lot of people were very offended by. Yeah. A lot of people were very offended by what Brian had to say on TV. They thought that, wow, I did not actually get to know this person. I voted for someone I didn't actually get to know, which I think is true. And of course, Brian had, he had legal problems and he wasn't popular. And I do believe, but between the fan base and all that, a lot of them do think Brian crossed a huge line. I think a lot of them believe that Brian slandered people out there and got away with it. And he was not popular at Survivor events. Between the alumni, he was not popular. He was never hanging out with other alumni like plenty of them did. Clay and his wife were really popular with the alumni. If you look at those those pre-All-Stars groups.
Clay and Lex
especially
were like the two big ones, right? In terms of like how popular they were, like uniting a lot of the alumni.
Yeah. Especially
them and the wives too. Yeah. All right. If y'all want to see the greatest photo of all time, this is also a don't look it up kids kind of thing. But in the Amazon, Jenna and Heidi, they had a memorable moment where they got naked for chocolate and peanut butter. So Playboy, being the geniuses that they are, offered them, a huge contract to pose nude. And they had a release party for it where they invited previous survivors. And you get Clay Jordan there, who is like up to this point, and maybe ever is, maybe the most horny castaway of all time, Clay Jordan. And he holds it up like it's like, like in The Legend of Zelda when Link opens a treasure chest and finds a key or something, or the Triforce. Yeah, he holds it wide open like he's preaching the Bible, and he has this like exaggerated look on his face. Just the centerfold spread of Jenna and Heidi. They're in the picture.
The picture of like our of our last podcast, right? Was like Clay holding that picture up. That's like of the Thailand logo instead of Jenna and Heidi.
Well, it's of the photo. Survivor Rankdown logo, not of the But yes, that is what I used. And Clarence is in the background of that photo too.
They should have done Redemption Island for Clay. Just like wig it so he can win.
Clay should have been on the Amazon. Like Clay and Gandia should have just been captains on the Amazon because that's like the horniest season. And they needed a.
Might as well.
Man.
In terms of some lore, I kind of touched on this before, but Thailand was very unpopular, not just among the among like viewers, but among production as well. Like Jeff, I think said like this is the worst Final Four ever. Like in plenty of like rankings afterwards, like
He
when
did.
Jeff, like when Jeff talks about Thailand, Jeff I think was pretty clearly like, you know, like almost offended by Brian, like in particular, like. By all accounts, like this might be production's single least favorite season. Just in terms of like who was there in terms
Probably.
Yes,
I think
I-
overall was
Yeah.
in the conversation. I
I
think maybe Game Changers. I don't know if they like Game Changers or like.
Jeff
I
They
love
like
Game
Game
loved,
Changers.
no,
There's
nah,
definitely
Jeff
another one.
loved Advantage Get It.
Because they love Game Changers.
They love Game Changers. It's
Do
referenced
they?
like 10 times on Ghost Island.
They do. Oh,
yeah.
yeah. In that Survivor
Damn.
20th anniversary special, they have a whole segment on how awesome Advantage Get It was.
Yeah, no, Brett,
So they love
I
it.
fucking hate Jeff, dude. I hate this stupid ass show.
Why do that? Yeah,
But
like,
no, that's a great point. That production really did not like this season. I think a chunk of that is this season has like well, technically Rudy is like the first recruit ever because he knew Mark Burnett and Mark Burnett asked him to be on the show. But this is like the first time they like set out to find a specific type of person, and they went
Which was a
to
used car salesman.
Yes, which was the used car salesman. They went to the biggest used car salesman lot in California, and they were like, who was the number one salesman? They asked the number one salesman. He says, I don't think so, but you know what? Ask the number two guy. I think he'd be good for your show. And it was Brian. And and I think they kind of accelerated Brian through the casting process as a result of them wanting a sleazy used car salesman type. And I don't think they
And
really... Well, they got what they wanted. I don't think they just assumed it would go as far as it did.
it was too
Yeah.
Maybe you want to cast a sleazy one that isn't that successful.
That
yeah.
isn't Brian.
Like, because like Brian was like number 2 in the country.
Get someone who's not as good at their job.
Yeah. And I could see why there is intrigue for that. But like whoever had that idea in the casting room or producer room, like, dang, let's just get like a really sleazy, really talented used car salesman. Maybe you know what? I never thought of it this way. But Lynn Spillman, this is her first season back because she was on maternity leave for Marquesas, where Robin Cass casted that season. So maybe during maternity leave, she was like, you know what? I need to find the sleaziest used car salesman possible and get him on this show. And this was her comeback cast. And she had a job for many seasons after this.
Somehow, it's kind of impressive she did. In a way.
That's actually amazing.
Yeah.
I had no idea that Lynn Spillman, that this was her comeback season. That's so funny. Gosh,
yes, because I think between 1 through 38, the only season she didn't cast was season 4. So yeah. So yeah, I think that was a big reason was
Lynn's favorite cast of all time is the One World cast. So
and it's mine too. So
yeah, I was gonna say that
it's actually all of ours.
No, it's second for me. My favorite is the cast of Edge of Extinction. I love Ward.
I can't believe she was fired after that cast.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, it's fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that Brian wasn't exactly what they predicted. Also, this is important to note for the show. After 9/11, kind of the plans for Survivor's future were very up in the air. In Thailand, isn't the rush job that Marquesas is in terms of like location and production design. Still very deliberate, but they had grander plans for season 5 at one point. And also the show is slowly dropping in the ratings. And also, I think a great indicator, this is something that like newer fans think, I've seen many say this was a good thing, while like me, I see it as a sign of the show's standing in pop culture going down, is they did not have a celebrity host the reunion show. This is Jeff Probst's first time hosting the reunion show. Which I've heard that he very heavily campaigned to host season 4, but they got Rosie O'Donnell And maybe they called Rosie O'Donnell and she's like, you know what? I don't want to talk about Grindgate. Or,
Rosie top it up with our lovely
with Big Ted and Brian.
Two.
Yeah, didn't want to talk
It's
to
crazy
Brian.
that Jeff said it's the most unlikable Final Four of all time and not the most unlikable Final Five of all time. It's insane to exclude.
This implies that he likes Ted.
I think it's because really 4 is just the finale. 4 people left in the finale. But yeah, it's funny to think that he's like, you know what? That Big Ted, though, nice guy.
It's good, dude.
Which, funny enough, I think a fair amount of the audience thought that. Like, I think he's kind of supposed to be.
That's a reasonable thing to think if you start watching the season around episode 5 or stop after episode 2. I'd be like,
or
yeah, fair enough.
Or just don't watch episodes 3 and 4.
Yeah, we'll get to it, but I think also plenty of people just don't really take Gandia too seriously. Which, Gandhi is a crazy character in ways, but no, that was a serious issue.
No,
but plenty of people don't take shit like that seriously.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
one random thing I want to mention about that Ted thing before we move on to the rankings. I think it's at the final tribal. Like he introduces the cast he introduces the jury members in order, and they introduces Ted last just as Big Ted. He's like Jeff's like yeah, Big Ted. We love Big Ted here. So who knows? Maybe Jeff actually is a big Ted fan.
I feel like Big Ted is the type of guy that Jeff would like if the Grindgate thing didn't happen. I mean, I assume that Jeff views Ted like he views Dan Spilo now, but I think that Ted is the type of guy that old school Jeff would have liked if not for Grindgate.
You think Jeff even fucking thinks about Ted anymore?
No, I mean,
no, I'm sure he wakes up. I'm sure he wakes up every night just wondering what Big Ted's up to.
Well, Ted was a part of the Black Coalition Alliance thing they did around the pandemic. Ted was an active part of that organization.
He's on that Zoom call.
Yeah, that RHAP Zoom call.
Yeah, Ted Rogers Jr. has talked to Jeff Probst in the 2020s decade. Cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we all know he talked to Jeff Probst. He was on Survivor Thailand.
Yeah,
characters.
We've been on this for like a half hour.
Yeah, Thailand is a season we could talk about for a while. So let's go ahead and
all right, let's move on.
Get to these characters.
The cast. Should we move on? Just start talking about number 16.
Can we make our guesses?
I know who it is because I put this together.
I accidentally also saw who it is.
So. Also, if you're not listening to one of these podcasts before, what we do is the 4 of us on here, we submit a list ranking the castaways 1 through 16, 1 being our most favorite, 16 being our least favorite. We get the averages and we talk through them from least average to highest average. So let's see what our number 16 is going to be.
I'm guessing it is going to be Aaron.
Before we even guess this, I think this is going to be, out of all the podcasts we've done so far, the most least consensual.
Yeah, this is going to be a very divisive.
Least consensual is not good to talk about when we're talking about Survivor Thailand. No.
The lowest amount of consensus.
Yes, lowest amount of consensus. That's the word.
That's the right
I'm thinking of Big Ted. My bad, y'all.
Brother.
Oh no!
All right,
I wouldn't be surprised if everyone here has a different 16. But I'm gonna guess Tanya.
There's no way that my 16 is shared by anyone else here. All right.
Yeah, I bet it's
Tanya. You have a
Tanya.
guess for number 16.
I think it's Tanya, just not on the show enough.
I'll go Aaron.
The answer is Tanya Vance.
Yeah, not on the show enough.
Yeah,
still beautiful.
For those who are audio listening to audio version only, Kyle and Funky both have her last. Mike and I have her at 12th. Tanya Vance, notably, Funky mentioned that most of the cast did not talk to Brian after Thailand aired. Tanya did. Tanya and Brian, I think, were friends. Maybe are still friends, but they were definitely friends for a while after Thailand. She was the only one who saw Brian on television. She's like, he's cool.
Yeah.
Well,
Tanya was like, from all accounts, she is like the sweetest person ever. Like
She's
everyone,
very nice.
like all Survivor alumni, all Survivor fans love her. Like they say she would have been one of like the most popular players of their season if she didn't get sick. Which I actually didn't mention this in the conspiracies thing, but the reason Tanya gets sick, I know they mentioned dehydration in the episode, but she actually had an allergic reaction to the anti-malaria pills they took out there. And that is why she gets super sick, is those pills, like she had just an allergic reaction to it. And that pretty much got her out of the game.
About Tanya, yeah. There's not much to say because she is just sick the whole time and then goes home. But I don't know if you knew this. They actually voted out John because he was kind of creeping on Tanya. And then they voted out Tanya next. So it was just the two of them at the Ponderosa. Which I always thought.
The thing with Tanya is that that tribe adored her. And really, until Grindgate happens, that entire tribe adores each other. You know, they're the love tribe. They
do the like really sweet Helen's anniversary thing.
And then they're all like absolutely devastated to have to vote Tanya out. And you know,
in some way,
it's the cruel game of Survivor that, you know, this sweet girl unfortunately gets sick and then they have to vote her out, and then like
they're one young member too,
and then
she's the least Chewy-Gon member of Chewy-Gon.
And then 1 hour after she gets voted out, Grindgate happens.
I think
it's a part of the tribe.
Can be symbolized as like the death of the love tribe that is Chewy-Gon.
Yeah,
it's all about love, Jeff.
Death of, like, you know, like Tanya going really just, her boot really just symbolizes a fucking, I don't know what the right word is for it, but
no more fun allowed on the Chewy-Gon tribe once Tanya goes.
Yeah.
No, she's a big. I mean, again, she's too sick to really be doing much. Now, she's not a big part of the fun of the Chewy-Gon tribe in the first couple episodes, but
she's actively puking like multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
And what I've always thought was also interesting is Chewy-Gon does a mercy kill. There are plenty of other tribes that do not do a mercy kill. They're willing to vote out someone just because they're sick. Not, and you know, like Amazon next season, we'll get to a tribe that also doesn't do a mercy kill. But I just always found it so interesting. Like a lot of people say Chewy-Gon is one of the nastiest tribes ever, but they were willing to do a mercy kill. And that's how they describe it. They say, we're voting out Tanya for her own health. We want her here, but like, we know that she is going to push herself way too hard and get even more sick.
One more.
Another one of the great wholesome Brian moments.
No, what's funny is like we were talking earlier about how Jeff, you know, goes on to just hate the entire Final Four of Thailand. One thing that really stuck out to me on my rewatch, and I talked about this in the Discord server, is that I think it's the tribal council after Tanya gets voted out. He says to Chewy-Gon's like, you know what? You all seem like a really fun and likable tribe. I hope you all turn around. And I find it so funny that Jeff says, I don't remember Jeff saying that to like any other tribe, but he says that to Chewy-Gon. I found that so funny. It's like, yeah, you're all a fun, likable tribe. Yeah, Chewy-Gon. Go Chewy-Gon. I hope you succeed.
Well, in those early episodes, if you really look at those early episodes, you know, Ted brings them all together and says, hey, we're a family now. We're not a tribe. They have this very, I guess, positive attitude with it. They know they're the underdogs. And I do think, especially like pre-Grindgate, you see a lot of how good of a player like Ted is, how good of a player Clay is, Brian is. You see those guys doing all these group activities and, you know, including everybody. One of my favorite scenes is after they lose that first immunity challenge, which was like 100% Gandia's fault. And you have Clay, you know, Gandia's crying and Clay is hugging her and saying, hey, it happens, this and that. You have Ted comforting her, and For as ugly as things get, as Brian says, it's all about love. It's a beautiful thing.
Man, that
Yeah.
first week on Chewygon sounds like it was kind of awesome, and then
Yeah.
immediately
The thing
not.
about how funny that is, Chugan kind of was a really likable tribe when he said that. They just stopped being that.
Yeah,
No,
exactly. It's
they
not
legit
misplaced-
are.
it's
Those
not
first
misplaced
two
sentiment.
episodes. Those first two episodes, I legitimately really, really enjoy them interacting with each other.
Yeah. I think of those first two episodes, it's totally fair to say that Chewygon is the tribe that the fans might have been rooting for more. Sukjai, the Sukjai ends up becoming like the saddest thing ever eventually. But like in those few episodes, you wouldn't be like mistaken if you were like, dang, I hope Chewygon pulls it through. And nothing is sadder as, Tanya, someone who seems like good people, just getting sick. And but that's the hand that's dealt sometimes.
I love it.
Can't all be Genevieve and pull through it and make a deep run. Sometimes they just get voted out, which is too bad. But
It is.
what I'm saying here is Tanya should have been on 50 instead of Genevieve.
I agree.
Agreed.
I think that's some that
Oh, yeah.
Horus shows that Tanya should have been on 50 instead of Genevieve.
I think all 16 Thailand castaways could have made up 16 of the 24 castaways in season 50.
One of them is currently not
I-
alive right now, though.
They'll
I got some news
resuscitate
for
him.
you.
What?
That's
Oh no!
That's how you do.
Don't make me cry.
Yeah.
All right.
I want to go to
should we move on
15.
to number 15?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Number 15 is Aaron. Ooh,
There's Aaron.
there's Aaron.
I love our introduction to Erin, as her and Clay are the two people that are not picked for a tribe, and Erin is like so shocked that she is the last person to be picked for a tribe. She's like, that has never happened to me before. I'm actually very humbled by that. I probably had too big of a head, and now I have to like rethink everything.
Yeah,
And I think it contrasts really well with Clay's thing on that, his confessional about being the one that wasn't picked. He said, I knew I was going to be the one that wasn't picked. I'm older and shorter and wear glasses, but what they got here is a diamond in the rough, and they don't know that. And I also really like that, because both Clay and Aaron are both one slot away from a major position in the game, where Clay is one position behind winner, Aaron is one position behind making the merge. And I always thought that was kind of a neat little symmetry.
Yeah, I do want to point out the reason I have Aaron in last place is, I just don't really like her narration. It's kind of
Yeah. I'm a big fan of the Sukjai tragedy episode where she goes home. I mean, she doesn't get much there, but I just love how like mopey it all is. I can't. The only episode of Survivor I can think of that's like that is for the Survivor Australia fans on Champions versus Contenders when they vote out Jenna with like the broken ankle. That's like the only episode I can think of where everyone's just so miserable that they have to vote somebody out, and they're all like just like weeping about it the whole time and like hugging each other. And I think that's very unique and interesting. So I've always enjoyed that episode a lot. But again, I kind of agree that Aaron isn't really bringing much. That's more the circumstances surrounding her being interesting than her.
Agreed with that. I do love that scene of Jake crying because that one weird immunity challenge we were talking earlier where they have to breathe through the tube. It comes down to Brian and Jake. And Jake is the last person standing, for Sukjai, and he comes up before Brian. And so all of that weight is on his shoulder. And he's taking the loss very hard and very personally. And he's actively crying to Aaron. And Aaron's comforting him. And that's a great scene. And, for as much of like that we didn't get that much Aaron content, I do appreciate that that episode doesn't really give you an explicit reason why Aaron goes. And I actually very much like that creative decision. Because sometimes you really there's no good reason to vote someone off. That's just the mechanical structure of the game, is you have to kill someone at the end of every episode. And sometimes there's just no, yeah, sometimes there's no good reason. I think it would have cheapened it if they were like, oh, Erin is going to be the boot because she's the youngest, or Erin is going to be the boot because she's the weakest, or it's like,
Yeah.
no, sometimes it's just your ticket and you do nothing wrong to get you there. Really, it just happens.
Yeah.
And I find that a very sweet episode, and one of the more emotional episodes, like we were saying.
Yeah, I think people say that was an all-time bad episode, actually, but I really don't agree with that.
Yeah, and even
They do?
aside from the Aaron stuff,
Yeah.
I find the two tribes living on the same camp very, very interesting.
Yeah, it works with the one world thing a lot better than. I mean, it's
Mhm.
not the one world cast,
Yeah.
so of course it's
Yeah.
better, but it works with the one world twist a lot better.
Yeah, and you have the castaways saying like, "Oh, we want to celebrate because we won, but we don't want to like rub it in their face that they're losing." And then you also have the other way around, where you have like Aaron and Penny saying, "Oh, we're really sad that we lost, but we don't want to seem like sore losers, so we have to congratulate Chewie." And you have the scenes of like Aaron and Brian, not Aaron, of like Ted and Brian and Clay staying up late because they're interested in who got voted out, and I think Ted says, "I'm gonna ask why they voted whoever out when they come back to camp immediately." Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So something I will say is that rankings wise, Mike had her at 16, Kyle had her at 15, Funky had her at 14. I have her by far the highest at 10. And that's not really because I particularly like Aaron. I just don't like a lot of this cast. I'm extremely neutral on Aaron. I think she's very, very not present on this season. Like I think Aaron and Tanya are probably the two like least prominent members of this entire cast. Because I like that Aaron makes ninth and I say that is not a great sign for her edit. She's just kind of barely there. She's more of a symbol than anything, but yeah, it's like I'm the highest on her in terms of this cast, but I think I'm probably the lowest on her as a character of everyone here.
yeah,
I do
she gets a
think
lot of. Oh,
because the way she gets voted out is kind of like, yep, too bad. I think they don't want to make her too like. I don't know. I think people would have been really mad if like Jake got voted out like that. But with Aaron, it's kind of like it's sad, but it's not like
It's like, oh, it's Aaron.
Yeah.
like it's Aaron, so people can deal with it. It's not
Like Jake
Not something
is
you can
the
do.
last one for a reason.
yeah, because he's
Yeah.
awesome. They love hearing his.
They build him up
stories.
really well. Oh, his
Yeah,
Roy
I mean,
Rogers tales.
we're talking about Jake,
But yeah,
but
yes. Well, Aaron gets a lot of of hot girl content, kind of in a way. I do want to mention one of my favorite scenes in the clip show episode, which is my favorite clip show scene. There's a lot of good ones, but this one might be my favorite. Is they have a whole segment dedicated to Clay's love of ass. And you have Jan saying Clay's an ass man, and they have like on video Clay looking at Aaron's ass and stuff like that, and you have Clay like hornily telling Brian like, "Ooh, she ain't she a
Clay,
boogaloo?" And it's like she got a rockin' racehorse on her. My wife got a rockin' horse on her too. And Jan is like, "Clay's an ass man. What can I tell you?" And he loves his wife, but he talks about her ass, 20 times a day too. And you have that great scene of Clay telling Aaron, "Your butt's on fire." And she's like, "Clay, you're just trying to look at my butt." Is like, nah, it's just, your butt right by the fire. I'm just saying, you can get a spark on there.
Oh my god.
Oh,
It's a great scene of just kind of characterizes Clay as that kind of uncle. And I get why it is only a secret scene, because I don't know if you could put a whole segment just dedicated to one man's love of ass.
but you should. That's what we're saying.
This guy's the runner-up, by the way. The runner-up of the season.
Yeah,
It's 3 jury votes too.
One vote away. One vote
It's
away
Aaron's
from winning
vote.
the
From
game.
Aaron.
Aaron vote. One of
Yeah,
those
Aaron
three
votes.
jury votes is from Aaron.
Yeah, I think they liked each other. Like, I think she
I
didn't
think
take it
they thought Clay
offensively or
was funny.
nothing.
I think
Yeah.
that the guys thought Clay was funny. I mean, we'll get to this when we get to Clay. I think people overrate how much of a goat Clay was. I think he just is like an out of shape, short, old guy, so they assume he was the biggest goat ever. I don't think he was the biggest goat ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to that. I don't think he's anywhere close, and I have a lot to say about that once we get there. But yeah, I think that's all I really got to say about Aaron.
Yeah, not a lot more.
Yeah.
About him. All right, number 14.
Let's do it.
Number 14, 70 Dill. Our 12
Yeah.
placers.
Yeah.
Rankings wise, Kyle and Mike have her at 14. Funky has her at 12. I have her at 11. And I think, yeah.
I think she's overstated as a dud. I think she's another one that a lot of people like to say is like an all-time misfire, and I'm like, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
She sleeps in the pouring rain on the beach because she hates her tribe so much.
Yeah,
I think
she's
you
got
guys
some
didn't
stuff
watch
going
that.
for her.
Yeah.
They voted out Jed. Piss on him.
My one thing as to why I don't like Stephanie that much is that like I just think she's like a little too like pouty in a way, you know?
Yeah.
Like Stephanie's an all-time dud in the sense that they didn't get the character out of her that they assumed they were going to get in casting. And I think Jed is kind of similar in that boat, where I think they expected Stephanie and Jed to be really big characters of the season, and they aren't.
I think they thought Stephanie Dill would be like Stephanie LaGrossa, probably like a tough woman who like doesn't take shit.
Probably.
So what you're saying is
I still,
but not
what
really.
you're saying is that Stephanie Dill should be on season 50, right?
Yeah, Stephanie Dill,
Exactly.
Tanya Vance. I mean, Jed is going to be there instead of Colby. Who needs to see Colby? We need Jed 2.0.
Real.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, even despite her being a failure in the terms of what she was cast to do, I still think they make a character out of her. I still think she has an inherent strong personality that even though she gets out there and she's mostly just whiny and pouty the whole time, she can talk to a camera. She has beef with people. You know, it's like, like she didn't shut down in the sense that she just stopped talking or anything like that. She still had a very clear personality, just not the side of it I think they thought was going to show as strongly as it did.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff there.
Yeah.
Pretty much Shoot Giant in general, I think it's pretty good, and 70's definitely a part of that.
Yeah, she
she's
starts
a
first night skinny dipping.
Everyone versus Jed, Rob, and Steph story.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
they don't participate in making the meal. They sleep outside of the shelter. She sleeps in a torrential rainstorm. Like Jed and Rob go back inside, but Stephanie is so fucking stubborn. She allows herself to get sick. I've heard that they had to give her an IV after that. Like behind the scenes, they gave her an IV because she was like not doing well.
That is like,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah. And Stephanie's dirty too, like a attack zone. She pulls Ted in to the water from the water. Like she's not in the attack. She's doing that shit. At least like Ken and Rob and Jed, at least they were like, on the fucking platforms when they broke the rules. Like Stephanie like was in the water dragging Ted out.
It's debatably, and people don't talk about that. They only really talk about Rob choking out Clay.
Yeah.
Which is incredibly funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. That's a great note.
And then Rob is like, but I was standing on the platform. Like he didn't just.
Yeah, he points down to the floor and is like, barely in the attack zone. It's like he moved his like foot a little bit forward into the attack zone.
Great stuff. We're not.
I'm gonna make the decree. We'll talk about the attack zone when we get to Rob.
I was gonna say we're not gonna be talking about Rob for a while. Rob is fantastic.
Yeah.
When we get to there.
Yes, we'll get deeper into that.
Yeah.
Pretty high.
Yeah.
Another
interesting.
Anyone who hates Thailand still loves Rob, so I think you guys are aware how high he'll be, but he'll be high.
Yeah. One of my favorite scenes of the pre-merge that really shows the difference between the two tribes and gets into that older versus younger mentality in a sense, and just how well one team works together and how well one doesn't when it's time to do it, is Chewy Gal versus, I think they call their dummy Genghis. if I remember correctly, and they decorate him as a pirate. But you see Chewie, everyone is working together to decorate Chewie Gao. And you see Genghis, Stephanie is the only one working on Genghis. The rest of them let her do her thing. And they say, I think we have a confessionals. We're like, yeah, Stephanie really took charge of that. And like, we asked for help, but she didn't want any. And she was just pushing people away. And I think that was another interesting scene of just how well one tribe works together and one doesn't.
That is some
just like one of the worst
pushing
players
people
ever.
away when they
How are you like, hey, can we hang out with you and be your friend? And she's like, no.
Yes, Stephanie
That
is
is
one of the
some
worst players ever. Like, genuinely.
That is
Especially
some
when you consider
A+.
like BB and Wendy Joe are never going to do well. Stephanie's a fucking like monster. She's jacked. Like she can,
out of someone
it's
that could
hard to vote her
potentially
out
do
because
well on
she's such an
Survivor.
asset.
And Jed goes
Yeah.
first.
That is so awesome. Yeah, the way the votes happen on Sukjai are just so interesting. Yeah, that's ridiculous that Jed and Stephanie are the first to go, but you watch the season and you're like, damn, these are the first two people I want to go to.
Yeah, it completely makes sense. It very much makes sense.
Sukjai, they really vote out their 3 strongest members all in a row. It's insane.
Yeah. And then
What a season.
one last thing to mention, Stephanie, as I think this is a good time to mention it, is the we have the tribal auction, like the only time they've ever done a tribal auction, which I thought was pretty neat. But they offered for the first time the chance to mutiny. And they give like talking head confessionals to like the people that are quote unquote in trouble on each tribe. Like we hear from Jan, we hear from Xi'an, and we hear from Stephanie. And no one ends up taking the opportunity to mutiny. And even though Stephanie and Xi'an both in confessional say they strongly considered it. But then, no one takes it. But that is, you see kind of another twist that they were experimenting with, and they were trying to come up with ways to, shake up the format of the game this season.
Yeah. One more thing I'll say about
But
Stephanie.
yeah, it's
we talked about how this cast is very southern. Stephanie has the best southern accent on this season. Stephanie's accent is great. Big fan of it. Just want to mention that.
Yeah, it's good. I like every southern accent on the season, and I think all the southerners are really good talkers. Like I know that's I see that a lot by people that are like, oh, Clay's not a good talker, or Big Tom's not a good talker, and I'm like, no, I think they are very good talkers. Like maybe some people have problems like deciphering what they're saying in a sense, but I guess someone who's lived a lot of their life in the South and who's Southern themselves, I think they're two of the most insightful talkers and funniest talkers, and just really great at describing the dynamics of a situation.
Yeah. People say Clay and Big Tom aren't good talkers.
I've seen that a lot on like the Reddits and the message boards and all that.
Tom
and I'm
in
like,
particular
no,
is quite hard to understand. Like I like, yeah, Tom is hard to understand. Like his accent is so thick that even I, a native English speaker, have some trouble understanding some of what he says. But like what he says is interesting. It's just that it can be a bit hard to like.
Wait, I'll nah. I was gonna do a Big Tom All Stars impersonation where it's like that one clip where it's like, yeah, we never understand what this dude is saying, and he's just like, so anyway, I think,
yeah,
hit on Big Tom. That scene is hilarious.
Yeah, Dara's is also pretty intense.
Yeah, I'm talking of it more in just
no.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just inherently like kind of write off the substance of a comments or of something when a Southerner's talking sometimes. Even though there's plenty of times I think it's really interesting stuff if you kind of pay attention and take their words seriously. Yeah.
All right, number 13.
Shout out to Stephanie. Number 13.
Number 13 is
number 13.
John Raymond. First boot.
Oh man. Oh
wow.
We got
one thing I'll say, Kyle, the picture you showed, the other picture you showed for Stephanie, I thought was very sweet. I like that choice. I thought it was cute seeing her with her baby.
Yeah, I
John Raymond
out
also similar.
her boyfriend.
John Raymond's is
husband with like coach.
Wait, Her husband looks like Coach.
Just what a good guy. What
Yeah,
a
her husband
great
looks like
guy,
just
dude.
like Coach. Yeah, I cropped it out because I didn't want to like show the guy's face. I know you're gonna say you showed Aaron's boyfriend's face, but I couldn't crop it out.
Fair point.
So-
Anyways, rankings wise, Flunky has John Raymond the lowest at 15. I'm next at 14. Kyle has him at 13, and Mike has him in his top half. Mike, you have John
Listen,
Raymond at 8th for this.
I
Cast.
think he's a really good first boot. He fucking
Okay.
So, Mike, why do you like John Raymond? Why do you have him at 8th?
yeah, this dude obviously Chewy Gon has to like try and find the water supply. It's like 80 fucking feet away, right? Or 80 miles away.
It's very far away.
And then John finds it and he's like, "It's here." No, it's I forget exactly. I'm really tired right now, but
He points at like
basically
this
pranks the tribe.
disgusting, gross water and is like, "Here it is,
Yeah.
guys." And then he's like, "Just kidding. It's this
And then
stuff
he's
that's
like,
not
"No,
here."
it's not
And no
actually. And then no one finds it funny, and Gandia drops a gamer word on him.
Johnny calls him a bad word, which I don't think she should be saying.
Yeah. John,
I
man,
will
it's
a little bit of an elephant in the room for more of the like rank down people, but John is a historically low ranked character, I think.
yes, he
Round
is.
1 cut in the first rank down.
Yes,
He's cut.
I've
He
always-
was cut very early on. The early rank downs.
I've always thought that was kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
gonna drop some John Raymond lore on y'all
Yeah.
in multiple ways, but this first one is back. You know, John Raymond is a pastor. He is a pastor from Louisiana, and yeah, very Christian, very homophobic. And he posted some like insane homophobic shit on Facebook and wrote like har after it. And Colton Cumby, like
It's like
from
I'm
Survivor One
racist.
World fame, yeah, like owned the fuck out of him in like a comments or something saying, "Hey, that's super homophobic. This, and that. You're, you know, that's terrible to say. Something." And now and he ends it with, "Now when any suckster does one of those all-time rankings, I at least will be above one person." And yeah, it felt like ever since that moment, anytime anyone has done a ranking of every Survivor character, John started doing worse than Colton.
Yeah,
So-
and I think John is the first of the people we're going to mention that I think at least I enjoy on the show, but is not doesn't
Yeah.
come across like a great guy.
yeah,
He is-
let's go
again,
ahead and rip the
terrible-
band-aids off.
Terrible guy. I
Yeah,
think
what's
on
the-
the show.
Do you want
President
to talk
Child,
about why he's in jail right now?
He is
Not the
He is
child
one of the
abuse you
best.
think of when you think of a pastor, but he went like I think he was like taping kids to their chairs and taping their mouths shut
Yeah,
so they would
like
listen to him. And
legitimate child.
Yes.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
physical
like-
abuse.
it
Yeah.
was very bad, very
Mhm.
bad.
Yeah, he was like, like you were saying, he was taping their mouths shut, taping them to stuff. He had a very, he was an abusive disciplinarian. Disciplinarian. There we go. It took a minute. But yes, yeah. So yeah, I think John Raymond is still in jail. I don't remember
yeah.
exactly. I
I
don't
think
think he got a super long sentence, which like
Yeah, but it
doesn't
was also
surprise
pretty
me.
recent.
Yes, it was within the last like couple years.
Yeah.
Another
Still locked up as far as I know.
yeah. One more John Raymond lore story. Well, no, two more, and then we will get to John Raymond on the show. Another one is during the pandemic. John Raymond, huge anti-vaxxer, huge didn't
Of
believe,
course.
pandemic kind of motherfucker, like didn't believe it was a real thing. So we actively had church like all throughout the pandemic. And
Okay, I got the information on his prison time. In 2022, in March 2022, he was arrested and charged with 3 counts of child cruelty. And then in September 2024, he was found guilty of cruelty to children. But March 2025, he was sentenced to 2 years in prison, and he's currently fighting that conviction in a court of law. So I think he's still in jail, but he's fighting the conviction, trying to get out
Okay.
early. So that he's, I think, still in jail right now.
Yeah. Do you want to supply the address for the jail so all our fans
Yeah,
can
if
like,
you're
register?
a fan of the Rankdown podcast, help break John out.
Send John
Do not
Raymond
do
some mail. Just
Yeah.
like the guy from Tiger King.
Send him a file so he can
Johnson,
get
bro.
out.
Tell them how much Mike loves them.
Yeah, send him a cake with a file in it. Send him some cigarettes.
Send him a cake with a flash drive for the podcast in it.
Yeah. This is no shit. This is probably the podcast that has the most positive things to say about John Wayne.
I don't know necessarily if we send someone. No, I know. I don't necessarily know if it's the best idea to send someone charged with child abuse a flash drive.
All right, send them an iPod shuffle. Something that
an iPod man exists.
Yeah, something you can't watch anything on.
Yeah, one of those things. Funky, what were you saying about John Raymond hosting church during the pandemic?
Yes, he hosted church during the pandemic, and obviously he caught COVID, and he caught it like really bad very early on, like to the point where like they actively thought John Raymond was going to die. So it's kind of a miracle John Raymond is alive right now. Like, I remember on Facebook, miracle. He thinks it's a miracle. John Raymond probably considers it a miracle that he lived, and he probably thinks it's even further proof that he did the right thing by hosting large congregations during the pandemic.
Oh god.
And fourth John Raymond lore drop is and I'll make this one quick. Yeah, friend of the show. But John Raymond would do like charity events like a lot of Survivor players would do. But one that was pretty popular is I think he did I forget if it was like the one that Bob Crowley hosts. I think it was the one Bob Crowley hosts where it's for charity and you could play like Survivor over a weekend in like the land Bob owns and with actual Survivor players. And one season John Raymond was on that cast. And I think like Adam Klein was on that cast too. And I think I've heard this story from Adam and from someone else who was on the cast. And they said John Raymond was the best player out there. And he was like actively like wheeling and dealing and winning a shit ton of immunities and was like everyone's favorite person out there. And at the very end, John gives up immunity to someone, to like a fan so they can go further. And they were all like so touched by it. And they were like, yeah, John Raymond was like the MVP of that season, of that like fake season they did.
This is amazing. Thank you so much for this lore drop. That is very funny. And at no point did I expect, at no point could I have predicted what you were going to say next. That was beautiful.
That John Raymond was cool. It's been fun.
That John Raymond played, when you said that John Raymond played a live reality game, they say, oh yeah, and he was the first person voted out of that too for being weird, but no.
Yeah, I was expecting to be like, and everyone hated him, and he like got mad at Adam because he assumed Adam was gay or like some like bullshit, but no, just like
that John Raymond just like kicked ass.
John Raymond,
yeah, and
LRG.
John Raymond, man.
And to get back to
about John,
you go.
At the very end of the game when Clay and Brian are only two left, and they're doing, the rites of passage. They get to John and they look at each other and start laughing, and they're like, "Oh, started with the pastor." It's so cartoonishly evil. It's perfect.
It's awesome. It's on it's on night 38 after they vote out Jan. And so it's with the nighttime vision too, right in front of the fire. And it looks demonic. It is awesome. It sums up the season. It really does. Clay says it all started with the preacher and they share a demonic laugh with each other.
It's magical.
Yeah.
If you like that moment, that's Thailand, man.
Yeah.
That's what's to love about the season.
We'll get to Ted's season intro still soon.
Yes, we will. Oh, yeah. But to get back to John Raymond, and we talked about this a bit with Stephanie about how, and Brian, how they kind of got characters they didn't assume were going to come out. I think John Raymond being the first boot was something they very much did not expect. They say he's
the first boot. Probably.
Yeah, they probably expected Jan or Gandia or someone else to be the first boot of especially Gandia post challenge. But yeah, John Raymond, I think they cast with Mark Burnett is a very religious guy, as we've mentioned in other podcasts. And here comes this pastor who wants to play Survivor. And he's a religious guy, but I've always heard his version of it was different than like a Vesepia's version, where Vesepia asked for forgiveness afterwards. Where, from my understanding of it, John came into the game with kind of like not exactly a Brian-like mentality, but a mentality it's like, hey, we're playing a game. It's not sinning because we are playing a game. I don't need to ask for forgiveness, kind of deal. And I think in a different reality where John Raymond gets far on Survivor, I think he could be a very interesting character having to deal with an inherently immoral game and playing it.
Yeah, I think he could have been really
I think he could have been an all-timer.
Could have been Sham before Sham.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's a good way to say it, actually. Yeah, he really could have been Shan
man.
before Shan. But yeah, that's just not the reality we live in. And John in the season is just immediately isolates himself. He wants to get ahead because he thinks he's more fit than everyone. So he gets ahead while they're all hiking together and goes off by himself. And they find him later. He's bossing everyone around when they're rowing. Also love John's first confessional where he says, "Holy moly, I hope I get on the strong guys team." And then it cuts to Jan choosing John. And I'm like, dude, they really had the pastor out here saying "holy moly" on the show, bro.
That's okay. I think
yeah. And one more thing on John Raymond before we go, and I've heard this from John Raymond, so I don't know if this is true, but John Raymond says that after he got voted off, Jeff Probst and Mark Burnett went to him and was like, "This is the first time that we actively got it wrong on who we thought was going to get voted off." They were like, "We always, go over the dailies and see what happens, and we have the confessionals, and this is the first time, quote unquote, that they thought that a boot was going to go one way and it didn't." With all their, information. And I kind of get that. And especially because I think Chewy was a very, yes. Yeah, they might have thought Tanya or Gandia. And another thing with Chewy, I think because maybe they're the older tribe, I've always heard another reason Probst hates them is he had such a hard time getting them to spill at tribal council and in confessionals that they played very close to their chests because they knew talking about it could, get out from the confessionals and such and at tribal council and such. So I've always heard that Probst hated dealing with Brian and all the other older castaways that season because they would not spill. And Jeff would turn off the cameras and cuss them out and be like, "You need to give us TV."
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I can see that. And apparently Mark Burnett said to John that this episode is going to be about how a man that is so, what's the word? Not confident, but competent gets voted off. And apparently that's the theme of John Raymond's boot, which I don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
I
but
would
yeah,
not. I would not agree with that. I did not. I
It's
did not walk
set
away
it
from my
no.
most recent rewatch of Thailand, the premiere, thinking, "Yep, John Raymond sure was competent." That's not why I walked away with it.
I think there's a lot of competent things about him, but none of them are like he's just not like very aware socially. I don't think.
Weird person.
Yes,
Just
like
awkward dude.
He's really fit for his age, and that's the most. And he seemed very comfortable in the outdoors, and those are the compliments I can give John Raymond about his Survivor game on Survivor Thailand.
But not a Survivor game on in that LRG where he was apparently the greatest player ever.
Yeah, he got better.
There you can talk a lot more. All right, should we move on?
He got better before he got worse.
Of course. Oh, one more fun John Raymond fact is that apparently he is in the movie Logan, the X-Men shit.
He plays Wolverine, yeah.
Yes, he plays Wolverine.
Actually, is Hugh Jackman. Wait, where? When?
It's on Letterboxd for some reason. Apparently, he has some cameo that he's a pastor.
All right. Someone.
So whoever watches that, please screen cap that for us. Join the Discord. First of all, we love y'all, so please join the Discord.
If you screenshot it and join the Discord with a screenshot of John Raymond and Logan, you can be in the next Rankdown if you've watched every season. That's the
Even if you haven't watched every season, even if you
honestly, there's a 0% chance anyone does that. So I'm gonna say it. If anyone does that, I will Venmo them $5.
Damn. Okay, so money on the line. And Logan isn't even a bad movie, so you can kind of.
Yeah, it's like
it's
actually
not
good.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
also shot in the South, so it doesn't surprise me that like it's not unbelievable that John Raymond is in Logan.
All right.
And you might be able to find them, unlike The Holdovers, where I watched it, and apparently Banu's in that movie, and I watched it with the purpose of trying to find Banu. I could not fucking find Banu in The Holdovers.
It's really the only reason to watch that movie.
Banu is not in that fucking movie.
He has
You
it
should.
on his like actors database page, like the one he writes himself. So,
In my opinion, that's what really counts.
Academy Award nominated Banu. But
All
yeah,
right.
number
All right,
12.
Should we move on from John Raymond?
Finally.
All right, number 12 is so many fun facts about John Raymond. I've learned so much here. All right, number 12
Interesting
is
person.
He's fascinating. Number 12 is none other than Big Ted Roth.
Big Ted.
All right, here I'm just
Big
gonna
Ted
put
ain't so
ratings
big
up
after all.
because
Who Funky called one of the who a few months ago in a voice call, Funky called one of the most attractive men to ever play Survivor.
I look at that.
I don't think
look
I'd
at that
agree.
cast.
Why would you out me like that? I'm just
Look at
saying
that
that
cast
cast photo is pure aura. Like Ted is looking directly into your fucking soul with that cast photo.
I feel uncomfortable. I have this slide open on my computer and I feel uncomfortable because of how directly Ted is looking into my eyes right now. On
Yeah,
both
in
pictures.
both pictures, he's
both,
staring
both
at you.
pictures. I cannot escape Ted's eyes. Okay, I just find the rankings for this funny. Mike and I have him Ted at 15th. Kyle and Funky have him at 9th. So we are more divided on Ted. But the average
Okay,
size is
obviously,
well, which
Ted
means
does some pretty unchill stuff. His time in the game, but I think that I think that the Grindgate stuff is. I'm sorry, I feel
Yeah, it's
bad.
major disclaimer.
Yeah, major
Yeah, we're not
disclaimer.
like
Ted
team,
Rogers.
we're Team Gandia, obviously, but
100%. I
think
just still think it is a
the
really
Grindgate
fucking
stuff
good
is
episode of
compelling.
Survivor. It's
and
it's fucked up. And another reason why I hate using the word funny, but Gandia is just such a natural personality and one of the funniest castaways who've been on the show, even if you take away all the Grindgate stuff.
I think she's especially
but-
funny if you take a look at Grindgate. So I think
Yeah, like Gandia is a fucking star. So anything she touches is gold. And it also happens that a very unfortunate situation happened on that season to her, and she is totally the fucking victim of it. But it's also, everything Gandia touches is gold. And Grindgate is part of that. I think it is very compelling television. And on top of that, I think it also is really the episode where I first realized how Survivor was played, in the sense how much of it was played through the grapevine.
with Brian, it's like
Nothing happened.
Ted's around.
Yeah.
Ted tells Brian nothing happens, and he means like, "Oh, it's over. We talked it out. It's all good." And then Brian's like, "Yeah, Ted told me that she was lying. Nothing happened."
Yeah.
To Helen, and Helen tells Gandia.
Yeah,
Ted said you were
Brian in
lying,
confessional
and all of a sudden
says,
Helen got-
"Oh, I didn't think that would get back. I didn't realize Helen was going to tell that to Gandia."
He says in
And
confessional.
He does. Yes, he's like, "Oh, I didn't realize that was going to go." Yes.
He knew exactly. what the
he's
fuck-
just lying straight to the producers. Brian
Oh,
is
God, he's
too
awesome.
good at this. Yeah, like I hate saying that something this graphic is like what kind of made me understand Survivor better, but probably because it was this explicit and shown on television this clearly, because of how explicit it was, it like made me click of, oh, this is probably how a lot of the game is played, is through these just games of telephone where you strategically you tell someone most of the truth but leave out a little something. And that's what a lot of Grindgate is. And we get Ted's apology at the beginning, which I it's not my position to judge if it was a good apology or not, but I at least read it as sincere when I watched it, where Ted apologizes saying, he threw his arm over Gandia and didn't realize that he's used to sleeping with his wife, and in a haze, some stuff happened. And they have a, I think at least it looks like a very heart-to-heart conversation where Gandia, admits about, similar things happening to her in the past. And Gandia says she was afraid that Ted would blame her and that Ted would just pretend nothing happened. And Ted says, no, I will take responsibility. And, Ted's saying that they're still a family and they'll still pull together. And even though that there's this incident that they think they can move on past it. And then, and
then that doesn't happen.
It does not happen. No.
I think both. I will say one thing that's so interesting about the situation to me, and I'm going to make it very clear. I don't think Gandia is lying, but she does literally say she wants to use it to advance her position in the game because she knows she's on the bottom of the tribe, and I think that is very interesting.
Yeah. And legitimately, she was on the bottom of the tribe. There's a very good chance if Tanya doesn't get sick, Gandia is out already.
Yeah.
She'd been doing bad in the challenges. She had, cost them that first challenge, really. So yeah, it's very interesting. And they characterize their relationship at the beginning of the season. And you have Gandia saying that Ted reminds her of home and that they're best friends out there, and that's the homeboy. And they have Gandia pretending, to be the diva model, and Ted's the photographer. And so you get to see before this happens a lot of Ted and Gandia's. It's just makes the whole thing so much more tragic. And then when it all blows up and the game of telephone goes around, they finally have the big meeting where they, get it all out in the open. And that's that's a scene that always gets a reaction out of me. I've seen Thailand tons of times. I don't know if tons is the right word, but I've seen it plenty of times, and it still is riveting television. Both what Gandhi has to say, what Ted has to say.
Are you would you say you're 100 to 200%, or 150 to 200% satisfied with the way you watch that scene every single time?
Oh, geez. Yeah, he says, and I have a daughter. That's my fucking love right there. And all that. Because also Ted's wife just gave birth, right before they flew.
Yeah, it was right before it came out, right?
Yes. Yeah. So I think Ted already had one kid, and she literally had just given birth. So and I think it does get brought up on the show by both Ted and Gandia that that's fucked up. Ted, just had a kid with his wife.
Yeah.
So yeah, that gets nasty, and as it gets nastier, because that episode's the Jed boot. Gandia doesn't get booted until the next episode, so we really get two episodes of Grindgate.
That I think is so great about that episode is they just kind of have to stew in it. They don't even get to vote Ted or Gandia out. It's you want immunity, so keep dealing with it.
So, then Grindgate, the attack zone, and Jed losing the net are all in the same episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, I weirdly enough don't have to. When I think about Grindgate, weirdly enough, Ted is actually not the main person I think of. I usually think of I think of Helen and Brian, and honestly, even Clay more than I think of Ted when I think of Grindgate. So
I think Helen's fine because she has a huge role in the ramifications of it, like you were about to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk about
the one that has to make the decision.
But
I think that always kills me about Grindgate is when the Red Berets come and Brian's there telling the Red Berets okay, so Ted and Gandia used to be friends, but now it's just so ridiculous.
Yeah, if you can understand the
bullshit, obviously,
it's the best day of Brian's life.
Absurd.
Yeah, he's Rambo, if you can understand the bullshit in this camp right now. That is just insane.
Brian, it's your fault, dude.
Mm-hmm. And then also, they have the big, between Ted and Gandia, and they're blowing up at each other. I'm not denying shit and all that. And it ends, and Clay says, "Let's go fishing." And then Brian says, "It's a new day, y'all. Time to start fresh." I'm just like, it's chilling. It's a very chilling scene. And that's the stuff people mostly remember Ted for, and that's totally fine. Like in the sense, like Ted can be your least favorite character in Survivor history, and I cannot like tell you that's a bad take.
Yeah,
you know,
that's your take. That makes sense.
I do think all that is very interesting, and I think there are a lot of Ted moments throughout the season that are very interesting too.
Yeah, like when Ted gets drunk on reward, that's a really funny scene.
Yeah, what does he say? He's like, my body is drunk, but my mind is sober. Like the most drunk man ever is saying like the most drunk shit ever to you. It's like, all right, Ted. He gets the massage or whatever. What's also fucked up is, he wins the truck because Brian can't spell road trip, and he takes Helen with him on the reward, and they make Ted and Helen share a bed. I'm like, no, what are you doing? Terrible production decision.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
They wanted it to happen. I don't. I was gonna joke. Oh, they wanted it to happen again. No, they did not want that to happen again.
No,
mm-hmm.
No, they were just
they were probably just like, he realized he messed up the first time. He won't do it again, right?
One bed is cheaper than two beds.
Yeah,
and he didn't do it again.
Yeah, and Ted's cracking jokes like all throughout the season, just in the background. Like, I see why they cast Ted. Like, I do think, he's kind of has, it's fucked up to say this with like the context, but he does have a gentle giant kind of vibe to him in a sense. And he's, always popping off little jokes. Like, he's the one that names the monkey Magilla, and Ted is singing the song about how he wants some turkey and some food and sweet tea and all that. Like, you constantly
names Chewy Gal as well.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I always like seeing Clay's dynamic. They're always like poking at each other, but
and at first it seems very fun. Like, friendly. Yeah, at first it's friendly. Like, Clay is like, Ted is scooping up Clay and carrying him, and they're like rolling together in the floor of the cave. They're playing golf together. Big as yo ass.
Oh my god, that is an incredible quote. God.
Yeah. Another just insane Ted scene I think people forget about is at the fake merge. The Ted and Sheehan scene I think is really good, where they talk about Sheehan being on the outside of the tribe, and they talk about like the racial and cultural like implications and differences of being from a different race and culture on being on Survivor.
Yeah, because
I think Ted,
the person on the tribe that isn't white. And then after Gandhi goes, Ted's the only person on this tribe that isn't white. So they definitely both had like.
Mm-hmm. They have a really interesting conversation about that.
Yeah.
I think the thing we have to say about Ted, the main thing, at least for me and Funky, it's really easy to reduce Ted to just being the guy who does Grindgate, and it's honestly understandable. I get it, but I think there is a lot there that's good.
I think he is very well characterized.
If you're able to like look at the whole picture, and I get it if you can't, because what he does is really bad, like really, really bad. But I think that there is a lot of interesting stuff with him.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just there's a limit to how much I can fully,
Another thing, I think, friend of the show, actual friend of the show, Luke in this Discord pointed out, in the intro, Ted's picture is in black and white and it's covered in flames as if he has died and gone to hell.
Yeah, it's so great.
I don't think it's a mistake.
It's not a mistake, because look at who else has fire in that intro. Brian has it, and Sheehan does. Brian? Yes. And Sheehan have the fire. But like, I think Ted's is the only one that's black and white in fire, if I remember. So yeah, Ted literally, dies and goes to hell. Like, I genuinely, I think the show is trying to tell you that at the beginning.
Oh my fucking god, the mirror scene. Holy shit.
Yeah, another thing Luke pointed out.
I forgot to mention that.
In the mirror scene, where they find the mirror in the final five, and then Ted looks in it and he says, I can't even recognize myself in the mirror anymore. And it's like, oh, oh man.
Yeah, that is a wild quote for a character who is, sold out their morals in a sense. He has crossed the line.
Probably
And,
does. I'd say
and
definitely does the worst things anyone's ever done on the show, and then he's,
yeah,
shit like that.
and
That's pretty,
and that decision is just so heartbreaking in the sense that like Chewie knows that keeping Ted around will help them out in the long run. If any of them want a chance at winning $1 million, Ted is a physical asset. Gandia
and Gandia is a liability. They can't. It is.
Yeah, it's like this one of the saddest scenes ever, but it shows this is a very game oriented cast that they have to. Especially Helen is the main person we get of this content with. She has to sell out her morals for a shot at $1 million. I don't.
She literally says that. I think she says like, I on a personal level, I believe Gandia. I agree with her. I have dealt with people like this before, and I want to like help her, get this guy out of here. But then I'm not going to win the game. Then I don't get the $1 million, and that's why I'm here.
Yeah,
it's sad. It's very sad, but it
says a lot about the game. It says a lot about the real world.
Yeah. There's plenty of people that ignore someone just because they're cool or they'll help them in their future. So it's like, we might as well, keep that person around. It didn't happen to me. So how could they ever do it to someone else? And it's a very sad reflection, but a very accurate one in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Everything y'all mentioned over the past few minutes is the epitome of stuff where it's like, I get why people like it, but I, like Mike, I find it a bit too uncomfortable to like really appreciate it, where it's just like, it is interesting, like on an objective, or like, if I'm like really taking a step back, I can appreciate this like on a sociological and psychological level, but on a personal level, it just gives me, it gives me the ick. It gives me too much of it for me to like enjoy it and call it good, or say it's something that because even though I like some darker seasons, my favorite seasons pull out and that season gets real dark at times, but like there's like a level where it's just like I have to be kind of okay watching this on a personal level, and Thailand, especially Grindgate, really crossed that line where it's like I can't even appreciate this from a psychological or sociological aspect.
Because it's not fiction,
and I only can to a certain extent. Like I can halfway do it, maybe a little more than halfway do it, but there still is the point where it's like I can't fully get behind Ted just considering what he did is that bad.
And he's around for the rest of the season.
Exactly.
We don't get an episode without Ted.
Essentially until the finale, like
yes,
like he doesn't.
He's the penultimate boot.
Consequences, yeah. He's like
he's
like a comic. He's one of the bigger, more prominent comic relief characters for the rest of the season. Like he's
I was gonna say Ted is popping off jokes the entire season. A lot of them I find funny. Like when they get the mirror, Ted tells Clay, "Don't look in it too long. We don't want it to crack."
Ted is like, he's a lot fun, guy.
But he paints himself gold, like his bald head gold. And he looks like a fucking like superhero kind of bullshit thing. This happened later on, but if y'all remember when CeeLo like went to the Grammys or whatever in that fucking like gold mask,
he was probably inspired by Ted. I always thought that.
Yeah, he was like, "Damn, Ted Rogers Jr. Man, I need to steal his swag."
I'm not going to finish that joke. I think you can all put two and two together.
Yeah.
CeeLo doesn't have a good history either. Good point.
There's a scene in Brooklyn Nine-Nine where Terry Crews paints himself gold to look like an award, and when I saw him, like, hey, it looks like how Ted did it at the March of Thailand.
You see, Terry Crews, he's a good guy.
Terry Crews on the Iron Days.
Shout out! He was in Inland Empire for some reason.
Yeah, he is in Inland Empire. Yeah,
he's in Training Day, in the background of the big Denzel King Kong speech. And I don't think he gets like a single line. He's just like the most prominent person in the background of that for whatever reason.
That's funny because that exact scene is referenced in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. So I guess Terry Crews exists in the Brooklyn Nine-Nine universe. And then
I thought you were about to say it was referenced in Thailand.
Terry Crews, I do not think is referenced
like,
in
huh?
Survivor Thailand by any way.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
Yeah, I could picture like Clay saying that, you know?
Pelican
Yeah,
Bay.
I could see him.
Show service. Phenomenal performance, by the way.
All right. Well, we're talking about Training Day now, so we should
yes.
I think we can move on from Ted.
Yeah, last thing about Ted is I do very much love his boot episode. Of course, the drunk stuff, but also I love the episodes of a season where a strong alliance has to start cannibalizing themselves.
Yeah.
Because it always hurts. And Ted is very burnt by this, as we see in his phenomenal Final Tribal Council speech we talked about earlier, where he says Brian is the epitome of the trashy used car salesman, and he sold him a lemon. He sold him a lemon in his friendship. He sold him a lemon in his understanding of cultural diversity. In one of the most scorched to earth Final Tribal Council speeches ever, and it fucking still sends a shiver down my spine. And he ultimately ends up voting for Brian, and Brian's whole justification is the hearsay about when Ted and Helen had that plan in the sand, which is kind of a big deal, and kind of the opening Brian needs to help convince Jan that of the pecking order and stuff. And it's also a great convenient excuse to say, hey, look, you were trying to get me first, even though Ted says no, that was the plan to get Clay out.
Yep.
He's like, you messed up, B. This is a vote for the lesser of two evils. And that perfectly sums up the season. Ted has a lot of stuff that I think really goes along with the themes of the season, and especially the older versus younger too. There's a lot of Ted foreshadowing quotes about how Chewie is going to be the tribe that ends up on top.
All right.
All
right, number 11.
Let's do it.
Number 11 is Penny Ramsey.
The GOAT.
Funky and Mike have her at 13th. Kyle has her 11th, and I have her at 9th.
I love Rams, the first Penny
fan here. What's your...
What?
Well, before he starts, I love the first Penny confessional where she says we have the 4 best looking guys on our tribe compared to the other tribe, and then it cuts to Clay. Like when she says compared to the other tribe, it only cuts to Clay.
I feel like Brian's definitely better looking than at least Jake.
Yeah,
Jake's hot.
Brian's a good looking dude though.
Brian does look good, but Jake is hot.
All right.
Jake is just old.
No, I'm not saying Jake isn't hot. I'm just saying Brian's 9 in his 60s.
He's the only one out there doing porn, so he has to look good somehow.
Look, for hotness rank down, Brian would rank fairly high. And anyways,
for rank down, Brian should rank fairly high.
Anyways, Penny is someone who Penny is someone I have her. I'm once again, as with Aaron, I have her the highest here, and yet I probably am the lowest on her from an absolute character perspective. With Penny, I feel like there's an idea there that just is never fully realized. I love Penny's jury speech. I think her jury speech is fantastic. In fact,
those who don't remember,
it was for those who don't
say
remember,
anything about it to Brian, and he is completely unable to do it.
Completely unable to do so. Literally, I'm guessing Christina, before she went out for season 49, watched Survivor Thailand and decided that she wanted to be Penny Ramsey. That's the only reason. That's the only explanation I have for why Christina asked that question.
Yeah.
I love it when Christina does it too. I love it when Penny does it. I love that jury question. I want to be.
I was about to say the best moment of the open forum tribal councils is someone ripping off Penny.
Yeah, it's actually great. I love that. And before my last rewatch of Thailand, I had this idea that Penny was like that the entire season. She's not like that the entire season. That's like the only time that she really shows that. Again, I am the highest here, but I'm probably going to rip into her the most. My really big issue with Penny, and all 3 of y'all know this, is that is that she just gets so much random like people talking about how she's evil and how she's so devious and how she's this like, oh my gosh, evil person. And we don't get any of that from her. I do not get like why does Ken think that she's evil? Why does Jake seem to think she's the devil? Why does Clay like, well, Clay hates her because Clay should talk to her because she's a woman. That's the explanation for Clay. But like, why does everyone seem
He's
so
46. He's not gonna. She's not gonna get shit from this one.
We'll get into that, but like, I think that's just Clay's default way of talking about women. Is that? But like with Penny, it just, we see so much of people talking about her, and then whenever we see Penny, it's like there's that famous meme where people say it's like guys will introduce their friends, like the man, the myth, the legend. It's just this guy Greg. Like that's how I feel in the opposite way about Penny. People are just like, oh, here's Penny. She's super evil. She's super dangerous, and then it's just
It's
one of
petty.
the most normal people I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think that's just like a funny dichotomy. I think it was probably there in the real world. Like, I'm sure there was something there. I get why Sheehan hates her so much, but the other people, it's kind of like just odd. I just think
I love that
like,
Ken quote where he says, "I know exactly how Penny was like in high school," and I think I do too. But yeah, I don't. I think the moment where we kind of get that kind of stuff for the first time is after the Stephanie boot, where Penny is the one that creates the fight between Rob and Ken.
Yeah, I think it's not never there, but it is like often not there. I do kind of agree that it's mostly just like just Penny, you know. But I still think she's a fun personality. I still love that jury speech.
Yeah, and
Love the jury speech.
I like I say, I want the Rob boot is one of my favorite episodes of all time, and you know, Rob goes off on Ken because Penny tells him something different than and kind of throws Ken under the bus in a way to kind of save her own ass. And that's, you know, when we start Ken starts
understanding Penny's evils. Yeah.
Yes. Ken, you know, starting to side eye Penny a bit. And that's great. I love you know, once they merge and do the fake merge and all that stuff, they all just see Penny as this huge threat. You know, Ted calls her the Trojan horse, just trying to get in and is just so eager that it's fake. Like every morning Ted you know, talks to his family on the beach and he does yoga and does a workout, and she's like making a point to join Ted every morning to try to like schmooze him up. We get that great Clay confessional where he says that Penny thinks that her good looks and charm will get her anything she wants out of men. I'm 46. She ain't getting shit from this one. Just one of those like over the top insane Clay moments that I personally adore. And my favorite element of Penny is just how willing she was to backstab Jake to get one spot further.
Yeah,
and how
I think
hurt
that's
Jake is by that.
Her like villainy does kind of show.
Yeah, they do that.
Kind of shows.
They do that reward challenge with 7 people left, and it starts where everyone has to pair up, but because there's 7 people, there'll be 1 person left out. And Jake assumes that, all right, the 2 last Sukjai will pair up. And so he turns to Penny, and Penny just runs to Big Ted. And Jake is immediately out of the challenge, and Jake is just like fucking heartbroken. And then Clay is like, you know, playing a Penny the whole time and trying to get her to write Jake's name down, which she does, which is insane. And Clay has another great quote where he says, everybody that's asked me who's going to be in that Final Four, I kick down a person and put in their own name. I've done it with everyone up here. I'm going to continue to do that. And if they don't think I'm not that, it'd be real damn stupid for Clay to say, Penny, you're not in the Final Four. I'd put her totally against me. I better put her ass on the jury to vote for Clay. And she does. Yeah.
Penny.
So I think there's enough there for a Penny, and I don't think it's always visible, but I think the second when Penny isn't in control, we see the sides of that.
Yeah.
I will say I like the cast photo. I really like the cast photo.
It's a great cast photo.
It's very good cast photo.
I'm just like, Penny's okay.
Yep, pretty solid.
All right.
She's a good role filler with a little more than just a role filler in her, you know?
Fair.
Mhm.
All right, number 10.
Yep.
Number 10
Let's do it.
is the GOAT, Jed Hildebrand.
Jed!
Jed!
Kyle, okay.
Yes!
Kyle has
Oh
her
my
at 12.
God.
Buggy has her at 11. Mike has her at 10th. I have him at 8th. And unlike with Penny, I do have positive stuff to say about Jed. I love, by the way,
Jed is maybe the most underrated ever.
one thing I will say, I'm just going to point out the obvious, as I'm sure all four of us know, but to those who don't know, Jed's dental practice, Jed was a dentist before he went on the show. He's still a dentist now. His dentist practice, the logo is like the Survivor logo. Jed was the third boo on like a season that aired like 20 plus years ago, and he still like uses Survivor, just like, hey, I was on Survivor and this is my thing. Jed is for me, Jed is very funny in terms of like, hey, here's this guy who should be great. He's like is a clear physical asset. Should be awesome, but is so ridiculously lazy and kind of awful socially that he's the first person voted out.
That's awesome.
He's
It's
awesome.
phenomenal.
Jed is fantastic. Also, apparently has not aged. Looking at these two pictures, has not aged.
Yeah, no, I think that is a
he
recent
lives
picture
around me.
20 years
And,
later. It's crazy.
Yeah. And I want to go ahead and take this time to read on from Jed's website, his dental practice website, about his time on Survivor, because it is the most truthful thing ever. Dr. Jed Hildebrand was able to be a contestant on the hit reality TV show on CBS, Survivor, Season 5, Thailand. He was between his third and fourth year of dental school at the time and traveled with CBS to Thailand to film the reality show. Dr. Hildebrand competed fiercely in the immunity challenge. He saved his tribes twice single-handedly and was able to stay 9 days on the island. He was voted off due to his strength and character. Other tribe members worried about Jed as a potential threat to win the $1 million grand prize.
I'd agree that he was voted off because of his character, though I don't think in the sense that he means.
Yeah, that's not a complete lie.
That is awesome.
It's like the most favorable interpretation of
That is
Jed's time on
fantastic.
Survivor ever.
That's fantastic.
Man.
Oh
That's
my
just
God,
classic Jed,
fucking
yeah.
Jed.
I think if you're someone who hasn't seen Thailand in a while or hasn't seen Thailand at all, I imagine you're like, there was a Jed on this show? Who the hell is Jed? You should really rewatch Thailand. I think he's someone that you kind of forget about when it's been a while, but he is, again, like very funny, very consistently delivering.
I could see like a current fan of Survivor enjoying Jed. Like
Yeah,
just your normal.
If you like a train wreck early boot, I think you would like Jed. I think that's what he
if
is.
you like disaster tribes, you're gonna like Jed.
Yeah,
Jed's really not unlike Banu, if you think about it.
Right.
Real.
Yeah, Jed Hildebrand, the boy.
We all remember when Jed got on his knees and begged Ken to give him an idol. That
I do
classic.
remember. It's my routine.
Dude, I named my my main Spotify playlist. I just straight up named it Jed Hildebrand.
Good. He deserves it.
Yeah, it should,
By the way, I have
the
Nias at 8th, and we all love him. Like,
can we talk about how well, I think it's just like we like the other people in Thailand more.
Exactly. I love Jed, but I just like the other characters more.
Yeah.
Can we talk about how Jed looks exactly like the dentist from the fucking Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? And he's a dentist in real life.
Oh my gosh.
That's
You know what they also have in
else?
common? Look at Jed's hands. He hasn't been doing any work. It looks like he just washed them. That is one of my favorite scenes because Jed said he's saying that the priority that the tribe wants to make a shelter is like a stupid idea and the priorities are out of whack. So he's just going to go by himself and do what he wants and he's like, I'm going to go find food. And he finds jack shit, of course, because he's probably just dicking around. But everyone notices from the beginning that Jed isn't doing any work. And Ken makes this comment to Rob saying, hey, look at his hands. They're like baby's hands. It looks like he just washed them. He's been doing zero work. And then Rob Zabachnik, in that little brother role, decides to use that same line, but not nearly as smoothly on Xi'an. He's like, let me look at your hands, sweetie. Yeah, you've not been working as hard. And it becomes this whole big thing. Oh, man. Yeah, I love that other Ken quote where he's like, it's one thing to be lazy. It's another thing to be freaking lazy. And then that's
that one.
To Jed, and he's just like, spending energy building the shelter is frivolous. He's like, spending energy building the shelter is frivolous to me. And then of course, you know, when it rains, who goes to the shelter to sleep in it to avoid getting wet?
Not
fucking Jed. Yeah, and it's so great too because Jed says, I think it's going to be a nice clear night. And then it cuts to the fucking rainstorm.
I do remember that. It's very funny. Like,
that's literally like an iconic Coach moment.
It is Jed.
When he's like, it's definitely not going to rain, and then starts pouring rain. That's literally an iconic Coach scene.
Yeah,
like come on, this guy's awesome.
And then when Jed loses the net, he's like, yeah, I went to sleep after delegating my duties. And I'm like, delegating your duties? Like, how what fucking balls on you?
Delegating equals
make a sentence like that. They're your duties.
I'm going to tell other people what to do and then nap.
Yes, it's like,
he's awesome.
And you're even admitting they're your duties. It's your fucking job. And the net just fucking flies away.
He's really a guy from Texas named Jed Hildebrand.
Dude, half of the tribe is from Texas, and they vote off Jed first. Like, what the actual shit? Jed is the worst player ever.
Jed is like actually one of the worst players ever.
And he's like great shape. How the hell does that guy get voted out before Xi'an, who spends the whole season being mean to people?
Yeah, it's like Sukjai seems to value at least when people try. That's kind of like the undercurrent of Sukjai is their belief system, at least, is like, if you're trying, we want to keep you. Yes. Yeah, I think that's all Jake, maybe Ken to some extent. So, yeah, Jed is putting in no fucking effort the entire time, just being lazy. There's an Aaron confessional before that immunity challenge where she's like, you know, at first I thought it was awesome. We were going to win every challenge, but I'm ready for some people to go. And they do that immunity challenge. The first one they lose, and they throw it. I don't remember if they explicitly say they throw it, but it's there in the subtext. And I think in the reunion, Shan says they explicitly do. But you could tell because Jed is the only person fucking trying that challenge. He is trying his ass off. While because it's like a puzzle challenge where they all need to work together. So Jed is trying to do like the job of like 6 people by himself.
God damn, man.
And yeah, they fucking vote off Jed first. He's a ridiculous character. Yeah, shout out Jed. His dental practice gets very high ratings. So shout out. He made something of his life. Oh, one more Jed lore drop. One more Jed lore drop. So I mentioned earlier that Survivor Thailand won the People's Choice Award for Best Reality Television Show. And that year, I believe Tony Danza hosted the People's Choice Awards, and they had an after party for everyone who was in the all the winners of People's Choice Awards, plus, you know, whatever celebrities. So the Survivor Thailand cast got to go to that after party, but it was filled with like real celebrities, and a lot of them like don't view reality television personalities as real celebrities and thought they were annoying and wouldn't take pictures with them. But apparently the biggest asshole there was Tony Danza. And Jed like quickly snapped a picture of himself with Tony Danza and then went into the bathroom. And apparently Tony Danza followed him into the bathroom. And first of all, they're both like drunk as fuck. And so Tony Danza is getting all confrontational with Jed. And then Jed just fucking headbutts Tony Danza and says, "Who's the boss now?" Because he was on Who's the Boss.
Yeah. Oh my
That
god.
is awesome. Holy shit.
We need Jed Hildebrand on every season.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jed's sweet, great character.
Shout out to Jed. I'm glad he is a better
Oh,
dentist
he is
than he is a
awesome.
Survivor player.
All right.
All right, number 9
Yeah, man.
Let's do it.
Hard to be worse.
is Ken Safford to give Soup Jai. Ken Safford,
Oh god.
rankings wise,
Handsome
again, I'm
Squidward.
the highest. I'm the highest on person. Kyle and Funky have him at 10th. Mike has him at 9th, and I have him at 7th. Gosh, that other picture is so weird. I've seen that picture before, but what the
It's so
fuck is
funny.
it? It's so weird.
Ken is like
Literally-
the weirdest
literally
thing. He's like not attractive in like any picture I've seen of him in real life, and he's like one of the hottest guys on the island.
Yeah, he's like
Literally,
no, his cat photo is fine,
Yeah.
but
bro, it's like I said, it's handsome Squidward.
it is. It's so weird to look
Jeez.
at. Oh my gosh.
I know, it is bizarre.
Yeah, so I feel like how much you appreciate
Jeff, how does my hair
Thailand-
look? I just want to make sure everybody knows I'm a New York City police officer, this country's finest, and I'll be damned. You won't believe when you put on a uniform, you get all kinds of bitches.
Great retro.
Brian's like terrible Ken impersonation.
I feel like Ken is like serves the litmus test to like how much you like Thailand. Like if you actively like Thailand, like Kyle and Funky do, Ken is great. But like Ken is like one of these like supporting characters who I think generally supporting characters are people who, if you like the season, you're gonna like appreciate the supporting characters. For example, I love Nicaragua, and therefore I think Benry is one of the greatest characters of all time. But if you don't like Nicaragua, I can see why you think Benry kind of sucks. That's kind of how I feel about Ken, where it's just like I don't like the season that much, so I don't think Ken is all that great. But I think if you like the season, then you just kind of appreciate what a supporting character like Ken brings to it. Yeah, that's my view.
Yeah,
Yeah. He fits so exceptionally well with the themes and the storylines and just the duality between those two tribes. I think a lot of that shines really well through Ken. Even we were talking about his tribal council speech, but we didn't mention his opening where, Clay says that any one of y'all would have done what I did to get to these final 2 spots. And Ken says, I wouldn't do that. The only thing a man can come home with is his word and his integrity. And I wouldn't sell that out to get to the final 2. And
that's awesome. To be like, no.
Yeah, I'm very much like that. And yeah, Ken is one of the, like you were saying with supporting characters, I think Ken is one of the great reactors in Survivor history. Like, next time y'all watch Thailand, when Rob is being his magnetic, crazy self, try to look for Ken in the background of anything. He is trying his best not to like laugh visibly at Rob. Like the whole, we didn't win because we were worse than them. I'm not a sore loser. We lost because of a bunch of rules. Like Ken is like trying not to fucking die of laughter at that scene.
I know. Yeah. Another thing I like about Ken, everyone obviously they applaud him early on for being a cop, and then no one ever says anything good about him being a cop ever again. It's always like Ken's trying to do this cop bullshit. I see right through his cop like stick. It's constant like shit talking him for being a cop. It's very funny. Always love
yeah,
that.
like with Sheehan at the fake merge, which I've always really liked that. Ken goes up to Sheehan and is like, "Hey, I stuck my neck out for you. Penny and Aaron said you were gonna do some shit like this. So, but I said you wouldn't. So you're making me look bad." And then he does that whole great thing where it's like, yeah, if she flips, she's gonna be a rat to Sukjai, but if she flips, she'll also be a snake to Chewy God. It's a no-win situation if you flip because they're gonna see you as someone not loyal. They're not gonna want to take you further. And I always thought that was great.
It's really good. It's just like, I don't know. I don't think Ken just delivers.
Yeah, and when
I get why.
When they paint each other.
Thailand, you'd be wanting something more, maybe, but I think as someone who likes Thailand, I love what he brings.
They paint the fucking police officer badge on him, and then I think it says 9/11 on it too. Which brings me to another favorite. One of my lore drops is in the castaway bios for Thailand. They were asked about what their perfect day was, and people wrote all kinds of answers like, "Oh, my perfect day is like a walk with my wife and eating this meal and this and that." Ken Stafford said his perfect day was September 10th, 2001.
Oh my god.
Just classic.
Perfect quote that makes so much sense in exactly that time period.
Yes.
I think Ken would say that today. I'd like to think that Ken is still this guy.
Yeah.
Like one of the cops with no dialogue on The Wire. Just like a cartoon. I love
his accent too. And his dynamic with Rob is so great. And it culminates in that Rob.
Shout out for that too.
Yeah, they found the least racist NYPD police officer
Brian
to be on
was old
Survivor.
for assuming he would.
Yeah. Yeah, Brian was just playing the odds with that one. But yeah, I always found that scene with Ken and Rob when they go to the cave together very touching. And Rob says something just very beautiful where he says, talking to Ken makes me understand myself better. And that was beautiful. Very heartwarming. And Rob says, I never would have thought I'd be out here in the jungles of Thailand in a cave talking with you, drinking water that's as warm as piss and tastes just like it too. And Ken calls him a skateboarding freak, but he's like, nah, I'm kidding. Rob, I've really enjoyed getting to know you out here. And that whole just scene after Sukchai loses that final, what they assume is the final tribal immunity.
Yeah.
And they have to vote out Rob very begrudgingly. And we'll definitely talk more about it once we get to Rob. But Ken has such a great role in that episode.
Yeah. That's another, I think, underrated. I think Sukchai is a really fun tribe with nice people, and I think it's sweet that they have kind of a connection with each other like that, and especially with the way the season goes, I think it helps with the tragedy of the season that you kind of like the other tribe more. But
yeah. Oh, there's a great Ken line where he says, I used to compare this to Monopoly. This is nothing like Monopoly.
Yes, I love that one. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, the Aaron Boot episode where they're all just sad as shit.
And I think he's like 8 when he says that or something. He's like, he's really going through it then.
Yeah. And then really the last hurdle of a Chewy-Gon victory of Survivor Thailand is they have to beat Ken at an individual immunity challenge. And do we remember who beats Ken in an individual immunity challenge?
I do remember. It's Clay.
Yep.
Clay motherfucking Jordan wins on a 1v1 because there's rounds to this challenge.
It's like a physical like digging up stuff challenge. It's like a challenge that Ken should dominate, but no, Clay just kind of
100%. Ken should be winning that. It's crazy.
Yeah, and Clay smokes him. It's not even close.
It's not even close. It's like I think it's like you have to like find like 10 things. Like Clay gets 10 things before Ken gets 2.
Yes. Yeah. You have to like follow these like directions, but I think it's just an arrow pointing to where the next one is.
Yeah.
Or some shit like that. Like it's written in Thai, but like the way to even get to that challenge was to like memorize the Thai numbers.
The Thai alphabet, yeah.
Yeah. And somehow Clay and Ken were the two that were able to fucking do that. And Clay wins the first individual immunity of the season and solidifies that Chewy-Gon is going to win Survivor. And that's
I think that's the nail in the coffin for Sukchai. I mean, Aaron kind of also is, but I think that's really like...
Yeah. Like, I don't think a Ken, like, immunity run is out of the question. They cut him off the first chance they get, and that's wild. With fucking Clay Jordan. Yeah. So shout out to Ken. Really good.
All right. Should we move on to the top half?
Let's do it.
Top half. Number 8 is
Yes,
None
sir.
other than Brian
There it
Heidik.
is.
Now here's a very
Iceman.
fun group.
Oh
Um,
man,
so
I
I
have it
have
first.
that
Brian at
photo on the
13.
right. That
Mike
photo
has him at
all the way
11.
on the right is chills.
Funky has him at 7th.
It was
And
perfect.
Kyle has him at number 1. Probably not just for Thailand, but of all time.
I actually have him 15 all time.
I honestly thought he was in
He's
your top 10.
no, I mean, there's too many Pagongs that need to be there.
Real.
No, I have him below Richard Hatch, obviously the first time, goes without saying, I think. Chris Doherty, Scoopin the first time, Twyla Frank, Tom Westman the first time, Ian, Lil, Sue the first time, Boston Rob the first time, Nalia, Katie Gallagher, Sean Rector, and Fairplay the first time. Always the first time. The returning seasons are bullshit. But then it's Brian. I think
How about for
Brian
this? We
is.
just let Kyle take it.
Yeah.
I think
yeah.
Brian is fascinating.
Yeah.
I think he. I think Ian gets a lot of love, deserves it. He's terrific. I think that the reason everyone loves Ian is because the question at the core of Survivor is, what would you do for $1 million? And Ian is the first person who hits a wall and is like, I wouldn't do it. I'm not going to betray these people. I'm not going to like sell my morals out. I wouldn't. This isn't worth $1 million. I quit. And I think that's great. And I think Brian is the other side of that coin, where he gets faced with horrible thing after horrible thing that he has to do, and he never hits a wall. And he never is like, I wouldn't do it. And it's like, what do you have to do for $1 million? And he's like, he's willing to do anything, and that's why he gets it, because he has no moral, line he won't cross. He doesn't give it. He'll, allegedly use racism. He'll not allegedly use like sexual assault and misogyny and everything. I'm sure if there was a gay person in the cast who would have used homophobia, he doesn't care. And I think it's dark. I don't think it's, fun, but I think it's fascinating. How, just like willing to sell out his morals to win the game it is. It's darkly compelling, I guess I would say.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Brian is very eerie. He is one of the most, like that's what separates him from a lot of the, because it's commonplace nowadays where you have people that are actively trying to, and that's like kind of the default they want you to go into Survivor with nowadays. It feels like is, game over everything else. And
but I don't think they mean it like that. And I don't think they mean game over everything else like.
It's different the way Brian approaches it.
Yeah.
But it's just way more eerie too, because there's not a sense of sportsmanship. There's no gentleman's rules to it. You know?
Exactly.
And the fact that he's able to act so differently in confessional versus,
I know that's another thing I love
out there, and just the oh gosh,
fun and joking around with everybody, and then confessional he's so like cold and he's like weird. He doesn't have any like charm to him at all, and he's completely uncharismatic. It's like bizarre. It's bizarre to watch how just he like flips a switch and becomes this completely different person that has no like sense of empathy or anything. He doesn't care about anyone. The way he talks about like Jan and shit.
Granny Janny. Jan disposable. The loyal soldier.
His comments about, women and being in the kitchen and the fact that he won't say Sheehan's name correctly behind her back.
I think he forgot.
Sun Yu or what? Sukji. He tries like 3 different things. It's
either
incredible.
He's like a crazy racist who refuses to say her name or doesn't remember, and either way, it's like pretty bad.
I honestly do not.
I was gonna say either way, it's like
I never got that.
I was gonna say that if he actually forgot what Sheehan's name was, that still is pretty bad.
Yeah.
He's the first person in Survivor history that doesn't want to see their loved one. Like he actively, that's like the first time he sweats all game is when he's like, fuck, they're gonna have to meet Cece.
I know.
They're gonna have to see what ridiculous shit she does in that video. He's apologizing beforehand because he knows, like, oh hey, yeah, my wife's kind of crazy, but yeah, so don't take whatever she does too seriously. And, yeah, there's a moment where Cece says, "Oh, this house is so dirty," and then Brian says, "Why don't you clean it?"
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. There's another moment where Brian is talking to Jake, and they're at camp by the fire or some shit, if I remember correctly. And Brian starts going on this thing like, isn't it crazy how this is just like the old days? It's just instinctual. The women do the cooking and cleaning, and the men do this, and that. And Jake laughs and says, I noticed how you waited for them to leave before you said that.
He doesn't have like any principles he wouldn't sell out just to get someone to like him a little bit more.
Yeah.
He says the same shit to like Ted and Clay because he knows like Ted and Clay are pretty misogynistic. So if I say stuff, then they'll like me more. They'll be like, "Oh, Brian's one of the guys." Brian doesn't care. I don't think he's. I mean, say what you will about like using misogyny like that being misogynistic, but I don't think he's like personally misogynistic. Is what I mean.
Yeah, and then Helen has one of my favorite quotes where she says, "Brian will play." What I love what Helen tells her husband when she's trying to sum up the current game that's happening. She says, Brian will play with integrity. He's an upfront guy. Clay isn't. He'll cut anyone's throat to get $1 million.
Yeah.
He hides it so well. And Helen's husband is saying, hey, it looks like Brian might be the front runner to win this thing. You should cut him. And she's not hearing any of that.
Crazy.
This deep into the game, Brian is still the upfront guy who will play with integrity.
It's crazy. Yeah.
She had her mind made up week 2 that she wanted Brian to win.
Probably the least popular winner ever, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Tommy has him beat, or like Natalie White, but I'd say he's probably the least popular winner ever. Which kind of endears me to him a little bit. Just the fact that everyone hates him so much, it's kind of like fun to like him.
Man.
Contrarian is
a little bit, but also, I mean, like, I don't know. Everyone hates everyone hates like Ghost Island. I don't like that bullshit. Yeah, everyone hates Amber on All Stars. I don't like Amber. There's plenty. I think Brian does have a lot of legitimate, like, good stuff there.
Yeah, and it's just wild watching him play and maneuver the game. He's able to, we were talking about through the grapevine, but another thing Brian does so well is like just casually suggesting ideas, not bothering to take credit. It's like, and he says he has a very subtle form of leadership, and you see it all throughout the season, where he's not the guy that's out in the open demanding this, and that. He kind of leads people onto an idea and then makes them think it's their idea almost in a lot of different scenes. The way he snows over Helen to get Ted out instead of Clay, the way he snows over Jan to get the way he does both, because he snows over Jan to vote for Helen and he snows over Helen to vote for Jan and gets them not to talk to each other. He's like, oh no, they don't need to know. That would just make them sad all day long. Like, oh my, that's one of the most delicate things I think any Survivor player's ever done. I think Clay actually has a pretty good hand in those scenes too. But it's ridiculous, and of course, Final Tribal Council being like the only time you really see Brian sweat, and which, like, I know a lot of people say he has a terrible all-time bad Tribal Council. I don't believe that. Like, I think what he did coming back to haunt him was just always going to be very hard to account for. And he knew fuck all about Penny, so that was already gone.
Yeah, he was never going to learn it. Like, he wasn't going to talk to the jury.
The Ken stuff, he was never getting Penny's vote. He was never getting Aaron's vote. He was never getting Ken's vote. But I think he did the right thing and just denied the fuck out of whatever the hell Ken's trying to suggest. I think he is actually not terrible to Helen's response. She does end up ultimately voting for him, but it is against fucking Clay. But like, I think
Helen, there is only so much he can say to her because she is just so mad at him.
Yeah, where Probst has to like interject and say, "Hey, let Brian talk."
Is that the only time he's ever done that at Final Tribal? Where
That's
he's
the
been
only
like,
time
"Hey,
I
can you
remember.
chill out a little bit and let the jury speak?"
Yeah,
Oh,
it's ridiculous. And he says, "For one mistake, for one misguided decision." And Brian just has
fucking
this air of phoniness to him that is just so interesting. Because from the couch you see it, but being there you don't. And
yeah, that's
one
why
of
I
my
think that that's why I think that Helen's husband is so great because he shows up. I don't know. I mean, this is going to be a really weird connection, but I don't know if you guys have seen Big Brother 19, but
Yes.
pretty deep into Big Brother 19, there's a celebrity guest who's like an actual fan of the show, and he's in the confessional. He's in the DRs, and he's like, "It's crazy. You get here, and everyone's under Paul's fucking spell. Like, you just like it's like you're not even talking to people. They're all just like robots that are following Paul." And I feel like that's like the perspective Helen's husband brings in a way.
Yeah, it's like
Just
yeah,
like
what from the outside, it's like
the
so
viewer's point of view, like, how do you guys not see what is happening here? And he's like basically begging his wife, like, can you just vote this guy out? He's gonna win. And she's just like, no. I think he is a fascinating, almost like cult leader. And I'm sure Rams is going to talk about what he doesn't like because there's definitely stuff to criticize about Brian. I get why.
What's weird is that what's weird is that I'm actually gonna start this off by saying some stuff I do like about Brian, which is that there's just kind of this perception of Brian that I think that that he's this completely uncharismatic person in confessionals, and I think he kind of does have some charisma to him even in confessionals. Like some of his lines, they're almost awkward enough that they hit, and I think the Cool Hand Luke line is actually kind of awesome. Gotta be cool, Cool Hand Luke. For some reason, I do genuinely like that. I think some of the lines, even if they're rehearsed, kind of land. I think he has a bit more.
Ice skating is another one.
The ice skating thing, really all the Iceman stuff, kind of referencing some of Iceman.
The middle finger confessional is genuinely chilling how little he gives a shit about these people.
Oh yeah.
He calls it's just expendable for Jay.
I think the fact that of all things he references Cool Hand Luke, it's something.
Gotta be cool.
Yeah.
The Cool Hand Luke. I love that line. I think, like I said, I do not think that Brian is this complete void of charisma like a lot of his bigger haters seem to think of. By the way, I'm at 13, so I am above 3 other people, and well above. By the way, I'm just yeah. The 3 people I have above him, I have him well above them. I think he has some legitimate charisma. I kind of see the sociological from it, how he's fascinating from a sociological and psychological aspect, and that is why I watch the show for. Ultimately, is that these are the things that I find the most interesting about the show, and I think Brian does provide some of that. With that said, the reason I do have him at 13 is because watching him just kind of steamroll throughout the entire season, and his role in Grindgate. When I said that Ted is not one of the first people I think of in terms of Grindgate, really I think of Brian first in terms of why does Grindgate get to the level that it does? It's Brian. It's Brian. Brian is the one who fully exploits that to his own advantage. He is the one who really sets all of it.
Would they even put it in the show if it wasn't for Brian? If it just ends at the Ted apology, they might just ignore it.
It's very
and it might be a conspiracy and lore we talk about.
Yeah, it's very possible that they don't. And Brian does it completely for his own gain. And yes, Ball great player. You can make an argument that Brian's one of the best players of all time. Sure, whatever. It really
I'd say the reason Brian is one of the best people to ever play Survivor, not best people Survivor, best Survivor players of all time, is because he's one of the few that would be willing to do that.
It's hey, yeah, this is a situation that I could totally exploit. It's just really close. The thing is, Grind, if the entire season, I think Grindgate just looms over it to a really unfortunate degree, and I cannot appreciate parts of it the way I wish I could, simply because of Grindgate. And who's the main reason for that? It's Brian. It's if it could very easily end with the Ted's apology to Gandia, and as Funky just said, it might not be on the show. But no, Brian is the one who really just kind of kicks into overdrive. And for the rest of the season, it's really I have to watch this asshole just get one over on like these other people who I actually like, and it's not. I I agree that his win is a bit overstated in terms of how predictable it is, but like I don't know, just on a rewatch, I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to give another few episodes because while I do think Brian has some good specials, he also has a lot of really boring ones, and he's the main character of the season, and it's really unfortunate when your main character and your winner of the season they aren't always the same, but in this case they are. Brian is the main character, and
I feel like Helen would be the main character.
I think Brian's the main character of the season, but like there's a debate.
I'd probably say it's Brian.
Helen,
I'm
I
on the
do
Helen
believe
as
gets
the main
most
character too.
I believe Helen gets the most confessionals, but Brian is like, for me, like the main character of the season. It's like really have to watch more confessionals of this guy who, he hits one in every 5 times or so, and so by default he has a few good ones, but man, he has a lot more ones. I just don't care. So yeah, that's
I
why
agree with. Yeah. Oh no, I agree with that. But Brian has this such an uncanny valley-esqueness to him that like I'm almost glad he isn't always on. Like I'm glad us as the audience are let in to the fact that it's an act. Because
I think if he was always like charming and charismatic in the confessionals, then he's like then he's kind of like Johnny Fairplay, Then he's fun.
Yeah,
and I think if he's fun, of course.
That's where I was going to go. Like, yeah, I think he would actually be popular in that sense, which, you could argue is a good thing, but I don't know if that's the most interesting thing, or, I don't know if I want to live in a world with fan favorite Brian Heidik. Even though, him winning is a very disheartening moment. Him and Clay being the final two is very disheartening. And, but, I like a lot of movies and media that don't have happy endings. And, time removed, I think Thailand has one of the most interesting endings, one of the most interesting finales. And it's fucking awful, but I think it actually says something and is, there's just a lot to it, I think. And another thing with Brian, those like if you watch that, I know a lot of people don't watch those reunion shows, but Brian is still acting as if he was on the island in a sense. He's not in confessional mode, Brian, in those. They always start the reunion shows by congratulating the winner. And you have Brian standing up and gesturing to the rest of the cast and all that, and be like, no, thank them. And like Probst is over it. You can see a lot of the cast is over it. And then also, please, anyone listening to this, look for the scene of the next day on the early show. Julie Chen, Mark Burnett, and Jeff Probst give Brian the $1 million check. It is one of the most insane fucking scenes ever. You could just tell how much they loathe this guy and hate that this guy won their show. Yeah, Mark Burnett he's like, Brian, drop the act. You've won. Like, Mark looks actually fucking sad because, Brian is still like just trying to do the sleazy PR salesman act, but, it's not working because we've gotten to see behind the curtain.
You think he wore a cross to the island just to manipulate people? I just noticed that's in his cast photo. I feel like 90% chance he wore that just to like get people to think he's a good person. It's like fucking Russell Hantz.
Oh my gosh, I'm also just noticing that for the first time. That's so funny.
Yeah. All right. Lord. This is a good time to bring up my brother's conspiracy that he like literally like a week ago he told me about, and I feel like we got to bring it up because he is one of our only like 3 listeners. So shout out to my brother.
Shout out to Funky's brother.
Join the Discord.
Yeah, we were watching that Final Immunity challenge just because it's such a marvel with all the candles and they have to have the coins and they're in that pose, and he was like, "Wow, this like almost mirrors a crucifixion in a sense."
Yeah.
With Brian in the middle as kind of like the inverse of Jesus Christ in a sense. And you have
really good, Paul.
I was like, oh shit. Yeah. And he my brother knows like I know plenty of biblical stuff, but he's a little bit deeper in that kind of knowledge, and he was kind of just going off, and you know, the other two are struggling. Brian, he's in Zen the entire time. Afterwards, you say he has like a confession where he says, "I felt thunder through me that whole time."
That's
Yeah, and then they give Brian the immunity necklace, and it has all those. The design of it looks like it has, I don't know the right word for it, not
Crown of
horns.
Thorns?
Well, yeah, he said the immunity necklace is kind of like the crown of thorns, the way it's designed, because it has those like sharp edges, like pointing down and all that. And I was like, yo,
Yeah.
this is like insane. And, you know, they chose to put Brian in the middle. They always, you know, choose where to put these people for these cinematic scenes like that. And I was like, yeah, no, I'd be curious to rewatch Thailand with the perspective of, did they make this guy? What if someone was just the opposite of Jesus? You know,
Yeah,
Africa, they were like, what if we make the winner Jesus Christ? Thailand is like, what if we make the winner the opposite of Jesus Christ?
Yeah, so that's, I feel like that's the Brian vision to those who just think of him as that guy that won Survivor and was a huge asshole the whole time, which
Yeah.
he is.
Yeah,
At the end of the day, he kind of
there is
that guy who's an asshole that won Survivor.
Yeah. Also, shout out to him getting drunk at the fake merge. That
So
scene
funny.
is insane, and he's
Oh my human.
yeah, and
Pretending he's drunk.
yeah,
That's crazy.
and he's still strategy talking with Ted, and Ted's like, yeah, now that Brian told me all that stuff while he was drunk, like I know he was being serious about our final
he
two
was.
pact and this
He
and
got
that.
like, trashed and lied.
Yeah, and Brian was like, now they see me as one of them. I'm like, what? Dog, that is an insane thing to say.
What a
He's like, yeah, now that I've had the visit from Hurling Freddy, they see I'm one of them.
I like that he says Hurling Freddy like it's a thing that people say.
Maybe
That
it
is
was
wild.
a thing. Maybe it was a thing. Then.
If
Man,
anyone knows the
what
history of Hurling Freddy,
that-
please comment.
man.
Again,
what is
in the Australian Survivor seasons, people will say something like, "Oh, like you know, this person, this whatever, Blind Freddy could see that." That's the only time I've heard anything close to that.
man?
It's that
Yeah,
Blind Freddy.
maybe Brian
It's
Heidik actually watched
What
that.
is
Maybe he's
guys,
a time traveler. He watched
what is
Australian
Brian?
Survivor.
What is Brian Heidik even about, bro?
A man with no morals, a man with no flag, looks out for numero uno. And also, just something historically interesting in Survivor. I always found it quite interesting that it took 5 tries for the winner of the Final Immunity Challenge to win Survivor. Like,
Yeah.
that is kind of a crazy stat.
Yeah.
Like, you feel like, you know, a lot of, especially, it happens plenty of times after this where the winner of Final Immunity wins Survivor. But it seems like something where, like, you know, you associate winning the final challenge, like, oh, okay, that probably gives you a leg up in the final vote, and it just like didn't.
Well, the only one who actually like picks wrong is Colby. I don't know. Colby knew what he was doing. I don't want to say picks wrong, but he's the only one who like
doesn't take the
end where he would win and then didn't. Like Kelly's losing either way, Kim's losing either way, and Leah's losing either way.
Mm-hmm.
Something to note is that something else to know along those lines is that Jan is the first person voted out by the person who wants final immunity to then vote for that person to win. Everyone else, Rudy votes for Rich. Keith votes for Tina.
Vote for Malia?
Lex votes for Ethan. No,
Kathy votes for Malia. You're right.
Kathy votes for Malia, yeah. Not Vesepia.
She does.
I think she doesn't vote. I think Vesepia loses her vote.
Yeah, because Vesepia like brutally betrayed her.
Yes.
Kathy
votes for Nalia.
It's Nalia. Nalia's votes are Kathy, Pascal, and Zoe.
Of course, yeah, famously Zoe.
Yeah.
Nalia is the survivor.
I love the way the Thailand final vote breaks down, where all the young castaways vote Clay, all the older ones vote Brian. And I think the duality between Brian and Clay is some of the strongest in Survivor.
Yeah, I love the mirroring between those two finalists. They're just like so different and so similar at the same time.
Yeah, just the way they're presented, like a recurring theme of that final tribal council is people saying, Clay, you lived up to the exact low image I had of you. Brian, I thought of you highly, but you stooped down to disappoint me. So it's like Clay, like Helen said earlier, Clay will backstab you for $1 million, but Brian's an upfront guy. But it turns out they'll both backstab you for $1 million.
Yeah. I think
It's just like Clay, you expect it. They characterize him in a way and they make assumptions about him or judge him in that way that, Clay will do whatever it takes to win. They don't think Brian will.
I love that the season ends with like you finally see the mask slip a little bit because he's just so unprepared for how mad everyone is going to be at him.
Yeah. Brian, I love his opening speech because he says, vote with your hearts. Like he's still trying to do the good guy thing. Like he's not admitting to a single damn thing. He's like, I was hurt. I was pissed that you would even think about betraying me. That's why I had to vote you off. Like those are the cards he's playing. And Brian and Clay burning the boat at night 38 in with like the night vision. So it's all in like white right after they're done laughing about voting off the preacher. Man, it's harrowing, man. One of my favorite final twos.
Probably my favorite one, maybe Rich and Kelly, maybe.
Vesepi and Aaliyah have a lot of great duality also. I think it's like those three. That's a great one. You're right.
Honestly,
that's a great duality.
Sandra and Lil.
Sandra and Lil are both great individually. I don't think they have enough of a dynamic for me to go with them. Like,
you know, who else? Gabler and Cassidy, you know.
Gabler and Cassidy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we can gush about Brian forever. But I think it's time to.
That's a Brian vision. That's a Brian Heidik vision.
Ted didn't even give him a thanks when he told him that the answer was road trip. That was fucked up. All right, joke. All
right,
number 7.
Number 7 is, speaking of Thailand's final 2.
Hey,
hell yeah, man.
Clay Jordan.
All right.
Whoa, we got to talk about these scores.
All right, some rankings.
Jordan.
So Funky has Clay the highest at 1. So Funky has Clay as number 1 for Thailand. Kyle has him at 3. Mike has him at 5. And I have him a bit lower than y'all at number 16.
So Rams, you saw Clay. You had a chance to put him on your rankings. So you whooped his ass and you put him back to bed. You know.
Real.
All right. Yeah. So
imagine that is part of the issue.
That it's a small part
obviously.
of the issue. All right. So I'm gonna go on this. Obviously, I'm a bit lower than y'all.
Go for it.
For the record, Clay's not just my number 16 for the season. Clay is like an all-time like least favorite of mine. For the sheer fact, I wrote this before this. I'm gonna give my impression of the average Clay Jordan confessional. Insert a woman's name here, came up to me and tried to tell me something. Was she fucking stupid? I'm Clay Jordan, a 46-year-old man who looks more like an 86-year-old naked mole rat. I'm the peak of human existence. Maybe she should be beaten. This is the average Clay Jordan confessional. And we get a lot of them over the course of a season. I think...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like he always says the beating thing once.
I was about to say,
it's just like that bad.
He says it multiple times. He makes multiple references to beating, to domestic violence. Really, just the sheer fact, really, I was just astounded by the watch. Wow. Clay is probably one of those people who thinks that the 19th Amendment was a bad idea. I think he would be, if Clay Jordan, if he were still alive today, would be posting on Facebook talking about how, hey, women shouldn't be allowed to... Clay is... I just find him genuinely repulsive. Just the sheer amount of sexist confessionals we get throughout the entire fucking season. From our comic relief. Again, I'm guessing that the three of y'all find Clay funny. I get why some people
hilarious.
find Clay funny. Yeah. And like, and it's weird because there's a fine line for Clay, because Clay, like, in the other picture we have him next to Jake, and more importantly, next to Big Tom. Big Tom also says a lot of comments are not exactly great towards women, but with Tom, I can find some humor in them. With Clay, I'm just I just find them gross. I find him inserted. He's not that important in the context of Grind Game, but he has this one confessional when Gandia is kind of starting to freak out a bit, where he says from the moment I saw her, I knew she was evil. I'm like, dude, that's a
yeah. He
that
does say
gives me a really, really just awful vibe, and he's just there for the entire season. I have to watch this asshole give confessional after confessional about how what this woman ain't getting shit from me. Ha ha ha! I'm hilarious. It bothers me.
it's very dry.
It's so.
Clay doesn't get the wink wink that a Big Tom gets.
He does.
Clay delivers his
he
scenes very dry.
Very dry. I'm I don't find it funny. I'm looking at this guy just do this the entire time. I hate it. And theoretically, I should find Clay's loss satisfying. With losing finalists, generally their losses should be satisfying or understandable. I don't find Clay losing satisfying. He loses to Brian, who, as we just talked about for for a really long time. Brian is I can appreciate parts of Brian. I don't find Brian beating Clay to be satisfying, and I still had to watch this guy get his way for 14 episodes and be mostly proven right. The thing is with losing finalists is yes, they have lose in the end, but they are mostly on the right side of things. They are mostly proven correct throughout the entire season. With Clay, it's just the entire time, and just at the expense of all these people around him who are just it so much more. And like I said, Clay, there are very few characters who kind of disgust me on a personal level the way Clay does. In terms of I just watch Clay and he gives me the worst vibes, just the worst vibes. And every time I watch Clay give confessional about a woman, I'm just just straight kind of horrified. And yeah, just very disgusting. I'm glad I was able to drag him down to 7. Honestly, honestly, I think without him, he's probably in the top 4. But I dragged him all the way down to 7. I'll take that. But yeah, like I said, Clay, genuinely an all-time least favorite of mine. Really, and he is really the main reason that I dislike the season. In terms of why do I appreciate Thailand as much as I should? There are given a few other reasons, but mostly if you replace Clay with someone who I enjoy, if you replace Clay with a character whose confessionals I enjoy even a little bit, Thailand probably jumps about 15 spots for me. But no, I just watch Clay get about 50 confessionals, and I hate every single one of them. They all make me uncomfortable, and he's the comic relief, and that's really bad. And just every time, I go on Clay. I could go on about Clay for a very long time. I'm just gonna leave it there. I think
as could I.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, respect to it, because I have Clay number 1, and I consider him one of the all-time great castaways. He is in my top 10. I think he is my number 9 of all time. And a lot of that is because I think Clay is one of the most. First of all, I do think he is very funny. I think he is very fucking mean. Maybe because of Clay's stature, he can get away with it because he is ultimately just seemingly unthreatening, and no one takes him seriously. Everyone sees through his bullshit. Like we were saying when we were talking earlier about how everyone assumes Clay is a bad person, and Clay will kill a person to get $1 million. So there's no deception there. Clay's warts are shown throughout the season. I think he does have, a fair amount of sweet and nice moments too. But when it comes to time when he's pissed off or grumpy, he's that fucking mean uncle. He's that pervy, mean uncle that can just blow the fuck up. Whether it be at Jake, him being pissed off the Roy Rogers stories, or Jake when Jake was talking about how he believes he's one of the harder workers at camp. Clay takes that as an insult because Clay knows he is not one of the harder workers at camp. So the fact that Jake is actively saying that he contributes more than some people in camp, Clay knows that it's a slight against him, and Clay goes on a big ass childish rant about it. And I also think Clay just has a lot of really insightful things about the dynamics of the game, whether it is presented in the most, I guess, not digestible, but it's not presented nicely a lot of times. But like you were saying, Clay doesn't really get proven wrong. Is kind of the big thing. Like Clay gets the final two he wants that I think gives him the best odds of actually winning Survivor. Like this is a guy that shouldn't sniff winning Survivor, and yet he's one vote away from winning Survivor. Like you cast Clay Jordan knowing this guy is fucked. Like who is ever gonna vote for this like 5'4" old Southerner with balding Southerner with glasses? Like I can't even who wore glasses on Survivor before Clay? I like who yeah, like I think sometimes Gabe or John wore theirs, but they didn't wear them in every damn scene. Like they cast this blind motherfucking old guy to be on the show, and he makes it every fucking day. A lot of his reads are very correct. He is such an asshole to everyone else, but there's times you see castaways find it endearing. Maybe some of the more characters you're supposed to think negatively of, like a Brian or a Ted, at times find it very endearing.
Or Penny.
But then I was gonna say you get to the younger Sukjais, and they all like him. Your Pennies, your Aarons. Xi'an has the first person she spills all the guts to is Clay. Like I think he has a really good natural sense of the game, and is like we were saying, I find most of his confessionals really fucking funny. And yeah, they're vulgar, but I don't think that necessarily destroys it for me. Like maybe if it's a Clay Jordan victory, but like I guess pick between the lesser two evils. Would you rather have Brian win or would you rather have Clay win? They're both humiliated the entire time. Like we're gonna talk about Helen later, but Helen has that great jury speech to Brian, so a lot of times gets understated. Her jury speech to Clay, I think, is just as great, where she talks to Clay and is like, Clay, I want you to name 3 things, and that's if you can think of 3 things that you did around camp every day to help us survive. And Clay says, I did stuff every day. And she was like, I said 3 things. And he says, I did stuff every day. And she's like, Clay, that's not answering my question. And he says, Helen, there's no way in the world to ever satisfy your answer. So I try. Yep. And the fire is reflecting off of his glasses, this entire final tribal council. And he has this like old man beard coming, and he's like looking up because he's short as fuck. So he's looking up for most of the time when he talks to people. And it's this very unflattering angle of him in this really just stone cold chilling face. Like he's bracing. He knows he's going to get ripped the fuck apart because he's Clay Jordan and he is like functionally useless at camp and shit talked everybody. No shit, Sherlock.
That's also, I might pick that scene for the funniest moment in the entire show. It's a bit more Jan than Clay, but it is so funny.
Clay reacting to just the bullshit around him, like him like just shaking his head at like the fucking funeral they have to go to for the dead baby bat. Clay's the one that figures out how to win the 21 Flags challenge, which I should have mentioned as part of the conspiracy and lore that they gave Sukjai a challenge which they should have won because they went first on 21 Flags.
Yeah, 21 Flags. If you don't know, if you know how to play it right, if you go first, you win. You just need to set up.
That's
what is it? Set it up so that you have 4, and when you have 4, you pick 3, so that.
Yeah, you essentially make it so that your turn plus their turn equals 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And Clay's the one that figures that out. So he has these like moments of brilliance to him too, which I think is just really interesting for a player that should be complete shit at Survivor. And just like his natural instinct for the game is really good. But like, I think out of all the characters that I think Clay is the closest a person has come to winning Survivor that had no shot in hell at winning Survivor. If that makes any sense.
No, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how much I believe Helen saying that it was a coin toss between Brian and Clay, but if she is to be believed, there's universes where Clay wins that jury vote, and that is wild.
Because I feel like Clay's cast to be a first boot.
Like, I don't know how much I believe Helen, but yeah. And we talked a lot about that great duality when we talked about Brian, so I'm kind of glad they're back to back, so we don't have to repeat all that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love Clay. I love the way he phrases stuff. He has he brings out these really like Southern words, like or phrases. Like he describes Aaron as like a boogaloo, a boobaloo. He talks about like winning someone over. He's talking about like a bit more of that butter ain't gonna work, and just all throughout the season, he's saying these like really like uniquely Clay things, uniquely like I'm like, and that's what I love about Survivor, especially back then. I think they cast a lot of people that were so uniquely themselves, and you didn't see people like that on television. Like, I think it took a lot of balls for Mark Burnett to put someone like Clay fucking Jordan on television. Like,
yeah, it was insane.
and you know, we're talking it Big Tom versus Clay, because you know that's the obvious comparison that comes up. That's something Rams brought up, was Big Tom versus Clay. But Big Tom plays into the role of the stupid Southerner as like a strategy, even though he's way smarter than that. And, you know, Lex comments on it. A lot of people end up noticing that, but Tom plays that role. Well, I don't think Clay does. And to have like an old man Southerner of that type on Survivor, I think is insane. And of course, I don't think they thought he was going to last that long, but
no, I think they thought he was going to be final two. He wouldn't have made the cast.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, his beefs with everyone. I love him and Helen's dynamic. Everything Helen says is so serious. It's like an encyclopedia. You only talk to her when you want information. It's like so fucking mean, but it's like, oh my God, what a thing to say about another person.
Your Clay voice is very funny.
Thank you. Yeah. But yeah, no, he wins immunity and he says, I know I look sexy, baby. I know I look sexy. And we've talked plenty about pervert Clay, and that just goes into
Which I'm
that.
sure is not a thing that Rams is a fan
Yes, it's
You're gonna
totally
be shocked when I say, but no, I do not find pervert Clay to be endearing. Not even a little bit, as it turns out. I know that's shocking given what I just said about him, but
he even compliments the elephant's ass that him and Brian ride.
Yeah, that's the one where it was like
this guy just has ass on his mind all the fucking time. Oh my God. Yeah, he says he forgets that food has a taste to it when he goes on that reward. He feels like Santa Claus coming back with a bag full of presents when he brings back all the soup and all that to the tribe.
You should have given them a mint out of his mouth. Sorry, I'm getting my Marquesas jokes off. So I missed the podcast.
Yeah. Yeah, so I could talk about Clay for longer and longer. I'll spare us, but I'm glad we we got the full spectrum of Clay Jordan on this podcast. Where you know, someone who thinks he's all-time bad, or someone who thinks he's all-time great, and he is one of my all-time favorite losing finalists, and I think he's truly one of a kind, and we've never gotten anything close to Clay on any media, like, ever. Really.
No, he really is one of them.
I am very happy about.
Yeah. He represents this you know, maybe being Southern is, I see a lot of Clay-like personalities out there, and I know how to deal with them. And there's plenty of them that I think are very good-hearted. And I think it does speak volumes, like we said in the beginning, that Clay is very popular amongst the alumni after the show. And then when, I don't know if we mentioned this, he's the only castaway from this season who has passed away. Him and his wife were high school sweethearts, and they passed away within like a month of each other or something crazy like that. Like, yeah, you know, they met in high school and were together, and they were both very popular in the community. And I remember when he passed, all kinds of survivors were posting about Clay Rob Zabachnik, who has, the great moment where he chokes out Clay at the challenge and
Throws him into the ocean.
throws him in the ocean and says, "I got a shot at Homewood for the backwoods." You hear him? He went, "Arr!" So stupid. I want to spit in his face.
It's awesome to say that about a guy you're a foot taller than.
Yes. Just like insane. But like Rob has said, "Oh yeah, no, I never got to meet Clay out there, but like no joke, like the minute I met Clay like in real life, I was like, oh God, this guy's fucking awesome. He's so hilarious." So I've always wondered how Clay would do on a younger tribe. Like, I don't know if he's dead in the water. Like, I think it probably helps him that he's on an older tribe because he's not a physical liability. But on a younger tribe, it seemed like everyone young that interacted with him found his grumpiness endearing, kind of like Rudy-esque in a way.
Yeah, or like Randy on Gabon. I think a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
not
think
sure, a lot of people are endeared to him.
I think Randy says more questionable stuff on Gabon than Clay does on Thailand, honestly. And they both say some questionable stuff.
Randy's
Yeah,
definitely has a couple of moments where I'm
You
like,
seeing Crystal run the tribe like a gang is pretty bad.
that's really
Crystal
bad.
and GC run that. There was no reason to bring GC up there when he's been out for like weeks at this point. Like, come on.
He makes a reference to like Fong being like a ghetto at 1.2, which is like
Yes.
also like again not great. I don't know, but Randy's not as consistent. Like Randy has a few commercials, and like, it's Randy's not as consistently mean spirited as Clay. Like Randy has some moments where I could tell he's like actually kind of like happy and like kind of enjoying stuff, whereas Clay the entire time I just get awful vibes from that.
I think we get a lot of really nice moments of Clay. I love Helen singing I forget what song she's singing, but it's about the moon. And then Clay's looking up in it and they have a conversation and Clay's talking about how his son told him to look at the moon and think of him every night. And I think we get more tender Clay than I think we're giving him credit for, but he is mostly grumpy old man. He's fucking Neil Young.
Oh, speaking of so one random thing that I've been meaning to mention this entire time, Thailand has a great group of luxury items. And Clay brings a golf Clay brings a golf club set. Brian is the one who brings a guitar, right?
Yes, Brian has a guitar and pick.
Yeah.
Ted has a shaving kit. That's why he's bald all season long.
Yeah, I should have said. I just wanted to mention that I do think it's I do think it's interesting that like both Brian and Clay, if we're talking about the final two, both the guitar and like golf set are like more fun, I guess, things and like things like they're not necessarily as useful as something like I don't know Colby's Texas flag and Pascal's American flag, which uses tarps. Like no, these are things clearly meant to like bring the tribe together and like for them to kind of build for them to build social capital. Essentially, it's like hey,
they're very sociable.
Guitar, and now he's gonna sing to everyone. Then like Clay brought this set of golf clubs, and that's fun.
Yeah, they make the golf course on the beach. Yeah, you see them playing with them a lot.
Yeah. It seems like have been like a great source of entertainment. Like we're talking about, like I said, we're talking about that final two. That is kind of interesting. They are both kind of clearly using their luxury items for social reasons as much as like just kind of personal, like, oh, this will bring me joy thing. It's like, no, this will bring everyone. This will bring the entire tribe joy.
Yeah. Oh, man. Clay's so fun to fucking laugh at too. Like, just the look of sheer pain he has during that final immunity challenge. And he is just waiting for Jan to drop. The second he sees Jan drop, he says, "Oh, fuck this. I'm out. I'm going to be in the final two." But like, oh my God, he is going crazy. And he's talking about he told his wife to bring him a full pie in the car. He wants something fattening. Oh, man.
All right, Clay Jordan.
What a little twerp. One more lore fact about Clay is Clay actually filed for bankruptcy like right before he left Survivor. It says his job is restaurant owner, but that restaurant was not doing well and it got like foreclosed and he filed for bankruptcy. So he was like super fucking in debt going into Survivor. And I think at the beginning, Clay's the only one to not mention his job. mean, it's because he has no job. And and when they do those opening shots, Clay's is just in front of a sign of Monroe, Louisiana. Instead of like at the place of work like almost everyone else's is, unless they're like a student. So yeah, that was always interesting. And Clay kind of alludes to it at Final Tribal Council. He's like, I've gone through my string of bad luck and I've just started, on a path upwards again. But what I noticed, Brian, he goes next in the opening statements and he says, I never faked any kind of story of sympathy. And it made me like be like, is that a diss on Clay right now? Like he's wanting y'all to think that Clay's lying about his situation.
Yeah, I can see that
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, that was something I like just noticed during my last rewatch of that. And so I felt it was worth bringing up.
All right,
Yep.
well, that's it
All
for
right.
final
Thank y'all.
2. Number 6 is Xian Huang.
Xian, yeah.
Xian's the only returning from Thailand.
Yeah.
So
Still
Kyle,
beautiful.
Yeah, and because kind of reversal from the last one, Kyle and Funky have her at 8th. Mike has her at 3rd, and I have her at 2nd. So
I feel like we all like her the same amount, though. I think we just like more people on the Thailand cast.
very possible.
Yeah. And I've always thought it was a little bit of one of those like connecting the dots backwards things where a lot of people say, I only like Xi'an in Thailand. And then I'm like, okay, well, talk about Thailand and Xi'an. And they can't. And it's just like, okay, you just saw she was the only returnee and figured she was the best part, which, like, you could think she's the best part of Thailand, but a lot of Survivor fans kind of work their way backwards, where they connect the dots backwards and they think Xi'an is this super important character to Thailand. And she is a big character of Thailand. But I don't think you think Thailand is the Xi'an season unless you haven't really watched it that recently at all.
One more thing I want to note, because I agree with you, is also because Xi'an is like nobly one of the better parts of All Stars. Like pretty much every All Stars hater, and even some of the people who are fans of All Stars, agree that Xi'an's like one of the better parts of it. Like she is like legitimately good there, and so it's like, oh, she's the only person who returned. She's the only person from Thailand to return, and also on All Stars, she's good. So therefore, she is great on Thailand. And yeah, I said it's not.
She is great on Thailand, but
I do really like her on Thailand. During both of I've gone up a lot on Xi'an on both of her seasons. Like before, I thought she was okay on Thailand, and I thought she was kind of over on All Stars. And so I watched both seasons. I think Xi'an's actually just pretty actively great on both. Xi'an is to me probably the first version of this archetype that I like to think of as the annoying underdog, essentially, where it's like, gosh, you can see what like.
You understand why they're on the bottom of the track.
Exactly. This archetype that I think is probably best exemplified by Shireen in Worlds Apart.
I would go with Eliza Orlins.
I was thinking of Eliza too, but Shireen's a good one.
Great. Yeah, Eliza's another example. But yeah, Shireen in Worlds Apart. Alicia and Ko Wrong is another example of just where it's like, wow, I'm rooting for you, but like I get why everyone just kind of hates you.
Another example is Anthony and Fiji. I don't know if people agree with me on that one, but
I'll have when I get to Fiji, I'll admit, but it's like with Xi'an to me on Thailand is interesting because as you mentioned, she's the only non-white person on Sukjai. Like so, she's like very clearly like, and that's like clearly something that she takes to heart. And it's like, there's that scene where she's explaining how, you eat the entirety part of the chicken. The rest of the tribe is just clearly disgusted by her. And she feels alienated because of that. And you feel bad for her because like, this sucks that she's like not allowed to express kind of her entire cultural identity because these people just kind of don't want to listen to her. But again, she is also kind of annoying part. So it's like, yeah, I get why people just don't vibe with her. She is very annoying, but she's annoying in a way that I find compelling television. She creates some very cool, interesting conflict on Sukjai. And overall, I just think she's a really cool casting choice on both seasons, honestly. She's just a very... Yeah, overall, I think I'm just like such a fan of her and the way she's also just a great professional. The way she talks, she's a very expressive speaker. She's kind of very, very emotive. She has very emotive face. Her body language is also extremely emotive. And the entire time she like kind of talks, it makes her just it like she's an actually compelling speaker just verbally, but then when you add in like just how expressive she can be with her body, it makes her just a very, very strong professionalist. And the fact that she's kind of at the center of conflict throughout the entire season or throughout the entire time for the entirety of her run here is, yeah, I think she's clearly one of the best parts of the season. Very fun. Glad she was brought back, and honestly, yeah, I'd be down for a Sheehan 3.0. I'd be so down for a Sheehan 3.0. I think she'd be probably deliver about the same amount of energy. She's just a lot of fun on time.
Yeah. A little lore drop on Xian, because you mentioned it, it made me remind me. In Xian's application, she specifically said, hey, you don't cast Asians. Why don't you cast Asians? Which was a great point. She is the first Asian castaway on Survivor, like just in general.
Insane.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
They waited a very long time, and then the chronology, it's like Xian, then it's Daniel Liu next season, and then I don't think it's until Bruce from Exile Island. Wow. Yeah. And then of course Cook Islands and Fiji are next, and that was they purposefully cast 5 Asians for their race wars. So
yeah, I don't think it's and then like PG and Emily and
it really
Kenny. I knew there was someone. Like it stops being like
a normal thing. It's like, hey, there's it's like no,
it stops being
like there's consistent representation. There's Liz Kim on Samoa shortly after that.
Brenda on Nicaragua, who kind of has a similar reputation as Xian, both being like the only returnees from their season.
Even though both of the seasons they're on are good.
They both are pretty good. I wouldn't have them as like my favorite from either season or even close to that, but I think both of them are really, really good.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, Xian is a lot of fun. And she calls herself the She-Devil. Like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, if you're calling yourself the She-Devil, like, not that the other people are right to disclude you or not trust you, but like it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I mean, she calls herself Chaos Cast. Like, hello?
Yeah, exactly. If you're giving yourself one of those types of nicknames, it's like, yeah, people aren't really gonna trust or like you all that much, I assume. Or in Rob's case, sorry, girl, I just don't like you. Nothing personal. Closes vote.
That is the greatest vote of all time.
All-time great voting professional.
Oh my god, it's so ridiculous. I love their beef. Their beef is so much fun. Starting with, like I mentioned, the let me take a look at your hand, sweetie.
That's the let me take a look at your hands thing is so ridiculous because it's such a it's like when you tell your little brother a joke and then they're like, oh, this people laugh if I say this, so I'll say it to people. It's like so weird.
Yeah, like he doesn't say that if Ken doesn't say the thing about Jed. There's no way Rob cares. You do not mess with the She-Devil and don't get the hordes. Yeah.
I actually think we covered Shannon pretty well, even though I think we all like her quite a bit. I think we covered her pretty well.
I love her in the fake merge. I think, I do ultimately am pretty positive on the fake merge, but I do think we still get a very interesting season if Xian just flips and seeing the ramifications of that.
Xian, my guess is we get the exact same thing, except Xian
gets to be around longer.
Xian
instead of Jake.
6, and then she's voted out once the rest of the Super Jets are voted out.
Yeah, probably, which I still think would probably be an interesting season, and more Xian means more conflict.
Yeah, exactly. I'd definitely be down for more Xian. The fact that Xian doesn't make the jury yet, doesn't make the merge is kind of a bummer.
Yeah,
it is. It's kind of a bummer.
I think Xian is also in that Clay group where it's just insane they even made it that far.
Yeah,
I don't thought Xian was going to make it far.
That Xian survives 3 votes when no one likes her the entire season.
Yeah, and she actively is telling Ken, the only people that are nice to me here are you and Jake. And it's kind of there were probable signs that that Xian would be likely to flip. And of course, like I was saying, Clay and Ted and Brian do such a good job of oozing her over. And making her feel seen and heard.
Yeah.
Which is really all she wants.
Yep. Clay Jordan's always great at understanding women. You know what they
Yes.
say.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
statement I certainly agree with. All right, move on. To
No,
number
I'm
5.
sure. Yeah.
Number 5 is Gandia Johnson.
Gandia. Oh
I
my
like
god.
her so much that I
Rankings
fell
wise,
for it when someone said she was on season 50. That's how much I like Gandia. I was like, shit, they got Gandia?
Yes.
so sick.
For some context, like the season 50 cast leaked on Survivor Sucks, and they were making, they made it dramatic where they would post like one cast away, wait a couple minutes, and it was just pictures, right? And it was totally correct. The entire list was correct. But in the middle of it, they posted a picture of Gandia. And the euphoric feeling I had when they posted Gandia was awesome. And keep this in mind, I had met Tom Cruise like the day before. And that was like one of the highlights of my life. I felt like so euphoric and, just meeting a actor whose work I very much admired. And he was very kind and it was really cool getting to meet him. And so it was like, I had that same feeling when Gandia got announced for the season 50 cast, even though when you thought about it for more than like 10 seconds, you knew it was the fakest shit of all time.
Yeah, it's just that I think both of us were just so excited that we didn't even have like 10 seconds to think about it. We were just like, oh, Gandia, and believed it because it would be so good to be true. We just had to believe it.
Gandia is a fucking star. Like her star power is just so insane. Like
that's
Gandia that makes it far in the season is like one of the biggest characters in Survivor history. Like there's no doubt.
Yeah, it's like unreal.
Yeah, if Gandia can make it to like the jury phase, I think Gandia is on All Stars.
Yeah, probably.
And yeah, everything she says is just such fucking gold, and so hilarious. And then just oh man, I remember one of my favorite Gandia things is she's shooting the shit with Tanya, and she's like, I know how to distract them young boys on the other tribe. I'm a flash some titties or something like that. And Tanya is like, Gandia, they're gonna be blindfolded because it's that like blindfold challenge. And Gandia is like, oh, they're gonna know. Oh my god. Yeah. And when she loses the challenge because it really is like 100% her fault, really, why Chewy loses that first challenge. Like she totally chokes on the slide puzzle.
But the first one is like,
yeah. And I've heard the lead was like legit like a half hour. Like I've heard the lead is bigger than what the show made it look like, which I've always heard in general. Like these challenges can last a very long time, but they're edited to be action packed and quick paced. But yeah, I heard that Chewy had quite a lead and Gandia just completely squandered it. And she comes back crying and she apologizes and says, those lucky bastards. And is talking about how she's a legal secretary and she deals with facts. And the fact today is that she messed up and she feels like it's time for her sister to go. And yeah, it's ridiculous. The whole diva thing is so much fun. Before it becomes kind of uglier, and of course we get Bye Bye Denver Diva, which I think is funny, but I could see why someone would think that might be a little bit too mean or whatever. Like in the clip show, Gandhi has this one, she's talking to the tribe. She's like, yeah, if you look up the word diva in the dictionary, you see the definition is Gandia. And they're all having a great laugh at that. And man, of course, we got to talk about Grindgate, which, we talked about a lot with Ted. And I don't know a better time to bring this up, but there is one, I think the moment that I feel like is the nastiest unfairest thing they portrayed in Grindgate is in that second episode, the one where Gandia actually goes, and they have Helen, and she's weighing her decisions whether to go with the men or go with the women. And she's talking about how she ultimately believes Gandia's story, and and she doesn't believe Ted's story. And she's talking about how maybe Ted thought Gandia was leading him on, and because Gandia is so free spirited. And then it cuts to footage of Gandia like naked, like just walking around naked, but it's not like she's doing it in front of people. It's like something where like a camera has to zoom in, like it's a long shot. So she's probably by herself fucking naked. It's like that's the grossest part of the way Grindgate is presented as a TV product to me.
Yeah, so feel like that about that scene.
It's like there was no reason to do that.
Kind of does feel like they're trying to get you to be like, Gandhi is being ridiculous here.
Yeah,
that's which I don't like. I don't like.
Yeah, like I think it's mostly pretty fairly edited. Like in comparison, especially to other instances that happen in future seasons, I always thought this was presented, more or less as fairly as it could as a TV product. But yes, that and some of the music choices during, especially during Gandia's scream and like her, for lack of better words, her crash out, which like I hate saying, like I was saying, Gandia is just so naturally fucking funny and just has something really witty and smart to say it all the time. But like, she's hilarious in that fucking crash out, throwing the rocks, and she's like saying piece of shit, and she says butt crack showing every goddamn day, like like she's just totally roasting the fuck out of Ted. And they're really good roasts. They're really good roasts. It's just the circumstances are so ugly that you don't want to laugh, even though Gandia is one of the most contagiously funny people that have ever been on the show.
Yeah, no, it is like, I think that's part of the whole tragedy of her character is that she doesn't get to be like, Gandhi is someone that you could put an entire cast together just to make sure that Gandhi goes far, and I think that'd be really fair.
Yeah.
I think that the sad part about Gandhi is that she doesn't get that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she just the charisma off the charts. Like you cast Gandia, like you see her like once and you're like, wow, it's beautiful that someone like this wants to do Survivor. Like I bet Mark Burnett was sold like the second he talked to Gandia that she needs to be on the season. And then another also unfortunate funny thing is when Helen is telling Helen is telling Gandia that Ted is now saying nothing happened. And Gandia is holding the machete and she's getting pissed off. And Helen's like, Gandia, the machete, you don't want to do that right now. Or whatever. She's trying to take the machete away from Gandia because she notices she's getting more pissed off. Oh, man. Yeah. And then, man, that another moment that's just so heartbreaking in that group scene is you can tell Gandia is so uncomfortable with, Ted yelling at her and yelling about the situation. And she's playing in the sand. And, we get the, which I don't think we brought it up, the I'm not even attracted to you, which is like, I get why Ted says that, but like, oh my God, the delivery is like so fucking mean and devastated. And I don't know if it, this was edited that way, but they like cut to a shot of Gandia looking like very like sad and devastated, which, I don't know if it's necessarily because of that comment, like it made it seem, but that's like one of the saddest shots of all Survivor is Gandia's face during that, when Ted's yelling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Again, I mean, like, Rams less so, but me and Funky love this season. I think both of us wish we got to see the season where Gandia gets to be a huge star.
Yeah.
Because that's definitely a season that could exist.
that version of Thailand is a version I'm much higher on than the version we
Yeah.
got.
And I love when she just starts completely shit talking Ted and Clay, calls them like frickin' frack and moo cow and foul Albert, Mud and Jeff. Yeah. What's also and I didn't mention this in the Clay section, but it is also, I've always found it really interesting how the vote shifts from Ted to Clay as the
Yeah, that's
women
part
are,
of the interesting stuff with it to me, is that it's like
yeah, they even like, you know, Gandia realizes the value of having Ted. Yeah. Which is a shame. And she's like, I hate that I have to deal with it, but like, how else are we going to win Survivor? And I think that's another reason why some of Clay's comments, I don't think go as I don't think they, at least for me personally, don't hurt as much, because like now Clay is the, you know, he didn't do anything in terms of the grind gate, in terms of stoking the flames or anything like that. But now he's the boot that they're going for, and Gandhi is trying to rally votes against him. And yeah, Clay does not take kindly that he is now the boot, which yeah, that happens. People usually don't like being targeted.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's one of the most pivotal boots ever, I think, and really just sets the tone of the season. And I think it makes Helen not winning just sting even more. Like, wow, you sold out your values and you didn't even fucking win.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's like the fact that there is so much emphasis put on the fact that like she's like, well, you know, you have to do these things to win the game, and then it's like, no, Brian just kind of outsmarts her and wins. So it's just like, yeah, damn. Sometimes you sell out your values and you win. Sometimes you sell out your values and you don't win.
Yeah, Helen has that.
Nothing.
She has that great confessional where she says that today is the day I started playing Survivor. Before then, I was in such a
Was it day 26?
haze. Yeah, yeah.
When doesn't leave?
Yes. No, it's you know, the date of where she learns about Grindgate.
Yeah.
Where she's like, before then I was in such a haze about, we got to get water, we got to cook food, we got to gather this, we got to win challenges. But this is the first day she realizes she is playing a social political game. And yeah, no, it doesn't get realer than that. I think they describe it as depressing. Like multiple times the episode. I think they use the word depressing. And it is.
And it is. It very much is.
Yeah. God.
Gandia says she's gonna punch his ass in the eye. Oh my god, her delivery of like every word is so great too. Like
she's just a really excellent speaker.
Yeah,
she's a star.
She's a star, yeah. And like, look at like I know we talked about the numbers, but me and Kyle, who are very positive on Thailand, have her at 5 and 6, and we like most of these characters. You know,
yeah, she's the fourth boo. Like,
yeah, she's in my top 100 characters ever. Like, I think Gandia is fucking phenomenal. So, yeah,
she's good.
Goes to show.
Yep. It's good. All right, number 4.
Shout out to Gandia.
Number 4 is Jake Billingsley.
Jake,
the 6th placer, the last Sukjai. Mike's the lowest on him at 7, then Kyle at 6, and Funky and I are tied for the highest at 4th. Jake, cool dude, really cool.
Jake is awesome. His Roy Rogers stories.
Jake is like a 62-year-old man who looks, unlike Clay, who's 46 and looks about 86. Jake is 62 and looks about 42. I could see, like, you could say that Jake is 42, and I could totally believe it. Jake looks. Man,
there's so much jealousy Clay has of Jake.
Yeah,
it's like phenomenal. He is so fucking jealous of Jake.
But yeah, I love how much Jake is clearly like the guy that Clay wants to be. That's like how Clay thinks of himself, and he just isn't at all. So when he's confronted with that guy, it's like
Jake is
just like gets mad at him for wanting to be like good around camp, because Clay knows he's not good around camp.
Yeah. And it's so great that Jake has such success in Sukjai, like he is, he's the the quote unquote leader in the sense that he chose the tribe, but like he's outnumbered age wise. Like, but he is in the majority alliance.
The
They
last
really
person
could
voted
have
out
just
the tribe was the person who chose the tribe.
He is
So
very
Yeah.
clearly like the most important. Like he's like the central figure. It's kind of fitting that Jake is the last Sukjai because like Jake feels like he is like the just guy around Sukjai's camp. Like he's like
Yeah.
the guy who everyone like respects the most, and that's tough because being guys in his 60s on a tribe where most of these people are like easily 30 years younger than him. Like
Yeah,
but he
who's
just
even
is
the
that
second
guy.
oldest Sukjai?
I think it's Stephanie. Like,
Yeah, who?
oh no, or it might be Ken. Ken's 30 exactly, I think. But I think
Ken is
Stephanie might be 30 too.
29, I want to say.
Yeah, Ken's 29, Stephanie's 20. No one else is over 30, and Jake is 60.
Jake
Wow.
is
Like, he's
literally
able to
more
do
than twice the
Crazy.
age of everyone else on Sukjai, and that he's like just the guy. Or wait, is she at
Yeah.
30? How old is she?
No, Sheehan's like 26.
Yeah.
I thought she
I knew she was below 30 because I know Sheehan said she tried to apply for Real World, but they said she was too old, so she applied for Survivor instead.
But yeah, Jake is. Yeah, Jake's one of those guys who I think even the non-Thailand fans, myself included, just kind of think that Jake is cool. Just kind of nice, just very pleasant person. A lot of Thailand is very unpleasant, but here's Jake just kind of being a cool dude. Sharing his Roy Rogers stories that Clay doesn't like.
Yeah.
Sharing blah blah that people don't like.
And anything that Clay doesn't like is something that Rams likes.
It's true.
It's something I like too. And Clay is one of my favorite characters ever.
It's true. I base my opinion on everything in the world based on whether or not Clay Jordan likes it. But
you don't like ass?
look, unfortunately, Clay.
My bad.
Unfortunately, Clay. The fact that Clay
You
is
got to
an
make
ass
some
man
sacrifices.
means
Yeah.
no. This sacrifice. This is my one core belief, and my core tenet is that I cannot like anything that Clay likes.
Wow.
It
A clock can't be right twice a day.
Cannot be. But yeah,
my bad.
Jake is, like I said, just clearly kind of cool dude. The way I like him as a leader of Sukjai. I like the way he's just everyone kind of respects him.
Yeah.
The way
he is like this positive masculinity to him.
That's a great term for it. Positive masculinity. Like, yeah, he's just a cool guy. Even Brian seems to like him. I was just like, man, Jake's kind of
Yeah, he's the one Sukjai that Brian actually bothers to like connect with.
And
yeah, they go fishing and clamming.
Votes for him.
Yeah, I mean, you could say it's to get the vote, but you could also say like, yeah, he could have picked any of them.
Yeah,
he could have got, he could have connected with Penny, he could have connected with Ken, he could have connected with Aaron, but he didn't.
Yeah,
he chose.
Yeah, I love the scene of Jake comforting Xian, and in confessional, Jake is saying that he like doesn't really understand why the other castaways don't like Xian because he views Xian as a very good worker, and he says something like, man, those people like me. They must if they're talking about me to, try to cheer up. And Jake is saying that crying is good for you. And all this just
sweet. He's just such a nice guy.
Yeah. Like
especially on this cast, I feel like it's really nice to just have a nice guy.
He's so needed. Like that I have a really hard time getting through the post merge of Thailand in general. It was just once that final immunity challenge, that the snorkeling immunity challenge we were talking about earlier, once that happens and like Jake loses it, and then it's the death of Sukjai, that episode, the Aaron boot. Once that happens, I have a really hard time getting through those last few episodes. But gosh, it's so nice to have Jake there. Be like, oh yay, Jake's here. I like Jake.
I've always thought that like a presence like Jake would have made something like All Stars like way better. Like like there's some people like that I think are interesting people, but they also are good at just smoothing people over and being a nice personality, but not necessarily in the way that they destroy the conflict around them.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
And I think Jake fits that really well.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, for me, Jake is the epitome of good vibes, and like I've talked, and I think we've all of us talked about. It's like one of the issues with kind of like new era Survivor is that a lot of it is just pure vibes based, and like but are not inherently bad as long as there's something as long as they're vibes with substance. And Jake is vibes with substance. He has great vibes, he's kind of pleasant, but he's also someone who he's not going to stifle a conflict. He's really only going to add to a season. He's not going to like smooth stuff over in the way. I don't know. This could be an extremely weird comparison. Someone like Derek on Big Brother, who's just like completely like smooths over all conflict because that's worse for his game. Yeah, it's a very weird comparison, but it's like, no, Jake's not going to do that. Jake's just only going to make a season better. And he's probably not going to be a main character of any season, but just having him as a solid presence is always just going to improve something. And for some reason, I never thought about like, well, what if Jake were on All Stars? I guess Jake would probably replace Tom. Like he's probably,
yeah, either Tom or Rudy.
Yeah, actually, Rudy's probably better. Like, obviously, neither of those guys are being replaced, but theoretically, if you're making All Stars,
no one's
which funny enough, if Rudy doesn't pass medical, apparently Clay gets that spot. Like Clay got all his shots.
Somehow
and,
you've made All Stars worse, which is impossible considering I do have All Stars ranked. You've done the one thing that makes me hate All Stars more.
Yeah, Clay gets on All Stars if Rudy doesn't pass medical. If Colby says no, Ken gets his spot because they fill a similar archetype. Which is just kind of insane that there is a world we get 3 Thailand castaways and All Stars.
Maybe people would pretend like Thailand was a good season. Not pretend.
It's like how people pretend Cook Island's a good season because there's so many returns.
Yay!
But yeah,
aren't you guys excited to get to Cook Islands?
So good.
We'll try.
Yeah, Jake Billingsley, good.
Great family visit too. I love
him. Yes.
Yeah, it was a genius idea to flip the format of the gross eating challenge this time and let the let the loved ones do it. Like honestly, that's like super fucking cruel. But
you get Helen like yelling at her husband to eat the fucking like scorpions and shit.
Yeah, and you have Jake's wife who does not even want to do that like at all, but like loves Jake so much and knows that Jake really needs her right now, and she is trying her damnedest.
Cece like doesn't want to do it, and then Brian's just like, yeah, it's fine.
That is great. She just doesn't even try, right? Like she's like, you know what? Not for me.
That's one that everyone does, and then they go to the second one, and she's like, Brian, I don't know if I can do it, and he's like, yeah, you don't have to. Good.
Oh man, I love Jake's story about like something about like jumping off a helicopter, and it's so like far fetched that even we get Ted this time saying, you know what, I don't know if I believe that one that Jake said. Yeah, and Jake also I think has a really good read on the game. Like he actively tells Helen that Brian and Clay are going to be the final 2. And yeah, and the slander job that they do at Jake is just insane. The whole Jake the Snake thing. Like they're like kind of preemptively slandering Jake, even though he hadn't really like done anything yet. They're like they all sense that Jake just has this aura to him that they need to get on top of it and just start like completely shitting on him and calling him Jake the Snake, even though he's like he's not really doing anything snakish. He's just like trying to make another day.
Fun fact: this does foreshadow Jake Latimer being bitten by a snake on Survivor 49.
Yeah, this is the better Jake the Snake.
Jake the Snake.
Yeah. Oh, and of course the final the final Suk Jai night where it's the 4 of them left, and they're all crying about it, and they're like, I think Penny says maybe we should all sleep together one last time, and then it cuts to Jake making a face, and that sounds kind of erotic, and then they all laugh.
I know there's someone in the community, I don't remember who, but I know there's someone in the community that hates that. I feel like we should acknowledge that someone hates that.
Yeah. Well, there's people that hate Clay too.
Yeah, there's who would hate Clay?
People hate all kinds of things.
Yeah. No, I just feel like every time Jake comes up, they mention that specifically. So I want to shout them out, but also,
and also his whole tribe laughs at it afterwards.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think it's bad. I don't know.
Just punching. Yeah.
Okay, worth mentioning.
All right, number 3.
Let's do it.
Number 3 is
Janny.
Jan. I'm the lowest on her at 6. Funky has her at 5. Kyle has her at 4, and Mike has her at 1.
It's American.
Okay. Question, Kyle: is that picture on the right her with Helen? Like
That is her with Helen on the right. Yeah.
Wow, is that a recent photo? Like,
Yeah, it's pretty recent. For two people, for Jan looking 100 years old when she was 50, she looks like 70 years old now that she's 70.
I was gonna say she like. I wouldn't have guessed it was recent, except for the fact that Helen looks like she's aged about 20 years. In that photo,
but Jan,
which would make sense. So,
I think it's like the Cyrus from the challenge thing. Like Cyrus from the challenge, how he's always looked like he's 45, but now that he's 45, he looks really good for his age.
Really, yeah, now that 55 looks great for his age. When he was 25 and looked 45, it wasn't a great look. Yeah, all right.
But I think it's the same with Jan. Jan's finally aged into her looks now that she's 70, and she looks great.
Hell yeah, good for Jan.
Oh yeah, Jan's the best.
Yeah, Jan is just so funny and so out of her elements, and she truly, even more so than Clay, because Clay at least has like a strategic side to him, where like Jan just doesn't. She should be someone that doesn't make it far on Survivor, and yet she is the final juror.
Yep.
who gets voted out. Like Jan also seems like someone that if she got that far, she would get to the final 2 and no one votes for her. But I think there might be a world where Jan somehow wins Survivor if she makes it to the final 2. I don't think either Brian or Clay take her, but yeah. I've heard Jan say that she takes Brian if she wins final immunity, because Jan said she knew that Clay was going to get the young Sukchai votes, and even against her. So she was saying that if she took Brian, it would be more of an open field, which I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know if that's like
Jan then, because I think if Jan takes Clay, then Brian would vote for Clay, and he gets the 3 Sukchai votes.
Yeah, there might be a world where that happens.
Well, no, because Jan never wins that final immunity. That's never happening. But
yeah, like I guess if they had a final immunity challenge that Jan Gentry could beat Brian Heidik
drinking alcohol.
And the scary part is, I was gonna mention, we have like 3 great drunk scenes this season, and I don't even know which one's the best. Like they're all Jan's drunk scene, Ted's and Brian's are all really good. I think I give the edge to Jan because she's like an animated, like loony kind of drunk. It's just so much fun. She falls down.
Brian Ted is the drunk scenes.
I love when Jan falls down drinking at the fake merge, and I forget if it's Ted or Brian, and they're like, "Yeah, this happens every night."
Oh, and she gets so excited for the margarita at the auction.
Yeah.
She's not quite Lil, but I do love her like crying faces that she makes all season.
Oh, so yeah, like when she votes out Helen, which is like
God.
still
like the dead bat.
That too, yeah.
Was the dead bat's name Oscar?
Oscar, yes. Oscar? Yeah, and I don't know why Jan is there when Jake like wrings the chicken's neck. Like I know Ted walked away, but like Jan is there in all her beautiful, sad glory, and now Oscar has a friend because they buried the feed. I think Ted says, I'll send a card because she's trying to get everyone together for the funeral. And they're just so over it.
Oh, and there's that great Helen confessional where they find the dead. And Helen's like, yeah, I like animals, but that's like a fetus. Like, ugh.
Yeah. And Clay has the one where he's like, he is just like amazed that people care enough about these animals to the point where they are like sad when they die, and he's just like kind of pissed off that everyone's making a big deal of it. And he's like, God put us on put them on this earth for nutrients. Something insane like that. What an understanding guy.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I think narrative weight, not as much as a lot of this cast, but I think she is just so funny. So consistently so funny.
She's always in the background making a quip or doing something funny. I love when Brian and Clay, after the elephant reward, they bring like a couple bottles of wine back and, the soup. And Jan takes the bottle of wine and says, I need a nipple on this.
Oh,
man. Yeah, she's so fun. We didn't even mention one of the all-time great scenes is Jan and Helen's trip to the waterhole.
yes. She finds Jan like floating face down in the ocean.
Yeah. Well, first of all, they just get lost or whatever because Helen says Jan claimed that she knew where it was, but she did not. And then they get there and Helen's doing all the work and Jan is just like floating in the ocean. And Helen had such a miserable experience. She says, if I had a gun, I would have shot her, then shot me second. Pause. That's why I don't carry a gun.
So
All-time great. All-time great. Top 10
Helen has to be
confessional.
like one of the best confessional givers ever.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Oh man, she just delivers constantly.
Yeah. And when they get the mirror, Jan is saying that she used to have a chubby face and bosoms, but now she's a stick figure. She's like all sad she has no boobs left. Man.
Rams, you got any Jan thoughts? Yeah.
I find the fact that Jan is a final juror to be really funny because if you look through like final jurors in the history of the show, you get like a lot of like.
It's a coveted spot. Yeah,
it's a coveted spot. I mean, just look through the first few seasons. I mean, you have Rudy, you have the goat Keith Famey, you have Lex, obviously you have Lex, Kathy, like. Some of the biggest characters on there, and then immediately after this, you have Rob Cesternino and Johnny Fairplay. I mean, seriously,
Scout even.
No,
Ian.
seriously, just look through that. Look through that stretch of 5 seasons. Lex,
and like we could keep going. There's so many like Rafe, Terry,
yeah,
that are such big parts of the season.
5-season stretch from like Lex, Kathy, then Jan, then Rob Cesternino and Johnny Fairplay, like some of the most iconic characters in the show's history. And you have Jan in the middle. And I find that really just inherently funny. I also find the fact that she wears overalls to be funny. I don't know.
They definitely made her wear that. That's awesome.
I just think very funny clothing item.
It's great for a kindergarten teacher also to wear that.
It gives fantastic vibes. Just the fact that she has like pigtails or like kind of things in her cast photo and also just on
She has to be like the greatest kindergarten teacher ever.
She would.
She's awesome.
I wish she was my kindergarten teacher. Like, she gives off another person who just gives off awesome vibes. Kyle, when you're talking about narratively, it doesn't do a lot. I think also narratively, she just fits in a very weird spot with this cast.
Yeah, because especially being part of the Chewy Alliance,
she's part of Chewy, but she's like the least present within it. So it's like weird. It's like
she votes with Gandia. So like she's on the bottom of the Chewy Alliance, and and not like she necessarily, I guess, is comfortable staying at the bottom, but it's not like we see anything where she tries to disrupt the natural flow of the game.
Yeah, she's kind of there as like weird fun comic relief every now and then. That's fine. That I'm not gonna knock that. She's ranked 3rd here for a reason.
Jan in the final.
She's just a very weird person to talk about, which is fitting.
Yeah, it fits her so well, and her that.
Gosh, she's a final juror on early season. That's insane.
And she does the final immunity challenge. And Jeff asks, like, "What are you most looking forward to, Jan, when you get home?" And she says, 4 beers, 2 in each hand, and a big pizza. Then find some sucker with a cigar and con it off him. It's just like, who thinks like that?
Jan does. That's why she's awesome.
Jan Gentry. Yeah. Also,
that's why she's on the show.
Yeah, she's great. But yeah, that's all I have to add for her. She's Jan. She's great.
Yeah, it's terrific. Put her on every season.
All right. So our top 2 are Helen and Rob. Who do we think is number 2?
I know who number 1 and number 2 are. I think Ramsey. But
I don't. I'm gonna guess Helen for number 2. Funky.
I was gonna guess Helen for number 1.
All right,
but let's see.
It is. Damn it! Whoa! What the fuck? Yeah. What the fuck is that photo?
He's bald now.
Oh, that's sick! I didn't know that. Hell yeah! Looks great.
Looks awesome.
It looks great. It's awesome.
The man, the myth, the legend.
ROBBBCBHTIK Rob's back.
acting. Oh, Rob.
Man, just his intro into the season, and we didn't talk about this with Jake, but Thailand is one of my favorite intros to the season because we see the village and the aerial shots, and then we get to the village, and then Jake just bursts through a fucking clothesline. It's like such a sick way to introduce the cast.
That is.
And then you see Rob Zabachnik skateboarding through the fucking village.
Yeah, I didn't mention this earlier when I was talking about the luxury items, but Rob's luxury item of a skateboard is without doubt my single favorite luxury item of all time because
I put it second to Big Tom's lesser known raccoon penis that he brought, but it's a good pick.
It's so funny. He's on a beach. He knows he's going to be on a beach.
Yeah.
And he brings a skateboard, which
Well,
does not function on a beach.
do we know the lore for the skateboard?
Yeah, didn't he want to bring a journal and they said no? And then he wanted to bring a football and they said no. And then he was like, what should I bring? A skateboard? And they're like, yep, bring the skateboard. Sounds perfect.
Exactly. Like he was just like, what the fuck should I bring if you keep saying no to everything? My fucking skateboard? And they were like,
yes.
Yeah, that's awesome. Do that.
That's great. I'm just gonna tell you about the rankings here. Kyle has him at lowest at 7th. Mike at 4th.
I love Rob. It's
Funky
just I
at
love
3rd.
the guy.
I have him at 1, and I don't know. For me, Rob and Shan are like the very clear 2 best people on this cast. I adore Rob. Everything negative that I have said about Thailand does not apply to Rob. Rob is also a person who chokes Clay Jordan, which, as has been made very clear over the past little while, is something that I'm a big fan of.
It's also crazy because Rob is kind of problematic in his own right many times this season.
He is not. Look, he's not great at points, but he's so fucking funny at
and compelling. But yeah, so fucking hilarious.
That really, it has to be said that Rob's story in a nutshell is for the first 5 episodes, he's one of the most annoying people who you've ever seen, and who just gets on everyone's nerves, and who probably gets on nerves of every viewer. And then that 6th episode comes, and he has this amazing growth arc where he has that scene with Ken. He has just all these beautiful scenes, and he kind of just accepts who he is. And as one of the younger people on this cast, it completely makes sense how Rob would be the type of person who go through a legitimate journey of self-discovery throughout the course of the season. And by the end of the episode, he's completely content with who he is, with how his life is going. And when he gets the votes, all he can say is 2 B's, guys, 2 B's. And it's just
awesome.
That episode opens with them actively looking forward to vote out Rob. And then by the end of the episode, all of Suk Jai is so sad they have to vote out Rob.
Even Shan
he completely he's that perfect mix of really funny comic relief where it's just pretty much everything he does I find just kind of incredibly entertaining. And then he has but he tops it off with some legitimately compelling character content in his last episode. And what's weird is that even though theoretically Rob for the first 5 episodes and Rob for the last episode should that should be a jarring contrast, but no, it works because Rob is kind of interesting and Rob is that guy. And
I think we always see moments of it. Even though Rob is annoying, you see there is a good kid buried in there somewhere. I think they do show that, he is the last of that group of people to go. Jed and Stephanie go over him, even though Rob is more outwardly annoying.
I think
but we see Rob work.
Then he's an asshole or anything.
One more time.
I think it reads a lot more like he's immature than he's being rude to people.
We see Jake says something about Rob where he says, I've never met someone with more enthusiasm than him. And that's a great way to put it. It's not always, focused in the right direction, but Rob is a very passionate dude and it comes off in everything he says.
Yeah, he has a zeal for life.
Yeah, it's
kind of beautiful.
Very, very wonderful.
Yeah.
I love
awesome
when at the very beginning when they're choosing tribes, Rob says he doesn't want to be on the little old lady's tribe, so he's purposely putting his head down to not make any eye contact so Jan won't pick him. And then he gets picked by Jake and he screams immediately and says, yes, I get to talk. And it's so great. And speaking of screaming, Rob does a lot of screaming throughout the season. So the time when he screams because he's actually in legitimate pain, no one pays it any attention, and it's so funny.
So funny.
And that visual of Rob just like flipping the fuck over, falling down when he steps on the sea urchin is so great. And Jake's like, yeah, we heard Rob scream, but we didn't pay it no mind because that's something Rob does.
I love that Cheyenne is just like making fun of him for being in pain.
Yeah, it's such a little baby. Ow, ow. And they're like, Cheyenne said, being stung by a sea urchin is such an excruciating pain. And then I asked her, have you been stung by one? And she says, well, no. And I say, well, then go get me some water. How would you know?
Just a great scene for both Rob and Cheyenne, honestly, where it's like, oh yeah, I kind of get why people don't like Cheyenne here. Like,
yeah,
I would also be, if I was Rob there, I would also be kind of annoyed.
Yeah,
she had to make things about
Kathy's
herself.
a great player because Kathy immediately pees on it if that happens.
Yeah,
again,
Cheyenne's not nearly as giving.
Marquez's podcast. I'm getting Marquez's jokes out here.
Yeah, we get so much because Rob votes for Cheyenne every time he goes to tribal council with those great, like nothing personal. I just don't really like kind of shit that he always says.
It's like it's nothing personal. I just don't like you as a person. It's not exactly.
Yeah, it's like I just can't stand you. You get on my nerves, and I can't stand you. Nothing personal.
It's like, wow, that's one of the most personal things. Gosh, I love Rob.
Yeah, he says like Cheyenne's eating the lungs and intestines and necks and picked the bones so there was nothing back, and he finds it repulsive, their eating habits, and how he never wants to meet another girl from New York City.
This is worried about it. I've heard from Survivor that New York City is actually full of gay people, so I don't think there's many women there.
Again, shout out to Scottsdale, Arizona. Rob,
I was going to say shout out Shannon, and I was like,
not gonna shout out Shannon. I'm gonna shout out Scottsdale, Arizona, which is almost as problematic as Shannon.
Probably, yeah, maybe worse.
Man,
Rob. Does anyone know what Rob's doing
so, I know he does some acting stuff. He's in like some very like low budget movies.
I always doing well.
Yeah, I think he lives in California now. I watched that, during COVID, they did that charity like Thailand Zoom reunion, and like maybe like a dozen members of the castaways were there, and Rob was there, and he was hilarious as usual. And it was so funny because Rob he barely like watched Survivor before. Like, I don't think he watched Survivor at all beforehand, and he didn't really watch it when his season aired. So he's like learning things about Chewy he didn't know. He's like, wait, y'all had a monkey? They're like, Rob, that's like a big thing like everyone knows. And Rob is also like, enjoying laughing and catching up with people, and has a great dynamic with Clay and Gandia. And he's like, man, the entire show could have been Clay and Gandia, and it would have been the best season ever. And I'm like, damn, I agree. They are the two funniest people who've ever been on Survivor. But oh man,
shut up, Rob.
Yeah, Rob's great. Of course, Attack Zone is just one of the all-time great challenges, and Rob choking out some guy like half his size, like double his age or whatever.
Literally double his age, I think. Yeah, because Rob's 23. Like,
oh man,
he's so proud of it too, and obviously we just got beat by a bunch of rules saying like Rob's just one of those guys with a ton of just funny quotes. He's just
I love what he says afterwards too. He's like, yeah, the Red Berets would have been cool, but I wish it was like a big turkey. Oh man,
I would love to know what Rob's casting interview was like. Like, how often, like, he walks in, like, what is the first thing he says, and does Burnett just accept him instantly? Like, as a result, like, I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that room.
I love Rob's comments at Attack Zone when he's talking to Ken. He's like, bust him up like he stole somebody's lunch. And then Rob's like flicking off the camera. He's like actually flicking off, so they like censor it, because these are like purposefully. Where like Brian's, they can get away with it because he's counting, so his isn't like one you have to censor for TV. But like Rob's like actively just like losing his shit the entire attack zone with Gandia barking too, which adds on to the scene.
Rob also has some of the all-time like is one of the all-time great facial like emoters, for lack of a better term, in terms of like Rob just makes really funny faces throughout. Like pictures like almost don't do him justice for just how weird, just like how expressive of a face Rob has at like all times, and just,
he can't hide it.
Watch Thailand to see Rob's face.
No, watch Thailand. Yes, that's a great reason to watch. Watch the first 6 episodes of Thailand,
and then the rest of it,
and minus the chewing on scenes. Just watch,
and then all of the scenes.
And watch Rob's face. He's so funny. It's just one of those things where it's just these little moments, like, man, that's good.
Yeah, you can see why Ken is laughing his ass off constantly.
Oh yeah. Well, Ken's always laughing, but he loves him. You can tell.
Yes. Another one of my favorite Rob confessionals is, Sukjai has the boat backwards, and Rob is saying, our boat was backwards. Who cares? Our boat went faster backwards than it did forwards. And I'm like, I don't know about that, Rob.
Oh, he's
like swinging on vines and shit. Like,
just like a little kid.
Yeah. Oh, man. It's what a character. What a guy. Rob has said before he knows that like he does not have it in his toolbox to ever win Survivor, and he like just yeah.
Rob.
Yeah, because Rob and Sheehan, like I always found it kind of weird. Sheehan is an All Stars and not without Rob. Like they've always kind of seemed like a duo to me, especially like they hosted that MTV Battle of the Sexes preview for the Amazon, and they did a lot of you saw them a lot together. They were kind of the young faces of, even though they placed so early, so low, there's just not that many young faces on Thailand, so they became the young faces of the season.
Yeah, once they go, it's like Penny and Aaron, and that's it. Okay,
yeah, and they hang out with the older people.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they don't really exude like youthful energy.
Yeah, we were talking about this. Like, what Brian is the youngest person of that entire final 6, and he's in his 30s. Like,
yeah. So yeah, but I remember Rob saying he did the All Stars interview and pretty much just told them like, yeah, man, I know there's no way in hell I'm ever gonna win Survivor, but I would love to, just fuck around and have fun again. And they were like, yeah. We want someone who's going to try to win. Yeah, so.
Well, I'm trying to think of who Rob would be on in place of.
Probably, I bet the space was between, Mariano versus Zabachnik. Yeah. And like, I think there's a world where they go with Zabachnik. Like, I think plenty of people, when they thought like, oh, another Rob is back, other than Rob C, I think in your head, you think Zabachnik before Mariano at that time.
I don't know. Mariano's pretty major on Marquesas.
He is.
Yeah, he's major, but he's not like there's other major characters, like there's Sean, there's we're like Thailand, there's Kathy. We're like when people thought about the characters that people liked at the time for Thailand, it's like, well, I guess Rob.
Yeah, that's fair.
Bam.
Yeah, so
what a universe that would be if Rob's a backnick.
This would drop big time for the Shapiro tribe to be Sesternino, Mariano, and Zabachnik.
That would have been hype. But you got to.
Yeah.
That's the Rob we all think of, actually.
Why isn't the general on every returning season?
Yeah.
The general should have been on the show more. They should do him like they did fucking Aubrey, instead of putting Aubrey on every returning season after she was on.
The general would have some great metaphors.
All right. Well,
it's like I don't know. That's the general doing a metaphor.
And that's that. Let's go to number 1.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think we're now talking about the general, which means I think we've run out of stuff to say about Rob's backnick.
Well,
so
all
number
roads
1,
point.
who could it possibly be?
Woo!
Helen Glover.
Which
Rankings.
is
I'll just read off the rankings. Kyle, Funky, and Mike all have her at second. I have her at fifth.
wow, no one gave her a first, and she's still
Yeah,
in
no one
first
gave her a
place. That's
first.
pretty crazy.
Yeah, very interesting.
I definitely have her endgame, which I feel like is kind of first.
Yeah, I have her in my endgame too. Like she's top 20 for me.
Yeah, I think she's probably the best like ever confessionalist in the history of the show. Maybe something about the way she speaks, everything's so intense and serious, but still funny. It's really
like an
kind of
encyclopedia. You only go to her for information.
Yeah, I don't agree with Clay on that. I think he's kind of
everything is so serious. Man, yeah, Helen's great. I love how the only person that annoys Jake is Helen, and all the recipe talk is so much fun.
Oh god, yeah, it reminds me of that scene on Marquesas when they're asking Kathy's son what dessert he had recently, and he says coconut, and they're all like, "Ah, you've ruined it."
Man, yeah, but Helen is like bugging out all season.
I know, she's at like 11 all the time. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Day one, she's at like 11 intensity. She's just so intense. Everything is so serious. That's why we get that amazing jury speech, because she takes it all so seriously.
Yeah, it's all so personal.
Yeah.
Break a leg, and I mean it. I believe it. I like there's multiple times Helen says if I catch that damn monkey, I'm going to kill him.
Well, I'm sure she would have.
Yeah.
Yeah. All time great final words, as just alluded to, Funky. It's like, well, 3 knives in my back. Yeah, it's just some very, very funny person overall. I'll say the reason I have her a bit lower is the way I get why she acts the way I get why she chooses the path she does during Grindgate. But to me, it makes the season just kind of pretty clearly worse, and so I have to knock her down a tiny bit for that. I don't generally knock down people for how they affect the boot list, but here I do. I think her choices there do make the season worse, and that's kind of why I have her fifth. But as y'all said, really, really funny confessionalist, really just very interesting personality.
Yeah.
Adds a lot to the end game specifically. Like I said, those end games can be dire, but she does add some levity to them, even though she doesn't mean to. I don't think Helen ever needs to be funny, but she just kind of is funny because she's just very emotive, very expressive professionalist, and just very, very intense in a way that almost that loops around to become funny.
Yeah, the gravitas that she just brings to the season, it's just so heavy. Yeah, and oh man, we get a lot of great I think we get some really good touching Helen moments. Like like we mentioned earlier, the anniversary I think is great. I think that's such a fun scene. I love the Helen singing scenes. Like she sings "Are You Lonesome Tonight?" She sings Christmas songs for them. Like she's entertaining them at the campfire. I love, when she's yelling at her husband to eat the food, but she's also saying, please, 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 please. And she has that crazy look in her eyes, like she's going to fucking kill someone.
And everything with Helen, she's that intense, that serious, that she's gonna kill someone.
Yeah. And then of course, Brian and Clay, pull one over on her. And I love the scene where she's trying to convince Brian and Clay that they should tell Jan that she's the one going home tonight. And they're just like, nah, do you really want to just have her be upset for the rest of the day? Like, come on. That's the nice thing to do is not tell her.
I know.
Yeah, dude. Man. You could have said, H, it's me. It's you tonight. And then it would have been okay. Hearsay.
There are times where I think that jury speech is better than Snakes and Rats. It isn't. But
I think it's the longest. Is it the longest one they've shown on air in terms of runtime?
It might be.
I feel like it is. I don't know if I'm exactly correct, but I think it's 4 minutes.
Yeah, it goes on for a while.
Yeah. Oh
I'll
man.
try to see if I can find that out.
Yeah. Oh man, but yes, I
It's
do
so
think
good.
it is so
So mad. She's just like furious, and she never stops like pushing.
mhm. I called her Aunt Helen, but she was closer to me like a sister, but I'm wondering if she's the sister that went bad. Brian fucking says. Man, I love Brian just trying to come up with rationale for why he got rid of Helen. Like I
Yeah,
mentioned, he has just
it is
tried
just
his best to come up with like a good reason that doesn't make him sound like a completely fucking douchebag.
5 minutes.
Oh wow, it's a
Shit,
yeah.
gosh, that's a long.
Kathy's on All Stars goes on for a while.
Yeah. And the heartbreak of Helen, like we've mentioned, is, she kind of sold herself a bit. Like she explicitly believes that the right thing to do. And initially what she was going to do, she tells Brian, me and the girls are going to vote off Ted at the next tribal council. And, by the time it's the next tribal council, the target has changed from Ted to Clay, and Helen is no longer voting him. She's now siding with the boys, and she sells her soul and for nothing. She doesn't win.
Yeah,
She doesn't get a shot at the final two. She doesn't get a shot at final immunity challenge.
Yeah.
It stings just as much. And like I totally get like someone like you were saying, Rams, that Helen made a decision that made the season worse. And I could see that argument, but I do think, like you were saying, you don't always think of Ted and Gandia when you think of Grindgate. To me, like I think of Ted and Gandia first, but after that, I think of Helen and her moral dilemma.
Yeah.
Like the Brian meddling stuff is like fourth place.
Did the research. Helen's is the longest by like over a minute. She's by a lot the longest.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then second, Jean Robert.
No, awesome.
Equally.
I know.
Speech.
I don't even remember Jean Robert's jury speech. I just remember James going, "He shut him up."
I only remember Todd's answer to it.
Yeah.
Here's Jean Robert. Man.
Yeah, and like I completely understand why.
That's
Like
what he's talking
the
about,
the
James.
moral, like as I said before, the psychological and sociological aspect of it. Helen's decision during Grindgate is fascinating. It's very compelling television. I completely get why y'all raise her for essentially just kind of how intense and how serious that dilemma is for her. It's a dilemma that we very, very rarely see it on the show, and like that's it is compelling. I completely get why you in fact wouldn't lower her, but just said raise her because it's a unique situation, and she is a compelling enough personality that she completely sells her role within it extremely well.
Yeah.
She explains the situation so well.
I completely agree with that.
It also like it probably helps that she explicitly says she believes Gandia. Like
Yeah, I think that's
yeah.
like
you see people say that no one supported Gandia.
Situations like with Jean Robert and Dan on China and Island of the Idols, but I don't think it's ever like Jean Robert's different because he is always at the bottom of the alliance, and Courtney's never going to get voted out before him. It's just
but
like
they keep him around is kind of like I feel like that's almost meaner. Like I've always said that before.
Yeah.
They vote out Leslie, they vote out Sharia, all these people that Courtney likes and is not being made uncomfortable by. Like, I think it would have been nicer to vote out fucking Courtney. And if you really wanted John Robert around, it's a
but it's never
different conversation. But like,
I just mean it's never like Todd and Amanda aren't like we have to choose between keeping Courtney, who is like clearly in the right here, or winning the game. They kind of just choose both, and then Island of the Idols is perma Fiji bullshit, so they're not really willing to explore something that interesting. They're just like, oh, well, Tommy really let a great blindside on Kelly. It's like, ridiculous.
One of my favorite editing moments in Survivor Thailand is the start to the Ted boot, which is very important because that's the cannibalization of the remaining Chiwegon. And it starts with this compilation of animals attacking each other and, all these fights, kind of foreshadowing what's about to happen. And there's and Helen is using the machete to cut a coconut during this whole montage. And anytime Helen does a swing at the coconut, a cymbal crashes. Like on the drum set. And it just sets the tone for the episode up so phenomenally well. So
It's so good. Helen is electric.
Yeah.
I don't know. Say what you will about the returning player seasons, which is that they probably shouldn't happen and they're kind of dumb. But it's a crime that Helen never got to come back. She is so good.
Yeah, she should have been on that first All Stars. I know they didn't want more than one older woman on it, but come on. Helen needed to be there.
Do we really need Amber? No.
I think you could throw a Helen on the Heroes tribe. Honestly. They're clearly stretching for female heroes anyways. I think you could have thrown Helen on the Heroes tribe.
Yeah, put Helen on there instead of Candace.
But Candace is there.
Yeah. That would have been hype if they went all the way back and got her. But yeah. She also did post-season get she got a cease and desist from CBS and SEG because she was on the radio talking way too much about production side of things. Because I think she did have a radio show afterwards, and I think she still might have a radio show. She had one for a very long time in that part of Rhode Island she lives in.
Yeah,
but
show because she uses it to talk about how QAnon is real now.
Yes, so. Yeah, she is a super right winger.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is
I was not expecting it from her, but
you know what's funny for the people that actually listen to these when we release them. Charlie Kirk had gotten killed right when we finished the Marquesas one or something like that, and I remember making a joke at the time oh, we should get Helen to start the podcast with the memorial of Charlie Kirk for us. But it's been so long now, that wouldn't even be that funny of a thing anymore. But at the time, it was you totally could ask Helen, can you please be on my Survivor podcast to memorialize Charlie Kirk? And she probably would have given us a 20-minute fucking audio message to play beforehand about how Charlie Kirk's death is the end of society or some bullshit like that, and how he would have been president.
I think we're probably wrapping it up on Helen right now.
Yes, we are.
And I want to end it on Mario Lanz's website. He had a link to a brownie recipe that Helen sent him, and I made it with my mom, and they were very good. So,
thank you.
I think it's the brownie recipe that Jake was complaining about, but they were great.
Yeah, the butterscotch thing. Yeah.
Oh, they were terrific.
Yeah.
Really, the two most important things about Helen: she makes a really good brownie recipe. And she's big into QAnon.
I love Clay's voting confessional for Helen, where he says something like, "You were a great cook, and I'll kiss the cook when I get home." Something like that. And then Brian's is cause and effect. You caused this effect.
That's actually an all-time great voting confessional. Seriously, that's
a good one.
When I think about Brian's cool moments, that's actually such a cool that is a really cool thing. That's a reverse sign that works really well for me.
Yeah.
All right.
Move on.
Yeah. So
that was it.
What's coming next for the show? I don't know.
Yeah. Do we also want to do some final thoughts on the season?
Yeah, to this picture, yeah.
Yeah, we could do it to this picture. Why not? It doesn't make me uncomfortable or anything like that.
Yeah.
I put this together because you would think Amazon would be next, but we've been talking about opening up to whatever seasons people want to talk about. We wanted to get Thailand out before we thought of it, but we thought it would move faster if people could just be let's get groups together to talk about whatever we like. Probably. So
this podcast is long in the making. And this is one we are really excited to do.
We're trying to put this together for
something. We've been working on an iceberg. We've been working on a bunch of stuff.
There's going to be some Survivor 50 coverage because there's got to be.
Yeah,
we're going to be
we'll
the
do some
1000th
50.
podcast that does Survivor 50 content. But you know what?
The only podcast
It'll be
talking about
fun.
Survivor 50.
We'll be like,
The only podcast that will make constant Survivor Thailand references during Survivor 50 coverage.
I was also going to say we're going to be the only podcast that likes Colby, but like now people on Twitter like Colby. Like they saw pregame interviews with him and they're like, damn, this guy's really cool and nice. And I'm like, well, duh, it's Colby.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're still the most pro Colby podcast, probably.
Yeah. But let's talk about the legacy of Survivor Thailand in a sense. And kind of
which
where
is really negative. And I think Rams, I think even you would agree that it's a little unfair in its reputation as like the worst season. I think that's pretty extreme.
Yeah.
And I think it's pretty unfair.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, so, you know, every now and then you'll see people post their their season rankings. And for a lot of people, they will put Thailand like very close to the bottom. Like you will often see it like close to a Redemption Island.
You'll see it below Island of the Idols.
Or below Island of the Idols. You will see people do that. And I think I agree that even I, as a relatively anti-Thailand voice here, would agree that that is too low. And I think it's a combination of a couple things. One, I would not be surprised if some people who post these rankings straight up have not seen Thailand. Like, I have to imagine that, like, among the current Survivor fan base, Thailand is the least viewed season. Because if you're getting into Survivor now, there are a lot of seasons to catch up on. 49
It's a lot.
Is a ridiculous amount of seasons to catch up on.
It's a tall order.
And
and
I do not blame anyone for like not wanting to watch all 49. I mean, goodness gracious, like when I was first getting back into the show, like there were quote only 30 like to get through, and that was a lot of seasons. And now there are almost 20 more. Oh my god. And so like frequently, you know, you'll just like go to Mr. Rears like, oh, what season should I watch? And like, you know, there's on the Survivor subreddit, there's a what season should you watch thread, which I think is a very good resource for stuff like that. And Thailand, and like, so you're not going to watch, so if you're not looking to watch every season, you're probably not going to watch Thailand because Thailand is an older season, so it's not really relevant to the newer seasons. And also,
there's one returnee that only comes back for All Stars.
Exactly. It's very relevant.
Which is also a season no one likes.
Which is also a season that you really don't need to watch unless you're doing completionist thing. Also, it's an older season that in general people don't like. So it's this, we talk about it, so it's almost this negative feedback loop where it's just like you hear that Thailand is bad, but if you don't want to watch all 49 seasons, Thailand's probably gonna be the one. Thailand is easily one of the most skippable seasons. Like,
you can just not watch 40.
Yeah, if you're not like a total completionist, you don't need to watch Thailand. Like, I can't really say like I mean,
you can get the gist of Survivor history without Thailand
very easily. And so
I think Brian, you're missing a lot, but that's you know.
And so I would agree that it is unfair because, like I said, I'm a relatively anti-Thailand voice here. There's some stuff here that is enjoyable. There's certainly more stuff to like here than on a season like Redemption Island.
Like
season like Island Idols, and on a season like Game Show.
Its highs are much lower.
Even that season like 44. Like like I think there's like more intention here. I mean, intention I think is the key word here. Where it's like you've talked a lot how the season is like art. Like this season, like there was effort put into it in a way that wasn't on a season like 44. And like there's just good stuff like on here. Like it can even compare to season like Karen Moen, or actually no, Karen Moen's awful, so that's probably a high bar for it to clear. But like there's like clearly more good stuff. And I think if people who just by default put it really low in the rankings because they don't want to watch every season, like that is something they're gonna miss.
Checking it out. I think that you might not love it, but I think you'll be interested.
Yes, it is certainly interesting.
Stuff you're going to enjoy.
Like I said, I do not like Thailand that much, but I think there is certainly some stuff of interest, and you're gonna get something. You're gonna feel and think something after watching Thailand in a way that you wouldn't. That's not necessarily a great thing. I feel very negative things after watching Out of the Idols, but I don't think that's worth watching. But it's like it's better than something like Out of the Idols. What I'm saying is, I think it's just clearly better than something like Out of the Idols.
The ultimate goal, like I was saying, is to take away with the appreciation that at least in the grand scheme of Survivor, this is a season, like we were saying, with intentional effort. It was a product of art. You can decide whether you don't like it or not. There's a lot of, movies that I think were very intentionally made and very, you know, maybe on a technical level, stuff is impressive, but ultimately I don't think come together well, and I'd consider them a bad movie. And I think that's totally.
Sorry, Rex.
I like Hamnet. We won't get into that right now. That's a while. But
Hamnet will be on the Gabon podcast. So
Yeah.
wait for that.
Hamnet's good. I really like it.
yeah,
We'll wait for Gabon. We'll wait, hold it for Gabon.
yeah. Fuck. All right. Anyways, yes. So yeah, there's plenty of like movies and other like shows that are made with artistic intent in mind, and that like maybe there's stuff I like in a technical level, but they ultimately don't come together for me, and I don't think they're interesting. And that's totally okay to like think Thailand is bad. And but I like hope at least this podcast like widens the perspective to at least be like, okay, this was made in a time when there was a lot of effort and intentionality and just uniqueness in Survivor. Because you know, my own personal history with Survivor Thailand is I was never someone that didn't like Survivor Thailand, but I was always someone that leaned more positively than other people. Like it was always the you know, quote unquote bad season, and I'd watch other seasons, and you know, and especially if you watch chronologically, like there's just so much heat in that era of Survivor, in my opinion, that it's easy to be like, oh wow, Thailand's not good, and you just kind of like forget about it. But then like you're watching season like 43 and you rewatch Thailand around the like right afterwards, and you're just like, oh shit. Or like even like my big moment was, I think I watched Thailand after Game Changers, and that's when I was like, oh wow. Because I think at that point Thailand was a bottom half season for me. I don't think at that point it was bottom 10, but like for a bit, Thailand, you know, was in my bottom 10, bottom 5 back when there weren't that many seasons. But it's wild how much just with every passing season, it makes the strengths of Thailand just blossom for me. And it's gone steadily up in my rankings to the point where I have you know, my list is different every time I do it, but it's usually somewhere around 5th, 6th, or 7th of all time. And that's wild, because at one point, it was like at 20th. Or I don't think I ever had it that low, but it was like 15th at one point.
Kyle, where do you have it on your season rankings?
The third. I have it below Borneo and Marquesas.
Yeah, I go Borneo, Marquesas, Africa, Pearl Islands are the ones that I think I specifically have over.
Yeah,
Thailand.
Pearl Islands are around there. There are great seasons. I like the 2002 Australian Survivor season a lot. Vanuatu is up there.
I have Palau very close to Thailand too. So
Palau,
those fight for 5th place.
Not American Philippines. The South African Philippines season was really, really good.
That's a great season.
That season with Idols.
Great season.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Another thing I do want to mention also, and I think we mentioned we'll get into it and we never did, is kind of the perception. And you know, you get those strategy heads every once in a while that say only watch Survivor because it introduces the technique of bringing a goat to the end, which like I think is you know, I don't think that's like an unfair thing to say, but I don't. It
does introduce that technique.
Yes,
that's not untrue, but it's also
but it's weird that people say that's like the goatiest goat of all time when it's like he got 3 votes. And I think eventually Survivor, because you know, Clay is the first person that is taken to the end and loses, like just in Survivor in general. He's the very first. Yeah, he's the Neil Armstrong of that, you know.
I also think like at that point
equally great
the biggest goat, but like shit, man, you get Lil 2 seasons later, you know?
Yeah, you get Lil 2 seasons later. You get
like Katie Gallagher's a bigger goat.
Yeah, Katie Gallagher, Stephanie,
Steph 2.0,
Danielle, even, you know.
Like, and then every 0 vote final 3 person is probably a bigger goat than Clay.
Yeah, yes, and 100%. And it's kind of like, I think people like I was saying, they kind of connect the dots backwards in a sense.
Yeah.
And when it comes to Clay, but it's like he was that archetype. Like now they have specific ways they edit the person that's dragged to the end, which like I'd argue that Clay wasn't exactly dragged to the end, but I get the accusations of him, Hotel Ryan. Oh yeah, he's super active. Like I mentioned, he gets the final two he wants. Like he gets the final two that I think he gets the closest to winning. In a lot of ways.
I don't know. I think
he might be Jan, like we said, but like I don't know.
They just had it as like the guy who sat around doing nothing. I mean, what was the last year of a finalist? Like Ben Katzman and Sue Smang, and they're just like, they just sat around doing nothing.
Yeah. Owen, it's like
Owen, Jake at least gets more. Like, I think he's a little better than that, but he is ultimately like his gameplay is like, he just tried a bunch of stuff that didn't work.
Yeah, exactly. Like Clay was very intentional.
Yeah, I
the
think
stuff he was always in on the loop.
Now.
Yeah, so he's kind of
better than like Ben and Sue for the rest.
Someone was telling me
he is Clay Jordan.
Yes, the issue is he is made like his personality type is one of someone who will always lose Survivor.
Yeah,
and
the
closest he got to it.
In terms of like Ben Katzman
representing the season.
If we're talking about like Ben Katzman, like people liked Ben, like or granted people like Clay too, but it's like I feel like people are like more okay with like giving Ben Katzman $1 million.
I think people liked Ben and they're okay with him getting $1 million. I don't think they're okay with like, Ben
saying you lose the game to Ben. Yeah, that's always something you got to think of too. Is are you comfortable saying this person beat you?
Ben Katzman did. That's what
oh wow, dude, I got
great guy.
I got owned on by this 5'4" old guy that can barely fucking see.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Plenty of people think he's a hick. They use that word. They call him a hick. Like multiple people do.
Rob calls him a hick. He says
Rob does. Ted does.
I mean, it's the same thing. It goes all the way back. You need to be someone that people feel comfortable winning or saying like, oh yeah, they were the person that beat me. They won.
Represent our season.
That's why I think. I mean, I've heard the theory that if Kyle and Camilla both go 5-4, then Mitch wins against Joe and Eva, and it's like, yeah, I bet they think that. I don't think that happens.
Are you actually going to write Mitch's name?
Yeah, you're going to go to the jury vote and be like, okay, Mitch Guerra, Survivor winner. It's like, come on. No.
Going back to,
I hope so.
Not to reference.
Again, no hate to Mitch. Mitch also seems like a great guy.
Shout out to Waco, Texas.
But not to make the second Big Brother 16 reference to this podcast I'm about to. It's like this idea that like Victoria, that like, oh, if Cody voted out Derek and like took Victoria, then they would vote for Victoria to win. It's like, are people really going to like say yes? It's like Victoria is the winner of our season. They say that
Derek's such a good player to convince the fans that would happen.
But I do not think it actually happens because people are actually going to say yes. Victoria is Victoria is the person who I want representing my season.
Oh shit, man! They voted for Josh.
Josh Martinez, hell yeah.
That's Big Brother 19.
Yeah, I think. No, I think it is like there's a difference between who wins on paper and who wins in practice.
Yeah. You have to like actually say it.
Totally.
You have to show your in Survivor. You have to like write a person's name down and show your face next to that name saying, yes, this person, I want this person to win $1 million as a sign that they won my season.
And unless you're
and they beat me,
people just are never going to be getting enough votes.
Yeah.
Unless you have a jury full of Ralph Kaisers who vote for Philip as a joke.
Yeah. There's Phillips out there, and like Clay's name does not deserve to be next to Philip. Yeah,
that's the main thing. I think he gets a little bit too bad of a rap as a player.
Yeah. Someone was telling me about this thing on that's a TV trope called the unbuilt trope, where it's like the first time something is used and isn't a trope because it didn't exist yet, so it is actually like a three-dimensional character, three-dimensional thing. And I think Clay fits that, where it's like,
that's a great.
I'd say, I think Kathy's a good example. A lot of people are like, oh, Kathy's like a standard growth edit. It's like, well, Kathy's a standard growth edit because every growth edit gets Kathy's edit.
Yeah. Or even like Richard in Borneo, so many people were like, you could tell Richard wins the season. And I'm like, well, yeah, you've watched, this many other survivors. At the time, people didn't think this guy saying that, he's going to win the season all the time was actually going to fucking win.
Also, notably, not everyone who says that goes on to win. Like Silas says that, and you may recognize that. You may realize that Silas does not win Survivor Africa.
Thank God.
Yeah.
I think we're good to wrap up, but it's been fun.
It's been fun.
Well,
Thank you
we'll
all
be
to
back
anyone
hopefully
listening.
soon. Hopefully soon. Hopefully with something.
Yeah, and if anyone has any interesting podcast ideas, hit us up. Hit us up in the comments. Join the server. Yeah, well, there's not many, so we do read them.
Say it in the podcast discussions, or join the server and say it in the podcast discussions channel.
We will listen.
Trey, you could be on one. Just ask.
Yeah. If you have a good enough idea too, and there's people that are just willing to do stuff. Like we're a pretty fun group of people. So
if you are listening,
like this show, we like this show. Perhaps
5 hours in,
many would argue.
If you are 5 hours into the Survivor Thailand podcast and you listen to this and you're like, shit, I have a great idea for a podcast, but it's just me and I don't know who to do it with. You can join the Discord server and do it with us.
And probably one of us will be down to do it. Like
probably
we like this show a lot, usually. And we love talking about pretty much all aspects of it.
Yeah. I mean, I did 3 hours on 49, and that season was horrible.
Yeah.
And Rams did 5 hours on Thailand, and he doesn't like this at all.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. Like I willingly
did
it, and I've had a great time doing it.
Our last season 50 video, where we ranked every iteration of the cast of season 50, I probably only liked half of them.
Real quick, it was
it was a good time.
I'm not going to spoil. It was bullshit what happened to her in that. I was pissed when I got there.
We have an awesome enough winner that makes everything okay. So please listen to that one, y'all.
Yeah. What winner are me and Funky both happy with? Find out on the 50 character.
Spoiler: it's somehow Helen Glover again.
Spoilers: it's Charlie won. It's Charlie Davis.
It's Charlie Herschel.
And with that,
we love Charlie Davis.
With that, and we are now Chewy gone. Goodbye.